Chapter 2141. Hua Qingxi didn't make any more moves, and Yang Kai didn't counterattack either. He just stood there and waited quietly. After a while, Hua Qingxi sighed slightly and looked up at Yang Kai. She still had trump cards and ultimate moves that she hadn't used yet. She had only used half of her strength in the probing and attack just now. However, she also understood that Yang Kai hadn't used his full strength either. Even if she could defeat this man in his normal state, how could she defeat him in his demon form? The scene of her being subdued by this demon in one move was still vivid in her mind. Every time she thought about it, Hua Qingxi shuddered. That was an absolute suppression of strength, and she couldn't resist at all. Therefore, Hua Qingxi didn't want to continue probing. With the other party's current cultivation in the First Order Dao Source realm, the fact that he could deal with her attacks so easily was enough to prove his strength and heaven-defying aptitude. What's more, this person actually knew the Dao of space. He even had an Emperor artifact like the Sealed World Bead. Resigned to your fate? Yang Kai smiled slightly. He could read some information from the look in her eyes. Hua Qingxi pursed her red lips and didn't say a word. Don't show such an aggrieved expression. I can't bear it. Yang Kai couldn't help but laugh. Don't worry. In a few years, you'll understand how wise your choice was today. If you miss an opportunity like today, even if you cry and beg to join me in the future, I won't take you in. Your ability to boast shamelessly is top-notch. Hua Qingxi said sarcastically. Let's wait and see. Yang Kai smiled and said, all right. Let's not waste any more time. I still have things to do. Obediently offer up your soul brand. Hua Qingxi sighed again and sat down cross-legged. She closed her beautiful eyes and silently circulated her secret art. Seeing her like this, Yang Kai's expression became serious and he floated down, standing not far in front of her. After a short while, Hua Qingxi's body suddenly trembled. Her facial features were somewhat distorted, as if she was enduring great pain. A burst of pure spiritual energy suddenly burst out from her knowledge sea and shot straight towards Yang Kai. Noticing this, Yang Kai hurriedly opened up his knowledge sea's defenses and accepted this spiritual energy. Closing his eyes, his soul avatar manifested in his knowledge sea. Yang Kai discovered that there was a strange spiritual force in his knowledge sea. This spiritual force lingered together, forming a brand shape, quietly suspended in mid-air. Within the brand, there was Hua Qingxi's spiritual aura. Yang Kai's soul avatar formed a series of hand seals. Following that, he moved. His sea of knowledge churned, converging into a monstrous wave. He opened his mouth and swallowed the brand into his stomach like a ferocious beast. Below the canyon, Hua Qingxi suddenly shuddered. She opened her beautiful eyes and found Yang Kai looking at her with a smile on his face. She immediately snapped, "What are you looking at?" Yang Kai said, "Quite the temper." "Humph." Hua Qingxi coldly snorted in dissatisfaction and said with an awkward expression, "It feels strange." This was the first time she had offered her soul brand to someone else. Although this practice had no effect on her body, it still gave her a subconscious feeling of discomfort. It was as if something precious had been taken away from her. "You'll get used to it," Yang Kai said. "Now that we're on the same side, we're not outsiders. I hope we can get along well in the future. Don't think that saying this will improve my impression of you. I'm just being oppressed and enslaved by you," Hua Qingxi replied coldly. "Think what you want," Yang Kai shrugged. "I wanted to ask just now." Hua Qingxi changed the topic, looking around and asking, "What is this place? How can there be a spirit chi si?" "You really do know about spirit chi sis," Yang Kai smiled slightly. "Although there aren't many spirit chi sis, there are still some in the star boundary. My star soul palace has a spirit chi si." Hua Qingxi glanced at Yang Kai contemptuously. "This is the Four Seasons realm. Yang Kai said. Hua Qingxi was stunned and immediately exclaimed, Huh? You said this is the Four Seasons realm? Yes. Hua Qingxi frowned, but soon, as if thinking of something, she muttered to herself, yes, it's time for the Four Seasons realm to open. But, how did you get the qualifications to enter this place? I remember that Maplewood City doesn't have a quota. By chance, I came in with the people of Azure Sun Temple, Yang Kai replied. Why did the people of Azure Sun Temple bring you in? Hua Qingxi was even more puzzled. Every quota to enter is extremely precious. I can't explain it clearly for a while. Anyway, I took one of their quotas. Yang Kai waved his hand. Took. Hua Qingxi's expression was very interesting. While the two were talking, a fork in the road appeared in front of them. Yang Kai stopped and said, let's go separately. The probability of heaven and earth treasures being born in this place is not small. It would be a pity to miss it. Let me make it clear first, if I find something good. Hua Qingxi's adaptability was also quite strong. After the initial depression, she was now bargaining with Yang Kai. It's yours, I won't take it from you, Yang Kai replied readily. I was waiting for you to say that. Hua Qingxi pursed her lips and smiled, taking the lead to rush to the left fork. Come back and meet me in 2 days at most. Yang Kai said behind her back, not knowing if she heard him or not. But it didn't matter. Now that he had control of Hua Qingxi's soul brand, as long as they were not too far apart, Yang Kai could clearly see her location. Shortly after she left, Yang Kai stepped into the right fork. This place was relatively far from where Zhang Ruoxi was, but the world energy was still like a fog. However, it was obvious that under the pull of the sealed world bead, the rich world energy was flowing madly in a certain direction, decreasing at a very significant rate. In a place like the Spirit Chi Sea, there was a high possibility of precious treasures being born. Not long after Yang Kai entered the right fork, he found an earth blood ghost orchid on the stone wall. Although it was only a Dao source grade mid-rank spirit herb, it was an extremely rare spirit herb. Although it was rare, it could be used as the main material for refining many spirit pills, so its value was naturally not low. Most importantly, there was no market for it. Yang Kai carefully picked it and stored it in a jade box, preparing to transplant it into the medicine garden in the sealed world bead when he returned. Only in this way could the medicinal properties of the spirit herb be completely preserved, and he could even use the characteristics of the medicine garden to enhance its efficacy. In the next few hours, he repeatedly harvested in the bottom of the canyon. The rich world energy here nurtured spirit grasses and miraculous medicines that were rarely seen in the outside world. For an alchemist like Yang Kai, this was tantamount to a treasure trove. After this trip, he actually obtained 7 or 8 different kinds of herbs of different grades, which was a small harvest. But what made him feel regretful was that he didn't find any Emperor-grade precious treasures, only Dao Source-grade ones. Although Dao Source-grade and Emperor-grade herbs were only 1 grade apart, their effects were completely different. Every Emperor-grade herb contained the power of world principles, and whether it was swallowed or used for alchemy, it could allow a cultivator to comprehend the power of world principles, which was extremely useful to any cultivator. This canyon seemed to stretch on for an unknown number of kilometers. Although Yang Kai's speed wasn't fast because he was looking for treasures, after walking for a few hours, he had covered at least a few hundred kilometers, yet he still hadn't seen the end. Just as he was about to continue exploring, he suddenly felt a sense of uneasiness in his heart. He frowned and glanced back in the direction he came from. In the next moment, his face changed slightly and he shouted, "You're courting death." As soon as he finished speaking, he summoned his wooden boat and stepped on it, rushing back the way he came at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, somewhere in the canyon, Zhang Ruoxi was sitting cross-legged on the ground. The surrounding world energy was constantly flowing into her body, and her own aura was rising at a clear speed. She was only a second-order Saint King, but she actually climbed to the third-order Saint King realm in a very short time, and showed no signs of stopping. Soon, she was close to the threshold of the origin returning realm. Not far from her, Lu Yen was holding the sealed world bead, looking ahead with an indifferent expression. 3 men stood a few dozen meters away. The 3 of them didn't look alike, but their clothes were very similar. If someone who was familiar with the sects in the Southern Territory was here, they would be able to tell from the patterns on their chests that these 3 were from a sect called Evil Moon Valley. Evil Moon Valley and Blue Feather sect were similar in strength, so when the 4 Seasons realm opened this time, they also obtained 3 spots to enter. After these 3 were accepted into the 4 Seasons realm, they just happened to appear near this canyon. Among the 3, one was an elderly man, and the other 2 were middle-aged men. The elderly man was a 3rd-order Dao Source Realm cultivator, while the 2 middle-aged men were both 2nd-order Dao Source Realm cultivators. They didn't intend to explore this canyon. After all, from the top, the inside of the canyon was dark, and they didn't know what kind of shocking danger it contained. Although the cultivation of these 3 wasn't weak, compared to the disciples from the great sects, they were actually much weaker. They also knew their limits and didn't dare to take risks easily. But what they didn't expect was that there would be an unusual energy fluctuation coming from below the canyon. When the sealed world bead absorbed the world energy in this spirit chi sea, it produced a very obvious movement. Out of curiosity, the 3 didn't care too much and flew down the canyon, wanting to see what was going on. After all, no one could say for sure what kind of opportunity it was. What if this was a great opportunity that would allow them to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat? But when they discovered that there were 2 women at the bottom of the canyon, the 3 of them were suddenly stunned. Lu Yen wasn't too bad. Although he didn't give off the feeling of a flesh and blood life form, he still had the appearance of a 1st-order Dao Source Realm cultivator, so it made sense that he could enter the 4 Seasons realm. The other little girl was outrageous. A trivial 3rd-order Saint King cultivator actually appeared in the 4 Seasons realm. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, the 3 of them would have thought this was a dream. And, looking at the appearance of the little girl, it seemed that she wanted to use the rich world energy here to cultivate. What's going on? The 3 of them were confused. Chapter 2142. Brother Huagu. One of the middle-aged men glanced at them for a while before whispering suspiciously to the elderly man, "Did a Saint King realm cultivator enter the 4 Seasons realm? Damn it, it must be a disciple of one of those great sects." The other middle-aged man suddenly gritted his teeth in anger. "My Evil Moon Valley only occupies 3 spots in total, and even these 3 spots were obtained by paying a lot of tribute to Orthodoxy Temple. But these great sects can actually squander them so wantonly and let a Saint King realm disciple occupy one of the spots? This is outrageous." Hearing what he said, the elderly man named Huagu also nodded slightly and said, "Junior brother Zhouan is right. These 2 women should be from a great sect, which is why one of them is qualified to enter this place with a Saint King realm cultivation. Looking at her appearance, she is about to break through to the origin returning realm." While speaking, Huagu also felt a little envious and jealous. Thinking back to when he was cultivating, he had to take 1 step at a time, each step filled with thorns. For a little bit of cultivation resources, he had to risk his life, but these disciples from great sects were treated completely differently. They could casually enter the sealed world that he and the others had to go through a lot of trouble to enter and easily break through here. Comparing the 2, he suddenly felt a little unbalanced. The middle-aged man who spoke before showed a look of fear and hesitated. "Since they are from great sects, let's go first. If they misunderstand, it will be bad." "Xiongning, what are you afraid of?" The middle-aged man named Zhouan glanced at the man who spoke and coldly snorted. "Even if they are disciples of great sects, they are just 3rd-order Saint Kings in the 1st-order Dao Source realm. If they misunderstand, so be it. What can they do to us?" "Who said I was afraid?" Xiongning was a little angry and shouted in a low voice, "I just don't want to cause trouble for no reason." "Humph, gutless rat." Zhouan coldly snorted with a look of contempt. It seemed that he looked down on his fellow disciple. The bead in that woman's hand should be a good artifact. Hua Gu suddenly whispered, his eyes staring straight at the sealed world bead in Lu Yan's hand. Zhou rolled his eyes and asked in a low voice, "Brother Hua Gu, you mean?" Xiongning seemed to have realized something, and his expression changed slightly. Hua Gu smiled faintly, "This place is deep underground, and there are few people here. The opponent's strength is low. And he's holding a great treasure." When Zhou heard this, he understood tacitly and said with a smile, "I've long been displeased with the disciples of these large sections. They always flaunt their strength and are insufferably arrogant. Wasn't it just finding a good backer? What's so great about it? Brother Hua Gu, tell me what to do, junior brother will accompany you to the end." "This isn't good, is it?" Xiongning's legs trembled as he said incoherently, "If the sect behind them knows, not only are we finished, I'm afraid Evil Moon Valley will." Zhou glanced at Xiongning coldly and said, "If you're afraid, get the hell out of here now. Don't make sarcastic remarks, but I'll make it clear first. You won't get a share of the artifacts and spirit stones. Since these two women are from large sections, they should have a lot of good things on them." When Xiongning heard this, he swallowed his saliva, and a greedy expression appeared on his fearful face. He was silent for a few breaths, and finally gritted his teeth and said, "Fine, I'll accompany you two brothers. That's more like it." Zhou saw him compromise and couldn't help but smile. "You three trash. Not far away." Lu Yan suddenly said coldly, and her first sentence made the three Evil Moon Valley people's eyebrows jump. "What are you mumbling about? What are you up to?" Hua Gu suppressed the unhappiness in his heart. He laughed and said, "Young lady, you've misunderstood. The three of us merely sensed a strange energy fluctuation at the bottom of this canyon, so we came to investigate. We didn't expect the two of you to cause such a disturbance. Please forgive us for disturbing you." "That's it?" Lu Yan was still as cold as ice. "That's it," Hua Gu replied. "Since you've finished investigating, why don't you get the hell out of here?" Lu Yan's words were sharp, and she didn't mean to give the other party any face. This made the three Evil Moon Valley people feel that Lu Yan must be from a large sect. Only the disciples of these large sects would be so arrogant and domineering. The anger in Hua Gu's heart rushed straight to his head, but he still had a smile on his face as he asked, "Miss, which sect are you from? What does it have to do with you?" Lu Yan coldly snorted. "Miss, don't be so polite." Hua Gu smiled slightly, "But in my opinion, Mrs. Sect is nothing more than a few. My Evil Moon Valley has a lot of exchanges with those large sects and we have a good relationship with each other. Although we took the liberty to disturb you, since we've met the two of you, it's fate." He paused for a moment and turned his eyes to Zhang Ruoxi. "I think this girl seems to be at the threshold of breaking through a great realm. The world energy here is rich, and I don't know if there are any fierce monster beast here. If a monster beast covets this place, with your cultivation, I'm afraid it will be difficult for you to deal with it." As he spoke, he put on a righteous posture and volunteered, "We are not talented, but we are willing to stand guard for the two of you." Zhou also nodded fiercely and said, "Yes, yes, we will stand guard for you. Even if a monster beast comes, miss, you don't have to be afraid." Xiongning was silent, obviously having the same attitude. Lu Yan sneered, "You three trash. If a fierce monster beast really comes, I'm afraid the three of you won't be able to handle it. Miss, your words are too hurtful." The flames in Hua Gu's heart rose as he said with a gloomy face, "We have good intentions. Even if you don't want to accept it, you don't have to belittle us like this. Yes, although my Evil Moon Valley is not a great sect, it is not something that can be insulted by just anyone." Zhou shouted righteously. It was unknown how he connected Lu Yan's words with belittling Evil Moon Valley. "What's the point of all this nonsense? Have you taken a fancy to me, or have you taken a fancy to this artifact?" Lu Yen said as she played with the sealed world bead in her hand, "Just grab it yourself, there's no need to beat around the bush." As soon as this remark came out, the faces of Hua Gu and the other two changed slightly. "Brother." Zhouan turned to look at Hua Gu. Hua Gu pondered for a moment and whispered, "It seems that she doesn't have any fellow disciples nearby. Otherwise, why haven't any of her fellow disciples appeared after we dealt with her for so long? This is really a heaven-sent opportunity." Zhouan had an excited expression on his face as he licked his lips with an eager expression. He was too lazy to pretend anymore. Instead, he looked at Lu Yen with a ferocious expression and said coldly, "Little girl, when I beat you to the ground and strip you naked, don't cry and beg for mercy." He didn't have any thoughts about Lu Yen, but Lu Yen's words just now stimulated the darkness and evil in the depths of his heart. He immediately decided that he must snatch the artifact, and he must snatch the person. When he thought of the opportunity to ravage and sully this proud daughter of a great sect that he didn't even dare to look at in the eyes before, Zhou-An's blood boiled. "Do it!" Hua Gu shouted. In an instant, the three from Evil Moon Valley pushed their source chi. Although they were facing a woman whose cultivation was lower than theirs, the three of them didn't have the slightest bit of carelessness and used all their strength. The old man opened his mouth and spat out a large bell. The bell was densely engraved with countless small mysterious characters. After the source chi was poured into it, a halo visible to the naked eye suddenly appeared around the bell. It looked like it was impregnable. This big bell was a defensive artifact. Hua Gu summoned this artifact not to defend himself, but to drive it towards Zhang Ruoxi. His train of thought was very clear. Whether Lu Yen was difficult to deal with or not, Zhang Ruoxi was just a third-order Saint King. She was vulnerable in front of him. As long as he could capture Zhang Ruoxi first, what was there to fear about Lu Yen? Therefore, his target was Zhang Ruoxi. But just as the big bell was about to envelop Zhang Ruoxi, Lu Yen suddenly sneered, "Wishful thinking." With a wave of her hand, a black feather about a meter long flew out leisurely and flew directly to Zhang Ruoxi's side, turning into a burning barrier that wrapped around Zhang Ruoxi's body. The moment the feather manifested a barrier, a pressure that didn't belong to this world suddenly descended, scaring the three from Evil Moon Valley and causing them to tremble, their faces filled with fear. It was as if there was a very strong will hidden in the void, eyeing the three of them covetously. In an instant, the three of them broke out in a cold sweat, soaking their clothes. "What is this?" Hua Gu's eyes widened as he stared at the black flame barrier around Zhang Ruoxi. A terrifying burning force spread out, as if it wanted to burn everything. However, Zhang Ruoxi, who was sitting inside the barrier, remained unmoved, as if she wasn't affected at all. The bell-like artifact, on the other hand, flashed wildly under this terrifying heat, and the small, intricate characters engraved on its surface were broken one by one. Not only that, as soon as the bell came into contact with the black flame barrier, it was tainted with a trace of black flame, but this flame did not extinguish and instead continued to incinerate the spirituality of this artifact. "The aura of a divine spirit!" Hua Gu shouted in horror. He was also a cultivator of the third-order Dao source realm. Even if he had never seen a divine spirit, he could infer some clues from it. The terrifying pressure, the evil fire that seemed to be able to burn everything, all pointed to the most terrifying existence in this world, the divine spirit. He was right. The black feather was indeed the feather of a divine spirit, the Luanfeng. Yang Kai had given the Luanfeng feather he picked up to Lu Yen. After a long time, Lu Yen finally finished refining it and obtained a trace of divine spirit power from it. Even if this divine spirit power was weak, it was not something a Dao source realm cultivator could contend with. That was why Lu Yen didn't have the slightest fear of these three. Chapter 2143. The moment the three from Evil Moon Valley made their move, Lu Yen made a prompt decision and summoned the feather of the divine spirit to protect Zhang Ruoxi. Only then could she act freely. Asterisk screech, A loud cry spread throughout the wilderness, waking up Hua Gu and the others who were immersed in shock and fear. The three of them looked up, but Lu Yan's figure was nowhere to be seen. Instead, they saw a strange bird with a body length of more than 10 meters, burning with red flames, spreading its wings and soaring into the sky. Inside the strange bird's body, there was a faint trace of lightning, indicating that it possessed two domineering attributes, thunder and fire. A confession. She's not human. Only then did Zhouan realize what was going on and shouted loudly. Lu Yan's appearance finally made him understand why he felt a little strange before. When he first saw Lu Yan, he felt that this woman was somewhat different from ordinary people, as if she was not made of flesh and blood. But now, he could completely conclude that Lu Yan was not a living creature. This is an artifact spirit. Hua Gu also reacted. His originally fearful eyes suddenly bloomed with a greedy light, and he couldn't help but laugh out loud, "Ha ha ha ha, the heavens are really helping me." This old master was worried that he couldn't upgrade the grade of the Hellfire Pestle, but I didn't expect to meet an artifact spirit here. As he spoke, he suddenly shouted to the other two, junior brothers, "This brother only wants this artifact spirit. After I get it, I'll let you divide the rest equally. Do you have any objections?" Zhouan and Xiongning heard this, looked at each other, and nodded, "We'll follow brother's decision." "Good." Hua Gu nodded and stared at Lu Yan gloomily, "Looking at your form, you already have your own consciousness. It's not easy to cultivate to this point. This old master is kind enough to let you live. If you obediently enter my Hellfire Pestle, I promise not to erase your divine sense. What do you think?" As he spoke, he summoned a club-shaped artifact. This artifact had a rich aura and was full of spirituality, impressively at the level of Dao Source grade high rank. Such a secret treasure was also an extremely rare treasure. If an artifact spirit like Lu Yan could enter it and be refined by Hua Gu, the karmic fire pestle might be qualified to be promoted to an emperor artifact. Hua Gu of the Third Order Dao Source realm could even use the power of an emperor artifact to pry into the mysteries of the emperor realm. Therefore, even though he felt that the sealed world bead was very valuable, it was still not cheap. He also reluctantly gave it up, hoping that he could subdue Lu Yan. After all, his cultivation realm was the most fundamental power. After Hua Gu finished speaking, Lu Yan's reply was a pillar of fire. The raging flames that reached the heaven sprayed down from the sky, as if they were going to melt the earth, carrying with them a scorching heat. The evil Moon Valley trio hastily dodged. Hua Gu still didn't give up and shouted, "Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit." Perhaps this old man would still fear it, but now that you've turned it into a barrier to protect this woman, what are you going to use to fight us? The thing he was referring to. Naturally, it was the feather of the Luan Phoenix. In his opinion, Lu Yan's decision to use her most powerful artifact as a shield was simply a mistake. In this way, although she could protect Zhang Ruoxi, she was definitely not the opponent of the three of them. After the three of them joined forces to deal with Lu Yan, how could Zhang Ruoxi survive alone? It was better to just ignore Zhang Ruoxi's life and death. She directly attacked the three of them with the power of the divine spirit in the Luan Feng's feather. Huff! Another pillar of fire sprayed down from the sky. Playing with fire in front of this old man. Hua Gu snorted coldly, and the Hellfire Pestle spun. It faced the pillar of fire sprayed by Lu Yan in the air. It was sucked up by the Hellfire Pestle without a single drop falling to the ground. At this time, he shouted with victory in his hand, "It seems that your mind is also very limited." Screech! A clear cry rang out again. Lu Yan opened his mouth, and a group of fireballs the size of washbasins came crashing down from the sky. "I already said it's useless, yet you're still coming." Hua Gu shouted impatiently, and the Hellfire Pestle met the attack again. Boom boom boom, a series of huge explosions rang out, and the world energy suddenly became chaotic. The fat man from the land of rebirth. What? At this moment, Hua Gu's face suddenly changed. He quickly made a hand seal and took back his hellfire pestle. Looking down, he found that his Dao Source grade high-rank artifact was actually wrapped in lightning arcs. When he held it in his hand, the pure lightning power transmitted to his body, causing his whole body to go numb. The power of the thunder attribute is also so strong. The greed and possessiveness in Hua Gu's eyes became more and more obvious. Such an artifact spirit was hard to come by in 10,000 years. If he could subdue it, his hellfire pestle might not only be promoted to an emperor artifact, but also possess the power of the thunder attribute. Brother, don't talk nonsense with her. Since she doesn't want to surrender, we'll beat her until she does. Zhouan dodged 2 attacks with an impatient look. Okay, but be careful. Don't hurt her spirituality. Hua Gu nodded and did not forget to remind him. Zhouan coldly snorted and said, Junior brother doesn't know how to control your strength. If you really hurt her, she asked for it. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhouan flicked his wrist and a long spear appeared in his hand. The spear bloomed and shot towards Lu Yen. Xiong Ning, who had been silent all this time, also summoned his killer move. He put his palms together and pushed his source chi forward. Chaos Origin Divine Spear. Burning Sun Ghost Hand. The attacks of the 2 second-order Dao Source Realm Cultivator both borrowed the power of world principles. Drawing on the power of the world, their attacks were majestic and sharp as they blasted towards Lu Yen. Lu Yan's body flickered, and a layer of burning flames appeared around her huge body, turning into a barrier that blocked the attacks from both sides. Hong Hong, Lu Yen let out a shrill cry as the flame barrier shattered in an instant. Although it blocked most of the damage, there was still some remaining power that penetrated into her body, causing her body to change shape. She was almost unable to maintain her original appearance. At the moment when the barrier disappeared, Hua Gu's figure mysteriously appeared not far in front of Lu Yen. With a cold expression, he shouted at Lu Yen, "Look into this old master's eyes." As soon as he finished speaking, a mysterious power bloomed from his eyes, turning into 2 vortexes that constantly rotated, as if trying to pull Lu Yan's soul out of her body. This was undoubtedly a soul secret technique. Hua Gu used it at the most appropriate time, making it impossible for Lu Yen to avoid. Although Lu Yen had just broken through to the Dao Source realm not long ago and her combat power was quite good, the other party had the advantage in numbers after all. Furthermore, each of their cultivations was much higher than hers. Under the joint attack of the 3 of them, she was completely powerless. After being hit by the soul secret technique, Lu Yan's body suddenly froze in mid-air, and the frequency of her flapping wings slowed down. It seemed that her mind was a little chaotic, and she had no strength left to resist. Seeing this scene, Hua Gu was overjoyed. He felt that things were progressing unexpectedly smoothly. He could already imagine the wonderful scene of subduing this firebird artifact spirit and refining it into his hellfire pestle, so that his artifact could be promoted to an emperor artifact. A beautiful picture of the future seemed to be slowly unfolding in front of him. "Brother, be careful!" Zhouan suddenly shouted. "What's wrong?" Hua Gu was shocked, but soon, his eyes widened because he saw an unusual flame burning in the pupils of the firebird in front of him. The flame seemed to be able to burn the divine soul. As soon as he came into contact with it, it made his sea of knowledge tumble and gave him a headache. The 12 steamed buns. Sun's true fire. Lu Yen had followed Yang Kai so far and had swallowed a lot of Sun's true fire contained in the Sun's true essence. Her body had also integrated with the heavenly thunder flame. If not for this, it would have been impossible for Lu Yen to gain sentience as an artifact spirit. It could be said that Lu Yan's flames were extremely complex, but each one was extremely rare. Hua Gu wanted to use a soul secret technique to deal with Lu Yen, but it was obviously a bit whimsical. In an instant, Hua Gu screamed and retreated. He covered his head with his hand and roared at Lu Yen unwillingly, "Are you so unwilling to submit to this old master? He was a little crazy as he hysterically roared, "Good, since you are unwilling to submit, this old master will destroy your mind." Having said that, he formed a seal with both hands and the hellfire pestle suddenly grew bigger, turning into a flame. It trembled slightly in the void and shot towards Lu Yen like an arrow released from a bow. At the same time, Zhouan and Xiongning both showed their killing moves again. With the three of them joining forces, a trace of panic finally appeared in Lu Yan's eyes. With a twist of her body, countless bolts of lightning and fire flew out, mixed with a light blue ice flame in an attempt to resist. An earth-shattering sound rang out as a violent energy sputtered out. Zhouan and Xiongning's attacks were blocked, but the karmic flame pestle still shot straight towards Lu Yen without slowing down in the slightest. According to this posture, the hellfire pestle was bound to penetrate Lu Yan's body and cause her serious injuries. "You asked for it." A trace of distress flashed in Hua Gu's eyes, but there was no regret. After all, an artifact spirit with its own sentience was much more valuable than a chaotic and ignorant artifact spirit. Unfortunately, the other party was unwilling to submit, so he could only kill her. But at this moment, an unusual power fluctuation came and a heroic figure appeared in front of Lu Yen like a ghost. He stretched out his hand and gently patted forward, whispering, "Exile." The big hand slapped down and a dark black hole formed in the void. The hellfire pestle plunged into the black hole. Not good. Hua Gu's face changed dramatically, and he quickly urged his source chi to summon his artifact back before the black hole closed. Seeing the black hole quickly closing, Hua Gu's forehead was drenched in cold sweat. Although he had never seen a similar secret technique, he knew that if he hadn't reacted quickly, his artifact would have disappeared forever. "Who is it?" Zhouan saw that he had failed and couldn't help shouting, looking at the newcomer with an unfriendly expression. Xiongning also narrowed his eyes and looked forward. Above, a young man stood quietly in front of the firebird. His eyes swept down coldly and his face was livid, as if he was extremely angry. Yang Kai was naturally in a bad mood. He originally thought that the bottom of the canyon was very safe. He had also checked the surrounding environment in advance and found no signs of a monster beast, so he was relieved to leave Zhang Ruoxi and Lu Yen here. He even left the sealed world bead behind. But he didn't expect that such an accident would happen not long after he left, forcing him to rush back. Chapter 2144. Master. When Lu Yen saw that Yang Kai had finally arrived, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. His huge body flickered as he transformed back into his human form and stood respectfully behind him. Yang Kai glanced at Zhang Ruoxi and saw that she was wrapped in a black flame barrier. The black flame contained an aura that made him wary yet familiar. He immediately understood that Lu Yen had used his strongest power to protect Zhang Ruoxi. If not for this, even if Lu Yen was no match for these three, he wouldn't have been in such a sorry state. "You've done well. Thank you for your hard work." Yang Kai nodded. "It's my duty." Lu Yen replied lightly. Yang Kai turned his head again and glanced coldly at the three people below. "Who are you?" Hua Gu almost suffered a big loss at the hands of Yang Kai just now, so he shouted indignantly, "Why are you ruining our business?" Yang Kai raised the corner of his mouth and said, "Are you deaf? Didn't you hear what she called me just now?" Hua Gu frowned and said, "So, you are the master of this artifact spirit? At least you're not an idiot." Yang Kai sneered. "Presumptuous." Hua Gu shouted angrily and said fiercely, "Trash from the First Order Dao Source Realm deserves to have such an artifact spirit. Boy, this old master advises you to obediently hand over this artifact spirit and this old master may spare your life. Otherwise, today, this place will be your burial place." Hua Gu shouted. "Ha ha ha." Yang Kai couldn't help but laugh arrogantly, as if he didn't put the other party in his eyes at all. After a while, his smile faded. Suddenly, he said in a deep voice, if you say so, then, die. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Kai suddenly waved his hand. Along with his movement, a strange pressure suddenly descended from the sky. Below the canyon, the light was already dim, but at this moment, it suddenly became even darker. It was as if something was blocking the light from above. Hua Gu and the others looked up in amazement, and the next moment, they exclaimed in unison. What the hell? This is not good, hide. The three shouted and scattered to the sides. Hong, the ground shook and the mountains shook. A behemoth suddenly fell from the sky and smashed into the ground, shattering it. The behemoth looked like a humanoid monster. It was as high as 7 or 8 stories as his body. Hua Gu and the others were dumbfounded. Even with their knowledge and experience, the three of them had no idea what this thing was. At first glance, it looked somewhat similar to the legendary golem. But upon closer inspection. However, he soon realized that this thing was not a stone demon. Because it was, of course, it's impossible. Oh? You're finally willing to let me out? It's the embodiment. Since the day the embodiment swallowed the floating continent, Yang Kai had cooperated with it to deal with the Purple Star's master and kept it in the sealed world bead. Over the years, the embodiment had never left the sealed world bead. After all, its body was formed from the fusion of an entire continent, so it was too big. If Yang Kai wanted to summon it out of the small sealed world bead, he would need to use a large amount of divine sense. It would require a huge amount of divine sense, so how could Yang Kai have the spare energy to summon his embodiment while fighting? He could only let it stay inside. As time passed, the benefits of the stone mongoose's special physique slowly manifested. It continued to temper its body, removing impurities, and making its huge body gradually smaller. But it still couldn't summon it at will. The appearance of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor technique was a turning point. This technique could be said to be tailor-made for the embodiment. Since practicing the heaven-devouring Great Emperor technique, coupled with the stone mongoose's divine technique, the embodiment's body had been greatly improved in a very short time. Even so, it was still a huge monster for humans. After Yang Kai summoned it at this moment, he felt that nearly 1/3 of his divine sense was consumed. Such a huge body was undoubtedly extremely shocking. Coupled with its strange appearance, Hua Gu and the others were all stunned for a while. It was as if they were in a dream. They couldn't believe their eyes. As the avatar warmed up, the gravel on its body kept falling down with a clattering sound. There was no need for Yang Kai to explain anything. As soon as the embodiment appeared, it immediately knew what was going on in front of it. It also knew that Hua Gu and the others were enemies. It grinned at the dumbfounded Hua Gu and said in a low, muffled voice, "A third-order Dao Source Realm cultivator, as the first one to die by my hands after so many years, it's not a disgrace to my status. Well, I'll leave it to you. I'd like to see what kind of divine technique you have now." Yang Kai nodded lightly. "There will be an unexpected surprise." The embodiment smiled. As it spoke, it suddenly bowed and punched at Hua Gu. The fist didn't seem to carry any trace of energy. It was just a direct hit, but where the fist passed, the wind rolled up like a gale rushed toward Hua Gu, wanting to engulf him. Hua Gu was shocked and exclaimed, "Are you kidding me?" He didn't dare to be negligent. He jumped and flew into the air. Although his cultivation was not weak, it was enough to reach the level of the third-order Dao Source Realm, but how could he dare to take the blow of such a behemoth? The embodiment's body was huge, so it was naturally not very flexible. However, it seemed to have expected this, so the moment Hua Gu jumped into the air, it clenched its other hand into a fist and blasted it into the air. Hua Gu screamed again and hurriedly dodged. All of a sudden, the situation had turned into an overwhelming advantage. After dodging several attacks from the embodiment, Hua Gu's heart was relieved. He thought that this huge stone man looked good, but its attacks were simple and monotonous, so it was easy to avoid. Just as this thought flashed through his mind, the embodiment suddenly snorted and said, jumping around like a flea, "If you're a man, fight me face to face." Hua Gu shouted, "Do you think this old man is a fool? How can you say such childish words? Hey!" The embodiment grinned, "It's not like you'll die if you try. If that's the case, then..." As he spoke, he turned his hand over, palm down, and a strange force came out. On the ground, the soil and gravel tumbled as if attracted by some force and quickly rushed to the palm of the embodiment. In the blink of an eye, a spear-like thing appeared in the embodiment's hand. The spear was purely composed of gravel and soil from the bottom of the canyon, but it looked extremely sturdy and indestructible. It was obviously strengthened by the power of the embodiment. With the spear in hand, coupled with the huge body of the embodiment, it looked really majestic and insufferably arrogant. It held the spear, pointed it in the direction where Hua Gu was, and stabbed fiercely. Whoosh, a sharp sound broke through the air, and a huge vortex appeared in the void. It was a crack torn by a powerful force. This blow seemed to ignore the obstruction of space and directly arrived in front of Hua Gu. Hua Gu's eyes widened in horror. He opened his mouth and summoned a shield-like artifact, which turned into a light curtain, blocking in front of him. Hong, the spear bombarded the light curtain, and the momentum was like a rainbow. It directly shattered the light curtain, and the remaining force hit the rock wall of the canyon. A louder sound came out, and the gravel rustled and fell. A huge circular crater appeared where the spear bombarded. Hua Gu was covered in cold sweat, and he hid with a pale face, groaning in the depths of his heart. If he hadn't dodged quickly, this terrifying blow alone would have been enough to crush him. His round shield was a Dao Source-grade mid-rank defensive artifact. It had followed him for countless years and had made great contributions in all kinds of battles. Even a Dao Source-grade high-rank offensive artifact would find it difficult to leave a mark on it. But today, it was shattered by a strange stone giant. A Dao Source-grade mid-rank defensive artifact was no different from paper. The most important thing was that the spear was purely made of soil and gravel, and the whole process of its formation was clearly seen by Hua Gu. The opponent's attack was so ridiculous, how could he fight this battle? At this moment, Hua Gu couldn't help but want to retreat. At the same time, he was extremely annoyed in his heart. As early as when Kai Yang had appeared, he should have realized that if he were to fight with a disciple from a large sect, he would not be able to gain any benefits. Even if these disciples from large sects were not as strong as him, they would definitely have powerful skills and artifacts bestowed upon them by their elders. None of them could be underestimated. But he was blinded by his own greed and covetousness. Yang Kai's cultivation in the First Order Dao Source realm made him somewhat underestimate him. Now, it was too late to regret. Why is your face so pale? Where's the courage you showed just now? The embodiment's voice came. Hua Gu looked over and suddenly, the soles of his feet cramped. He saw the embodiment's hands facing down, and the soil and gravel on the ground were constantly rolling and squirming, quickly forming two spears in his hands. At the same time, Lu Yan and Xiongning had already begun fighting. Lu Yan was besieged by these three people and fell into a disadvantage. She was full of anger, so when the embodiment dealt with Hua Gu, she found Xiongning. Even if Xiongning's cultivation was higher than her by a small level, Lu Yan was still evenly matched with him, and even had the upper hand. This time, Lu Yan did not show her true body, only fighting in her human form. In this form, Lu Yan could only exert 80% of her strength. It could be seen that if Lu Yan really let go of her hands and feet and showed her true body, she could definitely suppress Xiongning. After all, Lu Yan had swallowed and absorbed so many rare flames of heaven and earth, and the promotion of a weapon spirit was extremely difficult. It was many times more difficult than the promotion of a human cultivator. This kind of special creature like Lu Yan, born in accordance with the destiny of heaven and earth, often had the ability to fight above their level. It was natural that Xiongning was not her opponent. Below the canyon, two battlefields were fighting fiercely. Yang Kai didn't move, and neither did Zhou. Yang Kai didn't move because he wanted to see what kind of surprise the embodiment was going to give him. At the same time, he wanted to protect Zhang Ruoxi, lest the embodiment's movements were too big and interfere with her cultivation. Chapter 2145. The only reason Zhou didn't move was because of Yang Kai. At this moment, Yang Kai's divine sense shrouded the top of his head, like a sharp knife hanging upside down, giving him a horrible illusion that he would be cut into pieces if he made the slightest move. This made his face pale, and he was terrified deep in his heart. He could perceive that Yang Kai's divine sense was so powerful that it was comparable to the third-order Dao source realm. It was far beyond his own. If he fought with such a person, he would definitely not gain any advantage. Looking at the battlefield, both Hua Gu and Xiongning seemed to be at a disadvantage. He secretly felt bitter in his heart, knowing that this time he was in big trouble. Quietly glancing at Yang Kai, Zhou found that the other party was not paying attention to him. His heart skipped a beat, and he squeezed a smile on his face and cupped his fists. "Friend." Hearing this, Yang Kai turned to look at him and said lightly, "What are your last words?" Zhou's mouth twitched, and he said embarrassedly, "Friend, you misunderstood me. I want to tell you that I don't know these two people. I just met them by chance, so I decided to go with them." Yang Kai looked at him indifferently, unmoved. On the other hand, the other two people were shocked when they heard his words. Xiongning looked at Zhou in disbelief while dodging Lu Yan's killing move, and said, "Brother Zhou, what are you talking about?" Huan was also infuriated. He said angrily, "Zhou, you still want to stay out of this? Just do it now. That man called you brother." Yang Kai glanced at Xiongning while speaking. Zhou said seriously, "There is something wrong with his head. Friend, don't listen to his nonsense." He put on a flattering smile. Then he said to Yang Kai, "Friend, I really don't want to harm you. It's just that I was dragged by that man, so I had to come down to investigate. Just now, I had no choice but to attack your artifact spirit. Fortunately, your Excellency's artifact spirit is not damaged, which is a blessing in disguise. Master, I hope you can be magnanimous and forgive me." As soon as he said these shameless words, Yang Kai didn't have time to respond. On the other side, Hua Gu was so angry that his face turned red, and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He flew into a rage, and blue veins popped out all over his body. He angrily shouted, "Shameless bastard, do you have any sense of shame? Shut up." Zhou suddenly shouted at the other side with righteous indignation. Said, "From now on, I have nothing to do with you." Wahaha. Hua Gu was so angry that he was about to go crazy. He let out a strange cry. While he was distracted, the Dharmakaya finally found a flaw. The Dharmakaya stomped on the ground with one foot. He roared, "Draw a circle around the prison." A strange power gushed out from that huge body. All of a sudden, the ground began to flow as if it had turned into liquid. Not only that, but long hands even grew out of the flowing soil and flew into the sky like whips. Hua Gu did not notice and was directly entangled by these long whips. "Not good!" Hua Gu exclaimed. He was about to break free from the shackles of these long whips, but he felt a huge force pulling him from below. His body was pulled down uncontrollably and sank directly into the ground, leaving only his head above the ground. It was strange. The moment Hua Gu sank into the ground, the flowing liquid-like earth returned to its original state. Not only that, but it also became impregnable. No matter how Hua Gu struggled, he could not break free. He was like a man who had fallen into a swamp, with no way to advance or retreat. He was completely imprisoned. The huge body of the Dharma body stood in front of him like a mountain, blocking all the light in front of him. Oh? New divine technique? Yang Kai's eyes lit up and he was quite surprised. He remembered that the Dharma body did not use this kind of secret technique before. He did not know whether it was the Dharma body himself, or the talent of the Stone Mongoose clan, or the credit of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor. On the other side, Zhou An's legs and stomach were shaking. Seeing that Hua Gu of the Third Order Dao Source Realm was defeated in a short time, how could he dare to continue to stay in place? He hurriedly cupped his fists and said, "That's all I have to say, I'll take my leave." As he spoke, he was about to leave this place and drag out an ignoble existence. "Did I say you could leave?" Yang Kai waved his hand and a crescent blade cut in his path. Zhou paused, turned around, and said with a smile, "Then I don't know. What other orders do you have?" Although he had adopted a servile attitude, the depths of his eyes were still filled with vigilance. Kai Yang didn't doubt that if he were to attack him, Zhou would definitely retaliate in the first instant. A guy like him who could casually betray his own senior and junior brothers probably wouldn't trust anyone. "I don't have any orders," Yang Kai said lightly, "but since you said you're not on the same side as them, you have to do something to prove it, right?" "Do something." Zhou An's eyes flickered, but soon, he nodded and said, "I understand, just wait and see, friend." After saying this, he once again summoned his long spear artifact, poured his source qi into it, and the power of law lingered on it. With a leap, he rushed towards the battle circle of Lu Yan and Xiong Ning. As the long spear shook, a halo of light burst out from the tip of the spear. "Chaos Origin Divine Spear!" He shouted, his eyes full of murderous intent, and his target was Xiong Ning. Xiong Ning was shocked. Under Lu Yan's attacks, he hadn't been able to gain the upper hand, and Zhou An's shameless actions had disrupted his concentration. At this moment, he was struggling to hold on, so when Zhou An suddenly attacked with his spear, he instantly smelled the scent of death. After barely blocking Lu Yan's blow, Xiong Ning shouted, "Brother Zhou, are you crazy?" Zhou An coldly snorted and did not speak. The long spear in his hand suddenly condensed, retracted, and sent out again. When the terrifying attack was a few centimeters away from Xiong Ning, it directly changed direction and blasted towards Lu Yan. "I knew you would do this." Lu Yan panicked but did not panic. He coldly snorted, opened his mouth, and a pillar of fire mixed with the violent power of thunder and lightning rushed forward. Kong, a huge halo of light burst out, drowning the figures of the three people on the battlefield, and did not dissipate for a long time. At the same time, the corners of Yang Kai's mouth rose. A sneer appeared on his face. He clearly saw it. After Zhou An feinted the spear, he immediately used a secret technique, burning his blood essence. His whole body glowed with a dark red light, as if he was wrapped in a blood mist, and he fled into the depths of the canyon at an extremely fast speed. Capricious, truly a vile character. Kai Yang praised. If he were in Zhou An's position, if he wanted to survive, he would not be able to do anything better. However, his feint not only disturbed Lu Yan, but also deceived Xiong Ning. So, after this attack, Xiong Ning was completely dumbfounded. He thought that he was going to die, but when he realized that he was unharmed, Lu Yan rushed towards him again. He could only brace himself and continue to fight. Deep in the canyon, Zhou An fled frantically. After seeing that Hua Gu was imprisoned, he knew that if he did not escape, he would definitely die. No matter what the strange stone giant was, the young man from the First Order Dao Source Realm was definitely not someone he could deal with. He had never seen such a monster. The divine sense strength of the First Order Dao Source Realm cultivator was actually comparable to a Third Order cultivator. As the saying goes, a wise man submits to circumstances. Zhou An had always been a flexible character. In the sect, he was good with money. He was good at managing interpersonal relationships. This blood-burning technique consumed a lot of his body, but it could increase his speed by 50% for a short time. He was confident that no matter how strong Yang Kai was, it was impossible for him to catch up to him. But, just as this thought flashed through his mind, a ripple appeared in the void in front of him. A clear fluctuation of space force came from there. Zhou was taken aback and looked forward suspiciously. He saw a figure slowly walking out of the void, staring at him with a playful gaze. You. Zhou eyes widened as he looked at Yang Kai in disbelief. He exclaimed, "How is this possible?" However, he was also very knowledgeable. He immediately thought of something and said in horror, "The space divine technique?" Zhou could not find a second explanation for the scene in front of him except for the legendary teleportation secret technique performed by a cultivator who had mastered the Tao of space. Although there were some special artifacts that could penetrate the void and do similar things, Zhou did not see any signs of Yang Kai using such artifacts. He immediately understood that the guy in front of him was a cultivator who had mastered the Tao of space. After figuring this out, Zhou's face turned ashen. As long as one had a brain, one would not run away from someone who was proficient in the Tao of space. It was just a waste of energy. At this moment, Zhou's mouth was stuffed with bitterness. He opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something. Yang Kai directly interrupted him, "I'll take whatever you say as a fart." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Kai waved his hand and dozens of moon blades shot out crazily. Zhou's heart sank to the bottom. He waved the long spear in his hand and spun it in front of him to block the attacks. With a series of clanking sounds, although the moon blades were blocked, Zhou was forced to retreat again and again. Before he could stabilize his body, Yang Kai suddenly disappeared in front of him. Zhou was shocked and quickly released his divine sense, but he could not find any trace of Yang Kai. He instinctively turned around and stabbed his spear, but he hit nothing. There was no one there. A voice that made his hair stand on end came from behind his head, like the summons of the Grim Reaper, Million Sword Chi, chasing Moon Swallows the Wolf. A sensational sword intent filled the air, and the boundless sword Chi slashed down. The dark canyon was instantly lit up as if it was daytime. At this moment, Zhou felt as if he was being assisted by a god. He shouted and rose to block, using everything he had learned in his life. His source Chi madly poured into the long spear in his hand, and thousands of spear shadows appeared. Violent energy sputtered in the void, and the power of the ultimate move burst out in all directions. Muffled groans could be heard, and blood splashed. After the dazzling white light dissipated, Yang Kai stood quietly with the myriad sword in his hand. Not far away, Zhou was covered in blood, and his body was covered in wounds. His flesh was torn, and his bones were exposed. His clothes were tattered, and the burning red light outside his body had disappeared. His aura was so weak that it was almost undetectable. He turned his eyes with difficulty and fixed his gaze on the myriad sword in Yang Kai's hand. The corners of his mouth curled up as he said bitterly, "Emperor, treasure, this Zhou's death was not unjust." As soon as he finished speaking, he fell straight to the ground. In midair, his eyes quickly lost their light. Chapter 2146. By the time Yang Kai returned, the battle between Lu Yan and Xiongning had already ended, and the result was as expected, Lu Yan won. However, she did not kill Xiongning, but instead crippled him and threw him to the ground. Xiongning's aura was weak, and he was constantly groaning and screaming, looking very miserable. On the other side, Huagu was still imprisoned in the ground, only his head was exposed. The embodiment was sitting cross-legged in front of him, its huge hand stretched out like two giant claws, grabbing towards Huagu's position. A magical power came from the two giant hands. Under the influence of this power, the source Qi in Huagu's body, and even the essence of his flesh and blood, were all turned into pure world energy and poured into the embodiment's body, being absorbed by it. Seeing this scene, Yang Kai's eyes narrowed slightly. "Master." Lu Yan came over, her beautiful eyes filled with horror, and asked in a low voice, "What secret art is this?" She was also frightened by the embodiment's actions. Although Hua Gu and the other two's actions were despicable and vile, what the embodiment was doing at this moment seemed to be extracting the essence and strength of Hua Gu's body and transforming it into his own strength. With the embodiment's actions, Hua Gu's body quickly shriveled, like a fruit that had lost its moisture. His skin cracked, and his face became sallow. His cultivation realm in the third order Dao source realm was also weakening at an extremely terrifying speed. This kind of despair and torment before death was far more terrifying than being torn into pieces. Heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique. Yang Kai replied in a low voice. He was also a little surprised. He did not expect the embodiment to cultivate the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique to this extent. The scene in front of him was somewhat familiar, back in the Blue Feather Sect's bone prison. When he released Wu Mengchuan. Wu Mengchuan used the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique to devour all the other cultivator in the bone prison, causing those cultivators to die an unnatural death, thus restoring him to his peak state in a very short time. The embodiment obviously could not achieve the level of Wu Mengchuan, but the nature was the same, absorbing the strength of others to strengthen himself. Heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique. It could devour all spiritual things in the world, and cultivate to the extreme. It was extremely overbearing and unstoppable. The heaven-devouring Great Emperors cultivated this battle technique, precisely because of this secret art. It provoked the public anger, and laid the groundwork for their own destruction. This secret art is too overbearing and evil. Lu Yen frowned, seemingly a little displeased. Yang Kai nodded lightly in agreement. After witnessing the scene in front of him, he had to admit that this was an extremely evil and overbearing technique. While the two of them were talking, Hua Gu had already lost his vitality. His whole body was just skin and bones. It seemed that even his flesh and blood had disappeared. But the embodiment, the time. Tragic cries rang out, echoing throughout the canyon for a long time. After a while, Xiongning also became a mummified existence. Only then did the embodiment breathe a sigh of satisfaction. Yang Kai clearly felt that after using the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique to devour all the cultivation of the two Dao Source Realm cultivators, the embodiment's aura had become much stronger. His originally clear eyes flashed with a strange light at this moment. Through the connection of his divine sense, Yang Kai faintly felt that the wisp of soul clone living in the embodiment's body had become a little different. A strange aura lingered in it. This secret art, you didn't cultivate it back then. It was a wise decision. The embodiment said in a muffled voice. What do you mean? Yang Kai raised his brow. The embodiment said, before, I was just absorbing the essence of various minerals, so I didn't notice anything. I only felt that this secret art was extremely powerful, and my strength improved quickly when cultivating it, but now, something is affecting my soul, making me involuntarily bloodthirsty. I want to kill and devour more. As he spoke, his eyes flashed with a faint red light. Are you addicted? Yang Kai touched his chin and muttered to himself. The embodiment shook his head and said, that's not the point. The point is that when using this secret art to devour energy, it will also devour some other things, which will affect my soul. I understand. Yang Kai nodded and asked again, so now I'm fine. The embodiment waved his hand. I speculate that the other things being devoured should be the remnant thoughts of the dead cultivators, or the panic and anger before their deaths. If you were to absorb these things, it would be extremely difficult to dissolve them, but I'm different. At this point, the embodiment grinned and patted his body, proudly saying, this is the body of the Stone Mongoose clan, which can naturally purify impurities. I think. I just need to rest for a while, and I'll be fine. Then there's no time to lose. Come back first. Yang Kai said and took the sealed world bead from Lu Yan's hand. With a thought, he put the embodiment into it. Will the big guy be okay? Lu Yan asked worriedly. No, the physique of the Stone Mongoose clan is very special. However, before he completely purifies the things that affect his soul, he shouldn't be able to use the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's secret art to devour energy anymore, Yang Kai replied. However, after this, he somewhat understood why the heaven-devouring Great Emperor had reached the end of his path when he was at the peak. It seemed that it wasn't just his practice of devouring everything that had aroused the disgust of others, but also his change in temperament. Think about it, such a powerful cultivator would only think about devouring this and devouring that all day long. No one would feel safe. Moreover, at the level of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor, only other Great Emperors could interest him in devouring. Even if it was for self-preservation, the other Great Emperors would have to join forces to eliminate him. Yang Kai thought for a moment, then suddenly turned his head and looked to the side, saying in surprise, "She's about to break through?" He suddenly found that there was an unusual energy fluctuation coming from Zhang Ruoxi's side. It was a sign that she was about to break through. Without needing his instructions, Lu Yen took back the Wanfeng feather. The little girl's physique is a little strange. Lu Yen looked quietly at the other side and said, "She seems to be able to directly devour the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's world energy. It doesn't take too long for her to transform it." Physique? Yang Kai frowned and shook his head. There shouldn't be any problem with her physique. I checked it before, and it's just an ordinary physique. However, the power of the bloodline hidden in her body is a little unpredictable. The space spirit Jade only reacted to Zhang Ruoxi. Obviously, it was because she had inherited some kind of bloodline power from her ancestors. However, Yang Kai didn't know what kind of bloodline it was, let alone what the reaction between her and the space spirit Jade meant. No matter what the reason was, Zhang Ruoxi's cultivation speed was incredible. She didn't have a good cultivation environment before, so her performance was quite normal. Although her cultivation speed wasn't slow, it was also thanks to the marrow washing pill given to her by Yang Kai. This kind of spirit pill could allow any cultivator below the Origin King realm to break through extremely quickly. It was a kind of spirit pill that could improve aptitude. However, once a cultivator broke through to the Origin King realm, the effect of this spirit pill would disappear. As for this spirit Qi, it was as if some kind of restriction in her body had been lifted. It madly swallowed the surrounding world energy, allowing her to break through to the Third Order Saint King realm in a very short time. Now, she was on the verge of breaking through to the Origin Returning realm. When a cultivator broke through from the Saint King realm to the Origin Returning realm, the first thing they had to do was condense their shi. Yang Kai had also experienced this step in the past, so he naturally knew how difficult it was. So, he quickly held his breath and prepared to send a message to Zhang Ruoxi to secretly give her some pointers. With his current cultivation, he was qualified to do so. But before he could speak, a look of astonishment appeared on his face. Because a layer of energy invisible to the naked eye had suddenly appeared around Zhang Ruoxi's body. This aura condensed her essence and was maintained within a 10-meter radius, allowing her to instantly notice even the slightest movement within this range. Sure. Yang Kai's expression was extremely strange. Zhang Ruoxi had condensed her shi so easily and without warning, and this was before breaking through to the Origin Returning realm, let alone seeing such an incredible thing. Yang Kai had never even heard of it before. Lu Yan's beautiful eyes also flashed with a look of surprise. The wind and clouds converged in the sky as the Qi below the canyon churned. After Zhang Ruoxi condensed her shi, her world energy baptism also followed. Like a bolt from the blue, the world energy gathered into a pillar and fell down, blasting Zhang Ruoxi's delicate body. With a muffled groan, Zhang Ruoxi showed a look of pain. Yang Kai and Lu Yen immediately retreated and watched from a distance. The difference between their current cultivation and Zhang Ruoxi's was too great. If they rashly entered the range of her breakthrough, it was very likely that they would interfere with the world principles and cause some unpredictable consequences. Zhang Ruoxi's breakthrough could only be achieved by herself. However, the little girl had always looked weak and delicate, so whether she could succeed or not was something Yang Kai was secretly worried about. Before he could finish this thought, his eyes suddenly widened as he looked behind Zhang Ruoxi. Behind the little girl, an illusory figure suddenly appeared. The illusory figure was ethereal and transparent, looking extremely unreal. But soon, the illusory figure suddenly swelled and turned into an existence that was dozens of feet tall. This is... Yang Kai couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Lu Yan's face, on the other hand, turned pale. She didn't know why, but she felt a fatal threat from this phantom, a kind of panic that came from the depths of her heart, making her want to get as far away from it as possible. At this moment, the silhouette of the figure was revealed. It looked like a woman that had been magnified countless times. She was wearing armor, and her cape was fluttering behind her. Her hands were crossed, and she was standing on the hilt of a huge sword. The woman's figure was curvaceous, valiant, and her hair fluttered in the wind. The appearance of this phantom couldn't be seen clearly, only a rough outline. It was unstable and constantly distorted, but it was somewhat similar to Zhang Ruoxi, as if the projection of her in that outfit had been enlarged. Chapter 2147. As soon as this huge phantom appeared, it slowly raised its head and glanced at the surging world energy gathering in the sky. Immediately, it opened its mouth and sucked fiercely. What happened next was a shocking scene. Under her suction, the world energy that was supposed to affect Zhang Ruoxi was sucked into her stomach and disappeared. After doing all this, the woman's phantom lowered its head and suddenly shrank into Zhang Ruoxi's body and disappeared. But before she left, Yang Kai faintly felt that she seemed to be looking down at him. Even without meeting the other party's eyes, Yang Kai was inexplicably horrified and felt a sense of inferiority. What was that? Lu Yan's voice trembled a little. Although the strange phantom had disappeared, the fear it brought to her didn't diminish. It made her shiver all over. Yang Kai shook his head numbly. Kong, a halo of energy suddenly burst out with Zhang Ruoxi as the center and radiated in all directions. After the phantom shrank into her body, she directly broke through to the origin returning realm without any hindrance. It could even be said that it was a matter of course. Yang Kai was dumbfounded. Whether it was Zhang Ruoxi directly condensing her shi, or the appearance of the strange phantom, or her sudden breakthrough, it was all beyond his comprehension. All of this seemed so unreal. At this moment, there was only one thought lingering in his mind. What kind of bloodline did Zhang Ruoxi inherit? Was that phantom the projection of the Zhang family's ancestors' will? Master. I want to go back first, Lu Yan suddenly said. Yang Kai glanced at her. Noticing that her state was a little strange, he didn't force her. He nodded and put her into the sealed world bead. Zhang Ruoxi, who had broken through to the Dao source realm, showed no signs of stopping. She was still madly devouring the surrounding world energy. At this moment, she had become a bottomless pit. No matter how much world energy there was, she could absorb it all. Coupled with the absorption of the sealed world bead, the world energy sea below the canyon became thin at an extremely fast rate. One day later, the originally cloudy and misty canyon was no longer the same as before. The world energy sea was also gone, becoming the same as the rest of the Four Seasons realm. It was not until then that Zhang Ruoxi let out a moan and slowly opened her eyes. She seemed to be a little confused about the changes in her body. After opening her eyes, she frowned slightly, spread her hands in front of her, and slightly clenched them. After a while, she came back to her senses and noticed that someone was watching her. She raised her head and met Yang Kai's gaze. Sir. Zhang Ruoxi got up. He called out softly. Congratulations, Zhang Ruoxi, Zhang Ruoxi, Zhang Ruoxi, Zhang Ruoxi pursed her lips and said, I don't know what happened. I feel like I just fell asleep and became like this. Slept? Yang Kai raised his brow, So, you don't know anything about what happened before? Zhang Ruoxi raised her head and asked in amazement, what happened? She turned her head and looked around, only to find two shriveled corpses. She screamed in fright and her face turned pale. Did someone attack us? Zhang Ruoxi asked in fear. Yang Kai smiled bitterly and shook his head. He didn't know how to explain the abnormal scene to her, so he just said, a few guys who didn't know the difference between life and death. However, Zhang Ruoxi's reaction made him have some guesses. It was rumored that some powerful exotic beasts, especially those holy spirits, were born with great strength. Furthermore, they didn't need to cultivate too hard to increase their strength. They only needed to wait for the accumulation of time, and the bloodline power in their bodies would slowly awaken. They would slowly grow, and in the end, they would stand at the peak of this world. Zhang Ruoxi's situation was somewhat similar to these monster beast and divine spirit inheritances. Otherwise, it would be impossible to explain how her strength had improved so much in just 2 days without her noticing. Thinking of this, Yang Kai asked, Ruoxi, has anyone ever explained to you how to break through to the origin returning realm and condense one's shi? No. Zhang Ruoxi shook her head. When I was at home, Ruoxi's strength was still very low. Old ancestor told me to wait until I reached the Third Order Saint King realm before explaining these things to me. Yang Kai nodded after hearing this. He remembered that he had never told Zhang Ruoxi about these things either. Breaking through to the origin returning realm wasn't a big deal. Even if she didn't understand it, she could still explore it on her own and improvise. However, the condensation of shi wasn't something that could be grasped overnight, yet Zhang Ruoxi was able to condense her shi in one fell swoop. In other words, the method to condense shi was deeply rooted in her soul. This was definitely because of her bloodline inheritance. Sir, is there a problem with Ruoxi's cultivation? Zhang Ruoxi asked uneasily. No, there's no such thing. Yang Kai quickly shook his head to prevent her from misunderstanding, pausing for a moment before continuing, you just broke through, so consolidating your cultivation is more important. Go back to the sealed world bead first. Yes. Zhang Ruoxi nodded meekly, relaxing her body and mind, allowing Yang Kai to put her into the sealed world bead. Standing in place and pondering for a while, Yang Kai still couldn't figure out the situation. He didn't ask Zhang Ruoxi about the huge woman phantom just now because she probably wouldn't be able to give him an answer. After a while, he turned his head and looked to the side. Not far away, a stream of light was quickly approaching. After a while, Wuxia Xianxia appeared in front of him with a happy look on her face. Obviously, her harvest was not small. What happened? Wuxia Xianxia asked in shock when she saw the 2 dried corpses on the ground. Someone was looking for trouble. Yang Kai explained lightly. He didn't ask her what she had gained. After all, they had agreed before that she would keep all her gains. He just said, you come back first, I have to rush to the winter territory. Wait a minute. What is it? Wuxia Xianxia pursed her lips and smiled. I suddenly remembered something on the way back. Yang Kai didn't answer. He just motioned with his eyes for her to continue. There is a hidden treasure in the 2 Seasons mountain range. Are you interested in exploring it? Wuxia Xianxia asked with a smile. How do you know? Yang Kai asked in surprise. Wuxia Xianxia said, I am a member of the Star Soul Palace. If nothing unexpected happens, I will be one of the 40 spots in the Star Soul Palace this time. I have been preparing for the 4 Seasons realm for a long time. What's so strange about knowing a hidden treasure? The 2 Seasons mountain range? Yang Kai showed a thoughtful look. Don't worry, although I don't know what you are going to do in the winter territory, it's just on the way. It won't take long. Do you have the exact location? Yang Kai asked. Wuxia Xianxia couldn't help but roll her eyes. She said, the hidden treasure is just some clues I found from the ancient records of the sect. Although there is a map, the direction is not very clear. It only outlines a general area. If you really want to go, you have to find it yourself. So, you don't know what's inside? Yang Kai asked. Hua Qingxi looked at his reluctant appearance and couldn't help but curl her lips. It seems you don't know much about the Four Seasons realm. Why do you say that? Yang Kai frowned. Hua Qingxi giggled. Do you know who gave birth to the Four Seasons realm? Do you know? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. Hua Qingxi said proudly, if I don't know, why would I ask you? Yang Kai suddenly grinned. Speak. Seeing his threatening look, Hua Qingxi couldn't help but pout. Flowing Time Great Emperor, Great Emperors, have you heard of them? Yang Kai shook his head. Hua Qingxi's expression froze. She said, since ancient times. Those who are qualified to be called Great Emperors are all the top masters in the world. However, even if they are the top, there is still the possibility of falling. In historical records, there are at least dozens of Great Emperors who have fallen, and the Flowing Time Great Emperor is one of them. The divine art that this Great Emperor cultivates is called the Flowing Time Great Emperor Divine Art. Once the Flowing Time Great Emperor's divine technique is used, 1,000 years will pass in an instant. Those who are hit will silently lose their lifespan. Naturally, they will die. No one knows how these great emperors fell, but it is rumored that the Four Seasons realm is a secret cave of the Flowing Time Great Emperor. The power of the Four Seasons in the secret territory is also manifested by the Flowing Time Great Emperor's divine technique, and it has not dissipated for countless years. It is also rumored that somewhere in the Four Seasons realm, there is a majestic temple called the Flowing Time Temple, which contains endless benefits left behind by the Flowing Time Great Emperor Great Emperors. If one can get one or two of them, their future prospects will be smooth and there will be no more obstacles. This rumor has been circulating among the great sects, but unfortunately, no one can prove it, only some vague records. The secret territory I mentioned is most likely related to the Flowing Time Temple. She proudly described it, and sure enough, it aroused Yang Kai's interest. But if you don't want to go, then don't go, Hua Qingxi said, trying to whet Yang Kai's appetite. Yang Kai decisively reached out to her. What are you doing? Hua Qingxi asked vigilantly. Give me the map. Hua Qingxi immediately covered her space ring, jumped back a few steps, and gritted her teeth. I'm warning you, if you dare to use force, I will. You will what? Yang Kai approached her with a grin. This place is deserted, even if you shout until your throat is hoarse, no one will come to save you. Besides, as soon as I give the order, you will have to obediently hand over the map. You're shameless, you beast. Don't come any closer. If you come any closer, I'll scream. Fine, fine, I'll give it to you. Hua Qingxi took out a piece of animal skin from her space ring and threw it to Yang Kai as she angrily said, What's so interesting about this? A big man bullying a weak woman like me, don't you have any shame? Yang Kai ignored her and just looked at the simple map drawn on the animal skin in his hand. He found that, as Hua Qingxi said, there were not many clues on the map, and the direction was unclear. Chapter 2148. The entire Four Seasons realm was divided into four major territory: spring, summer, autumn, and winter. The environment was different and the climate was complex. The location of the junction of each territory was particularly strange. As for the Two Seasons Mountain, it ran through the entire Four Seasons realm, like a continuous line that divided the territory of the four regions that were close together. Yang Kai had seen this information from the Jade Slip, so when Hua Qingxi mentioned the Two Seasons Mountain, he was not too surprised. However, from the information revealed by Hua Qingxi, Azure Sun Temple was still hiding something from him. At the very least, they did not share the information about the Flowing Time Temple with him. This was to be expected. After all, he was just an outsider. Murong Xiao gave him the Jade Slip that recorded most of the information about the Four Seasons realm. He was afraid that Gao Shueting had tacitly agreed to it. Any more and it would be leaking the sect's secrets. However, Yang Kai was sure that the people of Azure Sun Temple should know about the Flowing Time Temple, if the Flowing Time Temple really existed. On the map that Hua Qingxi gave to Yang Kai, the location of the Flowing Time Temple was recorded in the Two Seasons Mountain between the Summer Territory and the Winter Territory, so for Yang Kai, this trip was really just on the way. He put away the map and let Hua Qingxi hide in the sealed world bead. He then summoned his wooden boat and rushed all the way in the direction of the Winter Territory. A day passed in a hurry, and a continuous mountain range suddenly appeared in front of him. Looking from a distance, the mountain forest was verdant and lush. The side facing him was scorching hot, but the top of the mountain was covered in silver and white snow. On the other side of the mountain range that Yang Kai could not see. It must be an extremely cold world. This was obviously the Two Seasons Mountain. Yang Kai did not hesitate too much. While releasing his divine sense to check the surrounding situation, he directly plunged in. In the jungle, the climate was sultry, but for a cultivator like Yang Kai, it would not affect him much. He memorized the information recorded in the map in his mind and began to search for the Flowing Time Temple without deviating from the direction of the Winter Territory. He thought very clearly. Since the existence of the Flowing Time Temple was elusive and almost no one had found it during the opening of the Four Seasons realm, he naturally could not have too much hope, lest he waste of energy and time. For him, it would be good if he could find it. But if he could not find it, then he could directly cross the Two Seasons Mountain and enter the Winter Territory. The Tribulation Fruit was the biggest goal of his trip. With this kind of mentality, Yang Kai was relaxed. He controlled the wooden boat to fly at a low altitude. In this mountain forest, there seemed to be some traces of monster beasts, but they weren't too strong. Yang Kai wasn't in the mood to find trouble with them, so he just ignored them. Occasionally, one or two rare medicinal herbs could be found. They were all carefully collected by Yang Kai. He transplanted them to the medicine garden in the small sealed world. Half a day passed in a flash. Although he did not find any trace of the Flowing Time Temple, it was not without gains. At a certain moment, just as Yang Kai was flying at a low altitude and investigating his surroundings, his expression suddenly changed and he looked up in a certain direction. On the other side, a series of rustling noises could be heard from a distance, as if something was fleeing, but because of the forest's obstruction, Yang Kai couldn't see it clearly. He released his divine sense. He immediately noticed an aura equivalent to a second-order Dao source realm coming from that direction. But at this moment, the owner of this aura seemed to have been seriously injured, and its energy fluctuations were extremely unstable. Just as Yang Kai was investigating, a monster beast suddenly leaped out of the jungle in front of him. This monster beast looked like a lizard that had been magnified dozens of times. It had a pointy head and a long body, but it had two fiery red wings on its back. There was a diamond-shaped mark on its head, as if it had been branded with a soldering iron. It looked extremely strange. It was unknown who it had fought a life-and-death battle with. At this moment, one of the wings on its back had been chopped off, and its tail was nowhere to be found. Its entire body was dripping with blood with countless wounds, and its flesh and blood were overturned. It leapt towards Yang Kai in a panic, not expecting that Yang Kai would block its path. In the blink of an eye, the giant lizard's eyes turned red as it opened its mouth and launched an attack towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai only saw a flash of scarlet light before a sharp wave of energy rushed towards him. He could clearly see that the giant lizard's attack was actually its long tongue. That scarlet tongue was straight like a sharp sword, incomparably sharp. In a hurry, Yang Kai's figure flickered and dodged, causing the long tongue attack to hit empty air. At the same time, he flicked his wrist and shot a dozen moon blades at the giant lizard. The giant lizard was in mid-air, so it could not dodge, so the moon blades directly cut its body. However, this giant lizard's body was quite sturdy, and Yang Kai's hasty moon blade was unable to kill it immediately. Instead, it only managed to create a few sparks on its body, causing it some minor injuries. Using the force of the slashes, the giant lizard fell straight down. Yang Kai's expression turned cold. He condensed his body and took a step forward. Like a meteor falling from the sky, he arrived above the giant lizard's head. In the next moment, he directly used his dragon transformation secret technique. His right fist turned into a dragon claw, clenched tightly, and smashed towards the back of the giant lizard's head. Kong, with a loud bang, accompanied by the sound of bones breaking, the giant lizard's body suddenly bent at a right angle from its neck. Its scarlet tongue stuck out, and its eyes were bloodshot. Its body twitched and struggled, but it was still unable to reverse its fate of death. With a thud, the giant lizard's corpse fell to the ground, and Yang Kai landed lightly beside it. This giant lizard was an 11th order monster beast, comparable to a 2nd order Dao source realm cultivator. If it had not been seriously injured before, Yang Kai would not have been able to kill it in such a short time. It did not look like a rare monster beast, but with its level, its monster core should be quite valuable. Thinking so, Yang Kai bent down and prepared to take out its monster core. But at that moment, something strange happened. The diamond-shaped brand on the giant lizard's forehead suddenly rotated, as if it had a life of its own. Then, it turned into a stream of light and directly left the giant lizard's forehead, rushing towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai was shocked. With a tap of his foot, he hurriedly retreated. He thought that the giant lizard had been blown up and used some kind of strange method. After all, an 11th order monster beast had a high level of intelligence, so it was completely possible for it to play such tricks. His movements were fast, but the stream of light was faster. Yang Kai was unable to avoid it. The stream of light instantly broke through his source chi protection, circled around his body, and then fell on the back of his hand. What the hell? Yang Kai's face was aghast as he exclaimed. The moment the stream of light fell on the back of his hand, he felt a burning pain on the back of his hand. It was as if there was really a soldering iron burning his hand, causing him to retreat in panic. But soon, he found that he was overthinking things. The pain only lasted for a moment, and after a breath, it disappeared. Instead, it became cold and comfortable. Looking down, Yang Kai immediately found that on the back of his right hand, there was a diamond mark. There was actually an additional diamond-shaped mark, which was exactly the same as the one he saw on the giant lizard's forehead. Whoosh whoosh, in the next moment, several figures suddenly appeared not far from Yang Kai. When these people appeared, they all cast their gazes towards the giant lizard's corpse on the ground. Then, they looked up at Yang Kai with an unfriendly expression. Yang Kai was also shocked. When he noticed that the giant lizard was severely injured, he vaguely guessed that there were probably people chasing after it. However, he was distracted by this brand, so he did not notice when these people approached him. Now, he realized. It was too late. It's you. It's you? Among the cultivator looking at Yang Kai, there were two exclamations, but the tone was not quite the same. Yang Kai looked up and suddenly felt a headache, because he suddenly realized that the situation in front of him was slightly complicated. The cultivator chasing after the giant lizard was not from the same force, but was divided into 4 groups. Among the 4 groups of people, he knew half of them. The group on the left was Xiao Bai-yi and Murong Xiao from Azure Sun Temple. He did not know if the two of them had always been together or if they met by chance. Anyway, when they were chased by the flame beasts in the territory of summer, the two should have separated. At this moment, they appeared together in the 2 Seasons mountain range. At this moment, Xiao Bai-yi looked at Yang Kai indifferently. His expression was indifferent as usual. On the other hand, Murong Xiao smiled sweetly at Yang Kai. Next to these two was Heavenly Martial Holy Land's yin-yang twin body, Wu Chang. Yang Kai's memory of this guy was still fresh in his mind. After witnessing the battle between him and Xia Sheng, Yang Kai secretly decided that unless it was absolutely necessary, he would absolutely not have any disputes with this person. It wasn't that he was afraid of him, but rather that this guy was very difficult to deal with. Yang Kai knew that if he wanted to defeat him, he would probably have to use all of his means, and even then, he might not necessarily be able to kill him. On Heavenly Martial Holy Land side, there was only Wu Chang. This was not surprising. Wu Chang had a violent personality and acted strangely. Even his brothers and sisters from the same sect would not have an easy time getting along with him. The disciples of Heavenly Martial Holy Land probably did not want to or dare to be with him, and Wu Chang preferred to act alone. To him, everyone was a burden. The third group consisted of two people, a man and a woman. The man was handsome and the woman was beautiful. The former had the cultivation of the third order Dao source realm, while the latter was only first order. Yang Kai didn't know who these two were, but what made him feel strange was that the third order Dao source realm man had a slightly gloomy look in his eyes when he looked at him, while the woman had a smile on her face. Judging from the patterns on the clothes worn by the two, this man and woman were disciples of Star Soul Palace. They should not be underestimated. The last group, like Wu Chang, was all alone. Yang Kai glanced at him and found that this guy did not come from a great sect. The sect logo on his clothes was also extremely unfamiliar, so he should be from some medium-sized or even small force. However, this guy showed no fear when facing the elite disciples of the three great sects. His expression was extremely calm, which was quite surprising. Chapter 2149. Does this girl know me? Yang Kai glanced around and saw all four groups of people, then asked the female disciple from Star Soul Palace suspiciously. Because of the two sentences that were shouted just now, one of them was shouted by Xiao Bai, while the other was shouted by this girl. If they didn't know each other, how could she shout out such things? However, what Yang Kai did not expect was that the female disciple from Star Soul Palace smiled slightly, shook her head, and said, "You've got the wrong person." Lan Sun said this because although she remembered Yang Kai's appearance, Yang Kai did not recognize her. That time in the third layer of the five-colored treasure pagoda, Lan Sun used the false appearance bead to change her appearance, so what Yang Kai saw was not her current appearance. Yang Kai was speechless and turned to Xiao Bai. "Xiao Bai, you're here too, it's a small world." The veins on Xiao Bai's forehead throbbed as he shouted, "Do you want to die?" Murong Xiao Xiao pursed her lips and smiled, nodding slightly to Yang Kai. Yang Kai said, "Why are you so cold? It's rare for us to meet here, it's fate." Xiao Bai coldly snorted, "Who's fated with you? However, you were able to escape the pursuit of that flame beast alive, it's really a bit surprising." Although he was praising him, his tone was full of ridicule, and no one knew why. At that time, the flame beast from the realm of summer seemed to have gone crazy. So many people had fled in all directions, but it had chosen to target Yang Kai. Many people thought that Yang Kai was doomed, and Xiao Bai also thought so. After all, even Wu Chang was chased away. How could Yang Kai, a first-order Dao Source Realm cultivator, possibly survive? However, the truth was shocking. Yang Kai appeared in the Two Seasons mountain range unscathed. The man and woman from Star Soul Palace's expressions changed slightly when they heard the two words, "Flame Beast." It was obvious that they knew about the existence of the monster beast that was comparable to the one in the Emperor realm. Wu Chang raised his eyebrows and revealed a look of surprise. He could not understand how such a weak cultivator could escape the pursuit of the flame beast. The previous matter. If it weren't for the Azure Sun Temple's group attracting the flame beast's attention, he would have been in big trouble. "You flatter me," Yang Kai said modestly. "Escaping is my strong suit." Yang Kai's unashamed look made Xiao Bai stare at him for a while. "Let's cut the crap." At that moment, the young man in blue robes, who seemed to be from some unknown sect, suddenly shouted coldly and shouted at Yang Kai, "Hand over your star seal and we'll spare your life." As long as Kai Yang cooperated with him, he would let Kai Yang off the hook. His tone and demeanor were like a matter of fact. Yang Kai couldn't help but glance at him. The other party just looked at him coldly, without any intention of avoiding his gaze. The two from Star Soul Palace did not speak. The handsome man just frowned, seemingly a little displeased, while the woman turned her beautiful eyes with interest, as if she was waiting for a good show to begin. Although it's a little redundant. But I still want to ask, how should I address your excellency? Yang Kai looked at the young man in black with a smile. He did not seem angry at all. While speaking, he had already contacted the small sealed world bead with his divine sense and asked Hua Qingxi to help him identify the man and woman from Star Soul Palace. After all, Star Soul Palace was her sect, so she should recognize these two. The young man in black heard this and coldly snorted, "Octagonal door, Luo Yuan. So it's Brother Luo, it's an honor to meet you." Yang Kai showed a look of surprise, as if he had really heard of Luo Yuan's name. In fact, this was the first time he had heard of the octagonal door. The look of contempt on Xiao Baiyi's face became even stronger as he snorted, "Fortunately, you are not a disciple of my Azure Sun Temple, otherwise, would have already cleaned up the sect." Huh. Yang Kai laughed, but suddenly, his face changed slightly. At this time, he had already received the answer from Hua Qingxi from the embodiment, but what he did not expect was that the man and woman from Star Soul Palace were both people with great backgrounds. The man was Xiao Yu Yang's son, Xiao Chen. Yang Kai knew about Xiao Yu Yang, a powerful second-order Emperor Realm Master and the Silver Star Envoy of Star Soul Palace, famous throughout the Southern Territory. It should be said that a tiger father would not beget a dog son. Xiao Yu Yang was powerful and respected, and his son was not mediocre either. Together with Wu Chang, Xia Sheng, Zhuangbu Fan, and others, they were all rising stars in the Southern Territory and had made a name for themselves at a young age. Xiao Chen was one thing, but the woman's background was even more frightening. She was actually the beloved daughter of the Bright Moon Great Emperors, Princess Lan Sun. She was the most desired target for young unmarried men in the entire Southern Territory and even the entire star boundary. If such a woman could be taken in, it would save them at least a few hundred years of hard work. With a father-in-law like the Bright Moon Great Emperors, wouldn't they be able to walk sideways in the entire star boundary? Who would dare to provoke them? However, although Princess Lan Sun's reputation was great, she rarely went out, so basically, outsiders couldn't see her. Yang Kai didn't expect that with her identity and status, she would come to the Four Seasons realm for life experience. Moreover, she came in with the same cultivation as him. Were the Bright Moon Great Emperors not afraid that his precious daughter would have an accident in the Four Seasons realm? Thinking so, Yang Kai glanced at Xiao Chen again. With this flower guardian, Lan Sun should not be allowed to take any risks. These thoughts flashed through Yang Kai's mind like lightning. Although everyone saw that his expression was strange, they did not know what he was thinking. They only thought that he was frightened by Xiao Baiyi's words and could not help but despise him. Yang Kai lowered his head, looked at the diamond-shaped brand on the back of his hand, and muttered to himself, "This really is a star seal." Just now, he had a faint guess in his heart that this was most likely a voucher to enter the Shattered Star Sea, but before he could finish this thought, Wu Chang and the others appeared, giving him no chance to verify it. Luo Yuan's words undoubtedly confirmed his conjecture. The star seal actually appeared on the forehead of a monster beast, and after being killed by Yang Kai, it was transferred to his hand in such an obvious position on the back of his hand. This made it impossible for Yang Kai not to cause trouble. Yang Kai's heart moved, and he turned to Wu Chang and said, "Brother Wu Chang, with a hero like you here, is it really okay to let a guy from a small sect act so arrogant and presumptuous? If word of this spreads out, what will happen to Brother Wu Chang's reputation?" Wu Chang looked at Yang Kai indifferently, unmoved. Although he had a strange temper and a violent personality, since he had cultivated to the level of the third-order Dao source realm, he was naturally not a fool. How could he easily let Yang Kai cause trouble? He just coldly snorted and said, "Although I don't like this guy's arrogance, what he said does make sense. Hand over the star seal, otherwise I'll take it myself." Hearing this, Yang Kai couldn't help scratching his head and said awkwardly, "The two of you are saying that you want to take it by force." At this point, he looked up at Lan Sun and Xiao Chen and asked, "Will Star Soul Palace intervene in this matter?" Lan Sun smiled slightly and said, "I'm afraid there's nothing I can do. I can only promise not to steal it from you." Xiao Chen didn't speak. He just coldly snorted, and the disdain in his eyes became even stronger. He couldn't understand why Princess Lan Xuan seemed to care about such a guy. Moreover, the words he blurted out just now made him realize some problems. With Lan Sun's words, Yang Kai sighed helplessly and said, "If possible, would be happy to hand over this star seal, but I don't know what to do to make the star seal leave the back of my hand. Do you two have any advice?" "Simple." Wu Chang immediately replied, his tone calm, "Just cut off your hand, that's all." "Good." Luo Yuan also nodded and said, "Your hand or your life, choose for yourself." Yang Kai's face turned pale with fright as he stammered, I want both. Is there any other way to do it safely?" Luo Yuan coldly snorted and said, "How can there be such a cheap thing in this world? It seems that you don't want either of them. Since that's the case, I'll fulfill your wish." Having said so, he pushed his source chi and took a step forward, instantly breaking through the barrier of space and arriving in front of Yang Kai. A golden light condensed on his palm and he slammed it towards Yang Kai's chest. At the same time, Wu Chang also moved. Now that the star seal was on the back of the hand of a nobody like Yang Kai, whoever struck first would get it. With Wu Chang's arrogant temperament, how could he allow Luo Yuan to monopolize the benefits? As such, he also arrived behind Yang Kai at once, his palm suddenly becoming crystal clear, as if it was carved from white jade, and containing an extremely cold power, he slammed it towards Yang Kai's back. The two masters from the third-order Dao source realm showed no mercy, each of them filled with murderous intent, only daring to kill Yang Kai in front of the other. After all, the transfer of the star seal would be transferred to the person who killed the carrier. Junior brother Yang. Murong Xiao Zhao's pretty face suddenly turned pale as she exclaimed, "Dodge." Xiao Bai frowned, not having expected that Wu Chang and that guy named Luo Yuan would suddenly attack without warning, their ferocity becoming second nature. Although he didn't like Yang Kai and had even threatened to teach him a lesson in the Four Seasons realm, Yang Kai had entered the Four Seasons realm with the people from Azure Sun Temple and occupied one of their spots, so any excess star seals he obtained would have to be handed over to the temple. In any case, Xiao Bai couldn't sit back and watch Yang Kai be killed. Otherwise, he would not be able to get away with it when the matter was investigated. Yang Kai's death was a small matter, but interfering with the interests of the sect was a big matter. Unfortunately, it was already too late for him to take action. On the other side, Lan Sun's pretty face also changed slightly, a look of reluctance appearing in her eyes. In her opinion, Yang Kai was definitely dead this time, but it was impossible for her to save Yang Kai as doing so was tantamount to offending Wu Chang. Overconfident. Xiao Chen snorted coldly as he watched coldly. Hong, with a loud explosion, Wu Chang and Luo Yuan, who were sandwiching Yang Kai from the front and back, were both stunned at this moment. Both of them felt a huge force and energy impact coming from the front at the same time, causing them to involuntarily be knocked back several dozen meters before they could stabilize themselves. Chapter 2150. Somewhere in the Two Seasons mountain range, the atmosphere was tense. Both Luo Yuan and Wu Chang looked stunned as they stared ahead. Xiao Bai-yi and Murong Xiao Xiao also widened their eyes, somewhat unable to believe what they were seeing. On the other side, Lan Sun's beautiful eyes flashed with surprise. Xiao Chen even whispered, "What's going on?" Just now, Luo Yuan and Wu Chang attacked Yang Kai at the same time, and everyone thought that Yang Kai would die. Regardless of whether the arrogant and domineering Luo Yuan was an embroidered pillow or really had the capital to be proud of, Wu Chang alone was not an ordinary Dao Source Realm master. He was notorious for his cruelty, so how could anyone he targeted have a good end? These two attacked at the same time, one in front and one behind, without any warning. Yang Kai had no way to avoid them. Everyone could almost imagine the tragic scene of Yang Kai dying in front of them, but the result was that Luo Yuan and Wu Chang, who attacked, were pushed back while Yang Kai showed no signs of injury at all. How did he do it? Looking over again, Yang Kai was still standing in place, motionless, but his face was pale and his expression was flustered, as if he had been scared out of his wits. His body was trembling slightly and his forehead was sweating. Although he cut a sorry figure, he was completely unscathed. This boy, what did he do just now? Xiao Chen was a little confused. It was impossible for Luo Yuan and Wu Chang to be pushed back for no reason, so the only explanation was that Yang Kai had secretly used some amazing means to turn the situation around, but no one saw it clearly. Xiao Chen's eyebrows furrowed tightly. He secretly felt that there was something wrong with Kai Yang. Interesting. Lan Sun's beautiful eyes lit up. She showed an interested look. She looked at Yang Kai with interest. Although she was only at the level of the First Order Dao Source Realm, because she was the pearl in the palm of the Great Emperors and had inherited the special physique of the Great Emperors, she had been influenced by the Great Emperors since she was a child, so in terms of knowledge, experience, and vision, she was better than anyone present. Although she did not understand much, she was better than the others. Just now, at the moment when Luo Yuan and Wu Chang's attacks were about to hit him, Lan Sun clearly saw Yang Kai's body turn illusory for a moment. At that moment, he seemed to have disappeared from this world and entered another space. At the same time, Wu Chang and Luo Yuan's attacks arrived. Having lost the target of their attacks, the two men's moves collided with each other. In other words, the one who repelled Luo Yuan was an Anitya Hellguard, and the one who repelled an Anitya Hellguard was Luo Yuan. The two of them had only exchanged one move each. What a strange secret technique. Lan Sun's beautiful eyes lit up. Glancing over at Luo Yuan again, Yang Kai thought to himself, this guy is ridiculously strong, actually being able to fight evenly with Wu Chang. The octagonal door. When did such a monster appear? It seemed like his father, Master, was right. Never underestimate anyone, even if they came from a humble background. He could also have a bright and promising future. This Luo Yuan is the best example. The other guy is definitely not as bad as he appears to be. Humph, this show is too fake. Only a smelly man with a brain full of muscles would really believe it. But then again, what's this guy's name? All kinds of distracting thoughts flashed through Lan Sun's mind as she firmly believed that Yang Kai was playing the pig to eat the tiger. She couldn't help casting a mocking look at Yang Kai, who was shivering mid-air, as if she had long seen through his disguise. At that moment, Wu Chang finally recovered and looked over at Yang Kai. Staring at Luo Yuan coldly, he asked, "Do you want to die?" Although he did not understand when Yang Kai had repelled him just now, Wu Chang was able to figure out who had struck him. With his arrogant personality, he naturally pointed his spear at Luo Yuan. He thought it was Luo Yuan who had ruined his plan and given Yang Kai the opportunity to use his strange secret technique to resolve the crisis. "Who are you asking?" Yang Kai looked flustered as he pointed at himself. "Are you talking about me? I don't want to die. Please don't kill me." As he spoke, he also called out to Xiao Bai-yi, "Xiao Bai, can you explain to brother Wu Chang and ask him to let me go?" Xiao Bai-yi glared at him and gritted his teeth. "I really want to rush over and kill you right now." Fortunately, Yang Kai was not a disciple of Azure Sun Temple, otherwise, Xiao Baiyi would have really done such a thing. It was really shameful to be in the same sect as such a person. Xiao Baiyi secretly hated himself for not seeing Yang Kai's true nature before, otherwise, he would not have agreed to give Shuiyi's spot to Yang Kai. Even Murong Xiao, who was standing next to him, cast a strange look at Yang Kai. If you want to fight, then I'll fight. Luo Yuan's eyes also crossed Yang Kai, his sonorous voice and determined expression showing that he was not afraid of the famous Wu Chang at all. In fact, deep down in his heart, he could not wait to fight Wu Chang to prove himself. The two of them ignored Yang Kai together. You've got guts. Wu Chang grinned, his expression very pleasant. I haven't met a guy like you in a long time, you're really interesting. As he spoke, he even stuck out his tongue and licked his lower lip. He looked like a pervert who had just met a naked beauty. The two's eyes met mid-air and sparks flew, the atmosphere in the air becoming extremely tense. Yang Kai stood between the two of them, and although he was ignored, he had to bear the pressure of the two at the same time, causing his already pale face to become even more unbearable. Hoo. Even the noisy wind was filled with cold murderous intent, sending chills down one's spine. Enough. Seeing that Luo Yuan and Wu Chang were about to fight, Lan Sun really couldn't stand it anymore. After shouting softly, she took 2 steps forward and said, both of you are rising stars of my southern territory, future pillars of the 4 Seasons sect. There is no need to quarrel over such trivial matters. Before coming in, Uncle Xiao also said that he hoped everyone would focus on the overall situation. Our opponents are not each other, but the people from the other 3 territories. I ask the 2 of you to give us some face and turn weapons of war into gifts of jade and silk. Hearing this, Wu Chang and Luo Yuan frowned at the same time, seemingly not having expected Princess Lan Sun to come forward to mediate at this time. Although they were a little unhappy in their hearts, the 2 of them really didn't dare not give face to Princess Lan Sun. Offending Lan Sun here was nothing, but once they left the 4 Seasons realm and word of this spread, their sects would no longer dare to shelter them. Since the princess has said so, the 2 of you should stop, otherwise, you will become this Xiao's enemy. Xiao Chen also stood up. As a qualified flower protector, he naturally knew what to say at this time. Consider yourself lucky. Wu Chang and Luo Yuan said this sentence almost at the same time, restraining their auras, as if their master had magnanimously let the other party off the hook. Wu Chang glanced at Luo Yuan and said to Lan Sun, Your Highness, this Wu Chang will give you face this time and not bother with him, but if there is a next time. Even if the great emperors are here, I will kill this piece of garbage who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. In his eyes, except for a few people, all other cultivators could be classified as garbage. He didn't even put the elite disciples of Azure Sun Temple and Orthodoxy Temple in his eyes, so how could he respect Luo Yuan, who came from the octagonal door? Being provoked by a piece of garbage like this, if it weren't for Lan Sun's interference, he wouldn't have tolerated it. I have long heard of Heavenly Marshal Holy Land's Wu Chang's strength, but now it seems that all he has is a big mouth. Luo Yuan was not someone to be trifled with, and his words were laced with sarcasm, almost provoking the peaceful atmosphere again. Enough. Lan Sun also felt a headache coming on. If you really want to fight over some rare treasure, I won't bother to stop you, but if it's just because of a single star seal, it's not worth it. There is more than 1 star seal in the 4 Seasons realm, and there is still plenty of time. Everyone can just go and find one. While speaking, she glanced at the back of Yang Kai's hand and continued, and, this is just a single rhombus-shaped star seal, it's even less worth it. What? Star seals are divided into grades? Yang Kai immediately heard a trace of unusual information from Lan Sun's words and asked in surprise. Why are you spouting so much nonsense? Xiao Chen glanced at him indifferently and said sarcastically, Since you've survived, you should obediently run away with your tail between your legs. Are you still going to stay here and wait for death? Huh. Yang Kai's mouth twitched a few times as his expression became awkward. He turned his gaze to Xiao Baiyi, wanting to ask about the specific situation of the star seal, but he didn't expect Xiao Baiyi to look away directly with a look of silence. Yang Kai suddenly felt depressed. However, looking at Xiao Baiyi's appearance, he should know something, but this information was probably the same as the existence of the Flowing Time Temple, a sect secret, so it was not convenient for him to reveal it. On the side, Murong Xiao Xiao showed an apologetic expression to Yang Kai. Yang Kai understood and no longer asked any more questions. Good, now that this star seal has an owner, there's no need for any more superfluous ideas. Go do what you need to do. Lan Sun's words were like the final nail in the coffin, helping Yang Kai in disguise. After hearing her say this, as long as someone had some dignity, they would no longer try to snatch Yang Kai's star seal. Although Wu Chang and Luo Yuan were belligerent and unruly, they still had some dignity and wouldn't say one thing in public and another behind their backs. As soon as her voice fell, Wu Chang and Luo Yuan glanced at each other, both of their eyes conveying the same message: don't let me see you again, or I'll teach you a lesson. Immediately, the two of them coldly snorted at the same time, turned their backs to each other, and prepared to leave. But at that moment, a sudden change occurred. In the depths of the Two Seasons mountain range, there was a strange vibration, bringing with it a series of rumbling sounds, like muffled thunder shuttling through the earth, making people unable to stand still. The faces of everyone present changed drastically as they looked around in surprise, not knowing what was going on. Before the sound was over, someone exclaimed, "Look at the sky, something is falling." Chapter 2151. The one who spoke was Murong Xiao Xiao. At this moment, she was looking up at the sky while pointing her finger upwards, her mouth slightly open, her expression full of surprise. Following the direction she pointed, everyone looked up and was stunned for a moment. In the sky, streams of light cut through the sky, like meteorites falling from the sky, dragging long gorgeous tails behind them as they fell in a certain direction. At first, there were only a few streams of light, but soon, the number of streams of light increased, making it look like a meteor shower was falling from the sky. Star seals. Lan Sun looked shocked and shouted, "So many star seals? What?" Xiao Chun was taken aback when he heard this. "Princess, are you sure these are all star seals?" Lan Sun stared at the sky, seemingly using some kind of secret technique as her eyes flashed faintly. She nodded lightly and said, "Yes, they are all star seals." As soon as her voice fell, a soft sound came from the side. Everyone looked over and saw that Wu Chang's whole body had turned into a red and white brilliance, quickly chasing in the direction of the falling star seals. Wu Chang reacted quickly, and as soon as he heard that the things falling from the sky were star seals, he immediately acted. Behind him, Luo Yuan's figure flickered and he followed closely. "Let's go." Xiao Baiyi naturally did not neglect and shouted as he and Murong Xiao Xiao hurriedly chased after them. They had been in the Four Seasons realm for 2 to 3 days now and had only encountered one star seal in the Two Seasons mountain range. That star seal was a brand that had appeared on the forehead of a giant lizard monster beast. Everyone had attacked and seriously injured it, but after chasing it, Yang Kai had unexpectedly picked up a ready-made star seal. Even Luo Yuan and Wu Chang almost fought over it. At this moment, with so many star seals appearing, even if everyone present divided them equally, each person could get 6 or 7. A star seal meant a voucher to enter the Shattered Star Sea, which was of great significance to any sect. Xiao Baiyi and Murong Xiao Xiao did not dare to neglect. "Princess." Seeing that everyone was leaving as fast as lightning, Xiao Chun immediately became anxious. "We'll go too." Lan Sun naturally would not miss such a good thing. Lan Sun replied immediately. Xiao Chun nodded, and together with Lan Sun, flew over. However, as soon as the two of them set off, a boat-like flight-type artifact flew alongside them. Lan Sun turned her head and saw Yang Kai standing on the wooden boat as if nothing had happened. His black hair fluttered in the wind as the wind blew his black hair back. Lan Sun couldn't help but sneer. After all, at this moment, Yang Kai's image was completely different from his previous cowardly self. It looked like he was trying to attract her attention. She understood Yang Kai's approach very well. Basically, there were very few men who could maintain their nature in front of her. Those people were always trying to get her attention, as if they could get some satisfaction from it. Humph. Xiao Chen snorted coldly, looking displeased. He had been unhappy with Yang Kai for a long time, and now this guy was shamelessly pretending to be cool. It was simply unbearable. Yang Kai didn't seem to notice his attitude. Pretending to be familiar with her, he turned to Lan Sun and asked, "Young lady, why does this friend next to you call you princess? Is this young lady's name or something? Who would have the word princess in their name?" Lan Sun smiled slightly and shook her head. "You think too much." Then. "I don't understand." Yang Kai shook his head and said, "I can see that young lady's temperament is extraordinary and her manners are elegant. Obviously, she is of noble birth and has a good upbringing, but, what does this have to do with being a princess? Can young lady clear up my doubts?" Lan Sun frowned and couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed. She couldn't tell Yang Kai that she was the daughter of the Bright Moon Great Emperors, which was why she was called princess. If she said that, she would be blowing her own trumpet, even if it was the truth. She could only ask back, "I am from Star Soul Palace, can't you guess?" In her opinion, as long as someone had a little common sense, after hearing this sentence, they should be able to connect the dots, so there was no need for her to answer. But to her surprise, after pondering for a while, Kaiyang actually shook his head in a serious manner. Yang Kai's ignorance made Xiao Chen unable to stand it anymore, and he couldn't help but coldly snort. "Star Soul Palace is a sect founded by the great emperors of Bright Moon, and the one in front of you is the pearl in the palm of the great emperors." "Huh?" Yang Kai was shocked and stammered, "So you are the daughter of the great emperors?" He looked extremely shocked. "Origin doesn't mean anything." Lan Sun smiled slightly and was quite approachable. On the contrary, Xiao Chen couldn't help but curse, "Where did this country bumpkin come from? He hasn't even heard of Her Highness's name, yet he still entered the Four Seasons realm. He is simply a disgrace to all of us. Your Highness, don't bother with this person." Yang Kai said awkwardly, "I used to cultivate in the mountains and came out to experience things not long ago, so I don't know much about the outside world." "Heh, but I have heard of the name of the great emperors of Bright Moon." "Is that so?" Lan Sun didn't know whether to believe it or not. Anyway, he couldn't tell from her expression. "It seems that you are the kind of cultivator who works hard in seclusion. It is normal that you don't know much about the outside world. Your Highness is overpraising me, I am just ignorant." Yang Kai scratched his cheek and said modestly. "At least you have some self-awareness." Xiao Chen said. "By the way, what is your name?" Lan Sun asked. Xiao Chen said, "Princess, why are you asking for this country bumpkin's name? Don't dirty your ears. What's wrong with asking?" Lan Sun frowned. Obviously, she didn't like Xiao Chen poking his nose into her business. If it weren't for the great emperors of Bright Moon personally instructing her before coming out, she wouldn't have stayed with Xiao Chen all the time and would have gone out on her own. For her, nothing was as happy as her own adventure. That kind of excitement and unknown danger made her unable to stop. "This humble one is Yang Kai." Lan Sun nodded and suddenly showed a smile. She said, "There is one thing I don't understand. I don't know if Brother Yang is willing to enlighten me." Yang Kai's eyes flickered and he chuckled, "Your Highness, if you have anything to ask, this Yang will tell you everything." Lan Sun said, "Brother Yang, you can't be so sure. Maybe the question I ask is related to your secret, playing hard to get. If it were a man who wanted to hook up with you, I'm afraid he would have already patted his chest and asked you to ask as much as you want to win a good impression. Sure enough, this little girl is not to be trifled with, Yang Kai said in his heart. He vaguely guessed what Lan Sun wanted to ask, so he said without fear, Your Highness is giving me face by asking me something. What can't I say? As soon as this remark came out, Xiaochen secretly felt that something was wrong. Although this country bumpkin named Yang Kai was a wild boy who jumped out of the mountains and forests, he seemed to know a woman's heart well. He had just met the princess and was already chatting so congenially. How could this be tolerated? The most important thing was that Her Highness, who had never spoken to a man, had been dealing with this country bumpkin with a smile. Xiaochen felt a sense of crisis in his heart, so he immediately cast a threatening look at Yang Kai. It was a look that said, If you dare to talk nonsense again, I will teach you a lesson. Because of the position and angle, Lan Sun couldn't notice his action, and it was smoothly transmitted to Yang Kai's vision. Who would have thought that Yang Kai didn't look at him at all? It was as if he was completely fascinated by Lan Sun, and his whole mind was devoted to the princess. Xiaochen felt a sense of powerlessness as if he had punched cotton. Just now, those two people besieged you one after the other. How did you get out of danger? Lan Sun asked bluntly. It was indeed as she said. This question was definitely related to Yang Kai's secret. A first-order Dao Source Realm cultivator could be unscathed under the attack of two third-order Dao Source Realm cultivators. He must have used some kind of amazing secret technique. How could such a secret technique be leaked casually? So as soon as Lan Sun said this, Yang Kai immediately showed an embarrassed look. He smiled and stammered, actually it's fine if you can't say it, just pretend I didn't ask. Lan Sun said. These words sounded understanding, but it was also a move to loosen the reins. A man like Yang Kai who was completely fascinated by Lan Sun at this moment could only think with his body. How could he bear to refuse to answer this question? Under normal circumstances, he would have to say it even if he didn't want to. So he sighed and said, It's not that I can't say it, but, at this point, he suddenly put on a solemn expression, and at the same time lowered his voice and said, Please keep it a secret for me, princess. If this secret technique is spread, it won't work. The next time I encounter this situation, I'm afraid I will definitely die. As he spoke, he deliberately moved closer to Lan Sun and almost put his mouth on her ear. A fragrance immediately lingered at the tip of his nose. The two were too close, and Lan Sun couldn't avoid it. Her delicate ears suddenly turned red. What are you doing? Seeing this scene, Xiaochen couldn't bear it and shouted. At the same time, a sword appeared in his hand and pointed at Yang Kai across Lan Sun. Yang Kai was shocked. He quickly pulled away and said innocently, I didn't do anything, what do you mean by this? You just... Xiaochen said halfway and couldn't continue. After all, although Yang Kai was closer to Lan Sun, he really didn't do anything. If he really pursued this, he would be too stingy. He could only snort and say, in short, just stand there and talk. If you dare to come closer, I will take your head. Yang Kai said in amazement, this friend is really strange. Fine, then I'll stand here and explain. Your Highness, please enlighten me. My secret technique is called the universe-shifting divine art. Once I use it, I can borrow the force of my opponent's attack and defeat the strong. Borrow force to defeat the strong? Lan Sun looked surprised. Yes. Yang Kai nodded and said seriously, the two guys before, one in front and one behind, both wanted to take my life, which happened to meet the key points of the Qian Kun shifting divine art, so I... Yang Kai smiled and stretched out his hand to draw a semicircle, just a little bit and let them fight on their own. Lan Sun said thoughtfully, so, if only one person attacked you at that time, then I'm dead. Yang Kai spread his hands. Chapter 2152. Is there such a magical secret technique in this world? Lan Sun was surprised after listening to Yang Kai's explanation. She was quite knowledgeable, after all, she was the daughter of the Bright Moon Great Emperors. Of course, she could learn all kinds of secret techniques in Star Soul Palace, but she had never heard of anything similar to the universe-shifting divine art. However, the efficacy of this secret technique was obvious to all. Yang Kai, with his first order Dao Source Realm cultivation, remained unscathed under the attacks of two third-order masters. This was simply a shocking feat. How could she know that there was no such thing as the universe-shifting divine art in this world? Yang Kai had just used his nihility secret technique at a critical moment to hide himself in the void. This secret technique should be kept to your highness, please don't divulge it to anyone else, Yang Kai solemnly exhorted, almost making Lan Sun swear an oath. Lan Sun couldn't help nodding. At the same time, she was wondering if she should take this secret technique from Yang Kai. Although the conditions for using the universe-shifting divine art were a bit harsh, it was undeniable that it could save one's life at a critical moment. Suddenly, Yang Kai rubbed his hands again and said with an embarrassed look, Your Highness, I answered one of your questions, can you also answer one of mine? What do you want to ask, boy? Before Lan Sun could speak, Xiao Chen immediately became vigilant. I just want to ask about the star seal. What do you think I want to ask? Yang Kai looked at Xiao Chen innocently, as if he was intimidated by his imposing manner. Lan Sun pursed her lips and smiled, Big brother Xiao Chen, why are you being so fierce to others? She turned to look at Yang Kai. You want to ask about the classification and grade of star seals, right? Yang Kai nodded repeatedly and flattered, Princess is really intelligent, seeing through this humble one's thoughts at a glance. Lan Sun smiled noncommittally, but she was not stingy. She looked solemn and said, Star seals are indeed divided into grades. The shape of a star seal is not fixed. However, the more complex a star seal is, the higher its grade. For example, the rhombus-shaped star seal in your hand should be considered a relatively low-grade one. Below it, only the triangular star seal is inferior to it. Above it, there are 5-pointed, 6-pointed, 7-pointed, and even 8-pointed star seals. Different star seals, what is the difference? Yang Kai sincerely asked. The reason why he deliberately tried to get close to Lan Sun was because he wanted to. It was all for the sake of obtaining information on star seals. Although he should be able to get an answer by asking Hua Qingxi, Lan Sun was still the daughter of the great emperor, so she might have some information that others didn't. I can't explain the specific differences. Lan Sun slowly shook her head, but it is said that the higher the grade of the star seal, the more benefits one can obtain in the Shattered Star Sea. Is that so? Yang Kai pondered. Not to mention whether Lan Sun told him all the information she knew, she at least answered Yang Kai's doubts. Even if it was not comprehensive, Yang Kai could not ask more. While they were talking, they arrived at their destination. In front of them, cultivators gathered in 2s and 3s, standing on the treetops of a forest. They all looked up at the sky, seemingly waiting for something silently. Seeing this, Yang Kai immediately jumped to an unoccupied treetop. He looked around. Wu Chang, Luo Yuan, Xiao Baiyi, Murong Xiao Xiao, and others who set off before him were already here. In addition, there were some other cultivator, obviously attracted by the previous movement. Yang Kai glanced around and found that there were at least a dozen people. Moreover, there were constant sounds of breaking wind coming from the depths of the jungle. Obviously, some people were coming this way. High up in the sky, a huge cloud was tumbling about. This cloud had a golden luster, as if it was made of pure gold. It was extremely dazzling, and it was easy to imagine what kind of mysteries it contained. Yang Kai faintly felt a strange energy fluctuation from this golden cloud. Huh! While observing, his eyes suddenly paused and he glanced in a direction not far away. Over there, a man and a woman were looking at him with a smile. Seeing him look over, the woman waved at Yang Kai. Bad luck. Yang Kai cursed, but he could not pretend not to see them. His figure flickered, and he jumped a few dozen meters from his treetop to the opposite side. Why are you here? After Yang Kai landed, he asked the two of them. These two people were none other than Bian Yuqing and Ko Wu of Blue Feather Sect. Although Yang Kai had no grievances with these two, they still had Wu Meng Mountain behind them. If possible, Yang Kai really did not want to deal with them. We were originally here. Bian Yuqing replied with a smile. Listening to what she said, it seemed that after they were brought here, they appeared in the Two Seasons mountain range. Oh. Ko Wu's eyes lit up as he stared at the back of Yang Kai's hand and said, Junior brother Yang actually obtained a star seal? That's really worth celebrating. Yang Kai's mouth twitched as he said helplessly, if possible, I don't want this thing. Junior brother Yang's words, aren't they insincere? Ko Wu joked. Yang Kai snorted, look around and see how they react after hearing your words. You'll know what I mean. Ko Wu raised his head and glanced around, his face suddenly sinking. Because he found that all the cultivator gathered here had cast their eyes on the back of Yang Kai's hand, and a few of them even showed greedy and covetous eyes. Although there were dozens of star seals falling in the sky just now, so far, none of the cultivator present had obtained a star seal. Star seals were related to the voucher to enter the Shattered Star Sea. Before entering the Four Seasons realm, every sect's elder had repeatedly instructed their disciples to do their best to compete for star seals while ensuring their own safety. Ko Wu did not notice and spoke a little too loudly, causing Yang Kai to become the focus of everyone's attention. He could not help but feel a little guilty and uneasy. Bian Yuqing giggled, her beautiful eyes rolling as she said softly, if you don't want it, how about giving it to me? In your dreams. Yang Kai coldly snorted. So ruthless. Bian Yuqing glared at Yang Kai bitterly, biting her red lips and saying, if I hadn't taken care of you in the past, how could you be where you are today? You still have the nerve to mention the past? Yang Kai squinted at her and coldly snorted, if you hadn't forced me to stay in the Blue Feather Sect back then, I wouldn't have been what? Bian Yuqing asked. Nothing. Yang Kai waved his hand. When he remembered that Wu Meng Shan had forcibly taught him the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique, he felt uneasy. Fortunately, he did not cultivate that secret art himself and instead gave it to his embodiment. In this way, even if Wu Meng Shan had any tricks up his sleeve, he would not be harmed. Look at this person, sure enough, he has a human face but a beast's heart. Just now, he acted so submissive and naive in front of Her Highness, but now he's messing around with such an enchanting woman. Sure enough, he's not a good thing. Not far away, Xiao Chen, who had finally found an opportunity, approached Lan Sun and looked at Yang Kai contemptuously while trying his best to discredit him. Just say it, why are you getting so close? Lan Sun flashed to the side with a look of disgust. I'm afraid you can't hear me. After his little trick was exposed, Xiao Chen looked embarrassed, and at the same time, he hated Yang Kai even more. Just now, Yang Kai had also approached the princess and talked to her like this, but the princess did not hate him so much. Now, it was his turn to be despised, the anger in Xiao Chen's heart surged upwards. I'm not deaf. Lan Sun coldly snorted, her beautiful eyes looking around suspiciously. Compared to this, I'm more interested in, where did those fallen star seals go? Everyone had been chasing in the direction where the star seals fell, but after arriving here, there was no trace of them. Lan Sun could not help but feel a little puzzled. Let me ask, Xiao Chen immediately volunteered. Xiao Chen immediately volunteered. As soon as he finished speaking, he swept his gaze around and finally fixed it on a short man. This person was not alone. Instead, he was together with a man and a woman. Judging from the attire of these three people, they should be from the same sect. Their cultivation was not low, at least at the level of the third-order Dao source realm, while the other man and woman were both second-order Dao Source Realm cultivators. "You! Come here for a moment." Xiaochen pointed at the short man from afar and shouted. The short man heard this, looked around for a while, then pointed at himself suspiciously and said, "Me?" "Yes, you." Xiaochen shouted impatiently. After confirming that Xiaochen was calling him, the short man's face changed slightly, and the man and woman with him also looked nervous, not knowing what Xiaochen wanted to do. Before entering the Four Seasons realm, the elders of the small sects and families had done a comprehensive investigation and had already passed on the names and portraits of the elites and important figures of the major sects to their disciples. This way, the possibility of friction between the disciples and these people could be avoided. Therefore, even if the short man and the other two had never seen Xiaochen in person, they knew his identity. At this moment, seeing that Xiaochen wanted him to go over, the short man's heart was naturally beating like a drum. Although he also had the cultivation of the third-order Dao Source Realm, which was the same as Xiaochen's, he was self-aware. Although their cultivation was the same, if they really fought, he was afraid that he would be killed by Xiaochen in less than the time it would take to drink a cup of tea. This was the difference between one's background and one's cultivation. Although he was extremely reluctant, the short man flew over to Xiaochen and Lan Sun, squeezing out an ugly smile on his face, and cupping his fists. "Ren Wu Sec's Jingli greets Master Xiao. I wonder what orders does Master Xiao have for this one?" This guy named Jingli put himself in a very humble position. Although he was much older than Xiaochen and had the same cultivation as Xiaochen, he kept calling him master, which made Xiaochen feel comfortable. Chapter 2153. Seeing that Jingli was so tactful, Xiaochen didn't put on an expression and instead asked with a smile, "Let me ask you, how long have you been here?" Jingli replied, "We arrived a little earlier than Master. Then have you seen where the things that fell from the sky before went? It seems that they all fell into the golden cloud and are nowhere to be found." As Jingli spoke, he pointed to the rolling golden cloud in the sky. "It landed there?" Xiaochen raised his head to look and frowned. With his cultivation and divine sense, he could naturally perceive that the golden cloud contained unusual energy, but he didn't know what kind of mysteries were hidden in it. Xiaochen couldn't help showing an awkward expression as he looked at Lan Sun and said, "Princess, what do you think?" Lan Sun frowned slightly and said after a while, "Let's wait and see." Although the dozens of star seals had all fallen into the golden cloud, if they rashly investigated without knowing the details of the cloud, they might encounter some kind of danger. Even someone like Wu Chang didn't dare to act rashly, so it was obvious that it was not easy to be the first to act. When Xiaochen was asking questions, Yang Kai had been listening attentively, so he naturally heard Jing Li's answer. At this moment, he looked at Ko Wu with an inquiring gaze, and the latter nodded slightly to him, indicating that Jing Li was right. While everyone was delayed, many people had already rushed over from all directions. Most of these people were originally active in the vicinity, but they were all attracted by the phenomenon of the star seal falling down. Originally, there were only a dozen people, but in just a short while, it had increased to more than 20 people. The number of people increased. Naturally, some cultivator became vigilant and looked around vigilantly, making the atmosphere dignified and strange. However, this situation did not last long. After about the time it would take to make a cup of tea, a buzzing sound suddenly came from the rolling golden cloud in the sky. The sound was extremely loud, as if something was being reborn from the inside of the golden cloud, causing the expressions of all the cultivators present to turn solemn. Everyone looked over. Golden light burst out, the golden cloud squirmed, and a vague giant shadow suddenly emerged from the golden light. As soon as the huge shadow appeared, everyone felt a solemn atmosphere. It was as if it was born from the void and slowly revealed its true appearance. With its appearance, the golden cloud in the sky constantly distorted and gradually dissipated. After a while, the outline of the giant shadow was finally revealed. "This is Is this a palace? How can there be a palace here? And it appeared out of thin air. Ha ha ha, I know what this is. Flowing Time Temple, a bunch of idiots, this is definitely the legendary Flowing Time Temple. Flowing Time Temple? What is that? Of the people present, not everyone knew the secrets of the Flowing Time Temple. Some of them were cultivators from small sects and small families. Some of them had never heard of the Flowing Time Temple. Only those great forces with long inheritances would have records of the Flowing Time Temple in their ancient books. Before the disciples of their sects entered, their elders would also explain this confidential information to them and ask them to pay more attention. Yang Kai even suspected that Xiao Bai and Murong Xiao were deliberately active here to find traces of the Flowing Time Temple. Even Wu Chang, Lan Sun, and the others were suspicious. Otherwise, how could they gather together so coincidentally? No one knew whether the outline of the palace that had emerged from the golden cloud was the legendary Flowing Time Temple, but Yang Kai felt that it was. In all likelihood, this was the real Flowing Time Temple. Because the location indicated on the map given to him by Hua Qingxi was probably in this area. It was just that he did not expect that the Flowing Time Temple would be hidden in the void and appear in such a shocking way. There were even dozens of star seals that fell to guide the way. As a result, there were many competitors. Yang Kai's mind flashed with distracting thoughts. Suddenly, he noticed that someone was looking at him. He couldn't help but look at Bian Yuqing and ask, "Is there something on my face?" Bian Yuqing coldly snorted and said, "You should know something about the Flowing Time Temple, right?" Yang Kai heard this and curled his lips fiercely. Bian Yuqing said, "Just say it, it's not like you'll lose a piece of meat." "It's not like I'll lose a piece of meat, but why should I tell you this?" Yang Kai looked at her with a sneer. Bian Yuqing pouted in dissatisfaction and said, "Boy, you're strong, so your wings have hardened. Then what do you want?" While speaking, she suddenly looked at Yang Kai vigilantly, crossed her arms over her chest, and said, "You're not planning something bad, are you? If you weren't so cheap, we could still have a good chat." Yang Kai squinted at her. Bian Yuqing was so angry that she looked extremely annoyed. Ko Wu smiled and said, "Junior brother Yang, if it's convenient, can you tell us about the Flowing Time Temple? Protector Bian and I really don't know anything about it." Yang Kai frowned and said, "Since brother Ko says so, there's no harm in telling you. But let's make it clear first, from now on, we really don't owe each other anything. From now on, we'll mind our own business." "Why are you so wary of us?" Bian Yuqing asked angrily. She could feel that since they met again, Yang Kai had been very vigilant towards her and Ko Wu, as if he wanted to stay as far away from them as possible. "You wouldn't understand even if I told you." Yang Kai glanced at her and said with a solemn expression, "I don't know much about the Flowing Time Temple, I only know that it is the palace of the Flowing Time Great Emperor, the Great Emperors. It can even be said that the Four Seasons realm was born because of the Flowing Time Great Emperor, the Flowing Time Great Emperor, the Great Emperors." Bian Yuqing's expression changed slightly. From her reaction, it was obvious that she had also heard of the Great Emperors. Yang Kai nodded and told her what he knew one by one. In fact, there wasn't much to say, because even if he knew this, he still couldn't tell what was hidden in the Flowing Time Temple. There might be opportunities there, but there might also be fatal traps. It seems that those disappeared star seals should have fallen into the Flowing Time Temple. Bian Yuqing speculated. "That's for sure." Yang Kai grinned, "I don't know if it has anything to do with the fall of the star seals, otherwise, this temple might not have appeared." The two of them did not believe this and tried several times to test it out, but when they found that it was still the same, they became furious and attacked the golden light. Two loud bangs rang out as the more violent attacks were reflected by the layer of golden light, forcing Wu Chang and Luo Yuan to retreat, their faces filled with shock. The two masters were even slightly injured because of this. "Huh, so what if you ran fast? Weren't you still blocked? Seeing this scene, Xiao Chen, who had followed closely behind, laughed loudly. Wu Chang looked angry as he glared at Xiao Chen and shouted, "If you have the ability, go in and show me." Xiao Chen smiled lightly and shook his head, "Even brother Wu Chang failed, so how can this Xiao enter? I'd rather save my energy." Chapter 2154. Then cut the sarcasm. Wu Chang was not afraid of Xiao Chen at all, even though the other party was from Star Soul Palace, the overlord of the Southern Territory. For Wu Chang, there were only two kinds of people in this world. Those who were stronger than him, and those who were weaker than him. The strong might win his respect and even his fighting spirit, but as for the weak, he never showed them any respect. It had nothing to do with their background. Being contradicted by Wu Chang like this, Xiao Chen seemed a little embarrassed and said with a gloomy face, "You should be glad that this Xiao has an important task to take care of, otherwise, would have already taken your dog life." The important task he was talking about was naturally the task of protecting Princess Lan Sun. Wu Chang sneered and was too lazy to pay attention to him. While the two were arguing, many cultivators had already rushed to the front of the hall, each of them finding a place to look up at this huge and magnificent existence, feeling humble and insignificant deep in their hearts. "Everyone, what do you think?" Suddenly, a person stepped out of the crowd and came in front of Wu Chang and the others without fear, glancing at them and asking, "How do we break this golden barrier?" This person had a dignified appearance and a gentle temperament. He looked to be about 30 years old and was dressed in a black robe, looking very capable. The energy fluctuations he exuded all over his body showed that he was also a cultivator from the third order Dao source realm. "Kong Qi. You're also here." Xiao Chen looked at this person and narrowed his eyes, seemingly recognizing him. The young man named Kong Qi smiled slightly and said, "Why can't I be here? Seven Glories Chamber of Commerce should have at least a few spots for the Four Seasons realm, right?" Brother Zhao's question is quite strange. Listening to him say this, Yang Kai immediately understood. This young man named Kong Qi should be a rising star of Seven Glories Chamber of Commerce. Although Seven Glories Chamber of Commerce was a large chamber of commerce in the Southern Territory, that did not mean that these two forces did not have any powerhouses. On the contrary, the heritage of these two chambers of commerce was no worse than that of any top sect. It was just that the world's understanding and prejudice had led them to believe that they were weaker. In this Kong's opinion, this should be a restriction formation. This should be a kind of spirit array. Shouldn't we find a friend who is proficient in this field to take a look? Kong Qi suggested. In the face of absolute power, any restriction or formation is nothing but an illusion. Just directly smash it. With a cold snort, Luo Yuan was the first to move. He stretched out his hand and grasped at the void, causing a battle axe to suddenly appear in his palm. He poured his source qi into it and the power of principles lingered around the axe's blade. The surging tide of spiritual energy and pressure caused everyone present to change their expressions. Even Wu Chang's expression became slightly dignified, seemingly feeling threatened by Luo Yuan's attack. The octagonal door really did produce a freak. A layer of light blue light flickered on the surface of Lan Sun's body, offsetting the impact of the pressure and spirit qi. Before that, she couldn't believe it no matter what. Just a small sect in the Southern Territory that could be considered a medium-sized sect was actually able to cultivate such a genius. Even in the Star Soul Palace, there were only a few such monsters. No wonder he dared to challenge Wu Chang without flinching. With such astonishing strength, he does indeed have the qualifications to be arrogant. Asterisk Kacha, asterisk in front of everyone's eyes, Luo Yuan's arm holding the battle axe seemed to suddenly swell up, his muscles bulging. It was full of violent beauty. He slowly rotated the battle axe, seemingly accumulating strength, and with each rotation, the energy fluctuations coming from the battle axe doubled. After 3 or 5 times, the void trembled due to the terrifying energy fluctuations, and Wu Chang and the others who were close to the front even began to lose their footing. As for those cultivator with lower strength, they fell to the ground, their faces pale as they stared forward with trembling eyes. Everyone was wondering what the result would be if they were hit by such a blow. Yang Kai's eyes flashed, also shocked by Luo Yuan's actions, but he also knew that such an attack could not be displayed in a real battle because the time it took to accumulate strength was too long. No enemy could give Luo Yuan enough time to prepare. Correspondingly, the burden on Luo Yuan's body should not be small. He understood this. Among the people present, Wu Chang, Xiao Chen, and even Xiao Bai understood this. Lan Sun understood. Ha! Suddenly, Luo Yuan let out a roar and threw the battle axe out of his hand, transforming into a stream of light that seemed capable of destroying the heavens and earth as it rushed towards the golden light curtain in front of him. At this moment, everyone held their breath and watched quietly. Kong, with a burst of light and a burst of energy, the golden light curtain caved in slightly, but it remained impregnable. In the next moment, the golden light returned to normal and the battle axe bounced back at an even faster speed, cutting through Luo Yuan's side and severing a few strands of his black hair. Luo Yuan reached out and touched his cheek, where there was a finger-length wound with warm blood flowing out. It seems that brute force can't break this barrier, Kong Qi said lightly. After all, this is a barrier arranged by a master from the Emperor realm. He did not ridicule Luo Yuan. Although Luo Yuan's behavior was a bit reckless, he proved with his actions that this barrier could not be broken by brute force. Princess. Xiao Chen suddenly turned his head to look at Lan Sun and called out inquiringly. Lan Sun shook her head and said, I haven't seen anything yet, so I'm not sure. Xiao Chen nodded lightly and said, then Princess should study it further. Lan Sun did not speak, her pair of beautiful eyes still staring forward. Looking at her posture, it seemed that she had also studied the Tao of spirit arrays and was looking for a weakness in this barrier. At this moment, Kong Qi turned around, looked forward, and said, Everyone, is there anyone who is proficient in spirit arrays who can come and take a look? This should be the legendary Flowing Time Temple. If we can crack this barrier, we can enter and take a look. If anyone has the ability to do so, please don't keep it to yourself. The 30 or so people looked at each other, but no one spoke. The Tao of spirit arrays, like the Tao of alchemy and the Tao of artifacts, was broad and profound. It was easy to begin with, but it was not so easy to cultivate to a higher realm. Everyone here was a Tao source realm cultivator and had some understanding of spirit arrays, but who among them had the confidence to crack a barrier left behind by a master from the Emperor realm? Amidst the silence, Kong Qi smiled slightly, turned his head to look at someone in the crowd, and said, Brother Gong, why don't you come and try? Everyone heard this and turned their eyes to the man, only to see him standing in place with a depressed expression, staring at Kong Qi sadly. Gong, that's not a common surname, could it be? It's someone from Heavenly River Valley's Gong family, so that's how it is. There's hope to crack this barrier. Many cultivators were talking at once as they focused their gazes on the man surnamed Gong. Who is this person? Yang Kai asked in a low voice, why does everyone seem to have so much confidence in him? Bian Yuqing glanced at him and said, You're asking me? She looked like she had finally found an opportunity to extort Yang Kai. Don't tell me if you want to. Yang Kai snorted. Bian Yuqing narrowed her eyes and said, This protector just realized that you are really hateful. That depends on who you're talking to, Ko Zhong said. The Gong family is very famous in the Southern Territory. Although they aren't very strong, each of their cultivator is proficient in the Tao of spirit arrays and cannot be underestimated. This is especially true of their Gong family's old ancestor, who entered the Tao of spirit arrays and reached the Emperor realm several decades ago. In terms of the Tao of spirit arrays, he ranks among the top 3 in the entire Southern Territory. As for the person in front of you, if I remember correctly, he should be the current young master of the Gong family, Gong Wenshan. Understood, Yang Kai nodded. Ko Wu was right. The man in the crowd was the Gong family's young master, Gong Wenshan. Although his cultivation wasn't too high, it wasn't low either, having reached the second-order Dao source realm, but in terms of the Dao of spirit arrays, even if everyone present added together, they wouldn't be able to match him. The Gong family's spirit arrays were passed down from generation to generation. At this moment, Gong Wenshan's face was wrinkled like a bitter gourd as he walked forward step by step in front of everyone, muttering to himself as he walked, "Damn it. I just wanted to walk around and have some fun, how did I end up encountering such a troublesome situation? If I refuse now, I'll definitely provoke everyone's anger. These guys are all eyeing me covetously and will definitely beat the shit out of me. Huh, it's really annoying. Kong Chi, that bastard, I'll definitely make him swallow shit and commit suicide some other day." Kong Chi stood there, the corners of his mouth twitching as he said, "Brother Gong, you don't think that with this one's hearing? I can't hear what you're saying, do you?" Gong Wenshan frowned as he glanced up at Kong Chi and snorted, "I'm just saying it for you to hear, so what?" Kong Chi didn't know whether to laugh or cry and could only cup his fists and say, "Please forgive me, Brother Gong, but no one here is proficient in spirit arrays, so I can only count on you." Gong Wenshan snorted, "You and I have known each other for several dozen years, you know my temper." Kong Chi nodded repeatedly, "Yes, yes, yes, you hate trouble the most. I naturally know that. Breaking this spirit array is the most troublesome thing." Gong Wenshan's face was so cold it was almost possible to scrape off a layer of frost from it as he walked up to the golden light and stood there, glancing at it a few times before turning around and saying, "It's not impossible for me to break it, but what benefits will I get?" Benefits. Kong Chi's face twitched, wondering if this was the legendary looting a burning house. For a while, he didn't know how to respond. Sparing your life, does that count as a benefit? Wu Chang suddenly interjected. Gong Wenshan immediately turned his head to look at him, a sneer appearing at the corner of his mouth as he said, "Oh? Are you threatening me?" Wu Chang snorted, "Break this spirit array and you can live, otherwise, I'll make you die here right now." He had a serious look on his face, obviously not joking. No one thought he was joking, after all, these words came from Wu Chang's mouth. Interesting. Even facing Wu Chang, Gong Wenshan didn't show the slightest fear, meeting his gaze head-on without flinching, obviously having a strong temper. Chapter 2155. To the side, Kong Chi was shocked. Yang Kai and Gong Wenshan had known each other for several dozen years and understood his character and temperament. This person was born to be amenable to persuasion but not coercion. If Yang Kai spoke to him nicely, everything would be easy to negotiate, but if Yang Kai tried to threaten him, it would be a grave mistake. Gong Wenshan was undoubtedly being threatened by Wu Chang now. Kong Chi seemed to be able to foresee the scene of Gong Wenshan storming off. In this kind of place, if Gong Wenshan left, no one would be able to open the barrier of the Flowing Time Temple. Considering all this, Kong Chi no longer cared about offending Wu Chang and his expression sank as he shouted, "Wu Chang, have you become an idiot? Brother Gong didn't say he wouldn't crack this barrier, what is the meaning of your words?" Wu Chang glanced at him coldly and said, "Who do you think you are? Do you think you have the right to tell me what to do?" Kong Chi became angry and shouted, "Don't you think you don't put anyone in your eyes?" Although he was not as famous as Wu Chang and Xia Sheng, he was still a rising star cultivated by Seven Glories Chamber of Commerce. His aptitude was extraordinary, so how could he not have a temper? So what? Wu Chang smiled proudly, "If you want to be put in my eyes, you need to have some strength." Xiaochen seemed to be thinking about something at this time as he continued, "Brother Wu Chang, I'm afraid you don't put anyone in your eyes, tsk tisk." As soon as this remark came out, Luo Yuan couldn't help frowning. He silently stretched out his hand. The battle axe that had been sent flying by the golden light barrier flew back with a whoosh. Although Wu Chang was a little rampant, he wasn't a fool. How could he not understand Xiao Chen's malicious intent? Therefore, he immediately turned to look at Xiao Chen and sneered, "What advice does Brother Xiao have for me? I wouldn't dare give advice." Xiao Chen smiled slightly. Brother Wu Chang is already the strongest person below the emperor. How could this Xiao dare give advice? These words were even more serious than the previous one. As soon as these words came out, even Xiao Baiyi, who had been standing silently to the side, showed some fighting spirit. "That's enough, stop arguing. Don't disturb Brother Gong from breaking the barrier," Lan Sun suddenly said. Hearing this, everyone turned their heads and found that the source of this quarrel, Gong Wenshan, had at some point sat cross-legged in front of the golden light, his previous lazy gaze replaced by a focused one. It was as if he wanted to find some clues from it. "At least you know what's good for you." Wu Chang coldly snorted, secretly feeling that Gong Wenshan was afraid of his threat. It wasn't just him. Basically, everyone present had the same thought. After all, Gong Wenshan had just asked about the benefits of breaking the barrier, but after being threatened by Wu Chang with a few words, hadn't he obediently submitted? For a moment, many people revealed looks of disdain. Although everyone still had to rely on Gong Wenshan's strength to enter the Flowing Time Temple, this did not prevent them from despising him. Only one person, with cold sweat dripping from his forehead, stared thoughtfully at Gong Wenshan's side and thought to himself, "The situation is not good. Brother Gong has always been stubborn and never allowed himself to be threatened, but this time he is actually cooperating. What kind of trick is he trying to pull? Hiss, he's even showing that evil grin. It's all over." The more Kong Qi observed, the more he felt that Gong Wenshan's behavior was strange. Instinctively, a bad feeling welled up in his heart. At that moment, Gong Wenshan, who had been observing the golden light barrier for a while, seemed to have gained something. Stretching out his hand, he took out a delicate spirit array from his space ring. This spirit array was about the size of a palm and was engraved with countless mysterious runes and patterns. The Gong family's armillary sphere plate. Lan Sun's beautiful eyes suddenly lit up as she stared intently at this spirit array, but soon, a look of disappointment appeared on her face because the one in Gong Wenshan's hand was obviously not the real armillary sphere plate, but an imitation. Gong Wenshan formed a series of seals with his hands and poured them into the spirit array. Immediately after, the spirit array turned into a stream of light and shuttled through the barrier like a flexible fish. Everyone was watching intently, but very few people were able to see what was going on. Yang Kai could only vaguely speculate that this spirit array was an artifact that could be used to help find the weak points of barriers. Things were indeed as he thought. The Gong family's armillary sphere plate claimed to be able to break all spirit arrays and barriers in this world by relying on its strange ability to find weak points or array cores. However, the armillary sphere plate was the Gong family's hallowed artifact, so even if Gong Wenshan's status was not low, he was not qualified to carry it around with him. The spirit array he took out was the Gong family's imitation of the armillary sphere plate, and although there was a big gap between it and the real armillary sphere plate, it was still quite effective. The stream of light continued shuttling through the barrier at an extremely fast speed. At a certain moment, Gong Wenshan's eyes suddenly lit up and he muttered, "Found it, heh heh heh, is it really what I thought it was?" Gong Wenshan muttered to himself, but no one knew what he was talking about. Saying so, he stretched out his hand and took back the spirit array. After a short while, he took out some array flags and array cores from his space ring and leapt into the air, waving his hands and summoning a series of array flags and array cores. At this moment, Gong Wenshan's expression became solemn, as if what he was doing was extremely sacred. These array flags and array cores sank into the void and disappeared in an instant, no one knew where they went. Gong Wenshan tossed and turned for a stick of incense worth of time before he slowly descended from the sky, sweating profusely. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, turned around, and said to the crowd who had been waiting for a long time, "It's done. It's done." All the cultivator looked stunned as they looked at him, then at the intact golden barrier, disbelief written all over their faces. Gongwen Shan grinned and said, "I said it's done, so naturally, it's done." His words were full of confidence. Saying so, he put his palms together and clapped them fiercely. Countless rays of light burst out from the void, and as these rays of light bloomed, all of a sudden, a crack appeared in the golden light barrier that enveloped the flowing time temple. "Open for me." Gongwen Shan shouted loudly. Slowly pushing his hands to the sides, the crack grew bigger and bigger as he moved, as if he had torn the barrier apart with his bare hands. "It's really done." This time, many cultivators were shocked. This was a barrier left behind by the great emperors of the flowing time Great Emperor. Even after countless years, it was not something an ordinary cultivator could open. But Gongwen Shan had done it. The Gong family's reputation is well deserved. Even Lan Sun could not help praising. She had to admit that in terms of the Tao of spirit arrays, Gongwen Shan was far ahead of her. Until now, she had not been able to see the weakness of the golden barrier, but Gongwen Shan had already broken it. "Many thanks, Brother Gong. After we return, I'll treat you to a drink." Kong Chi laughed and was the first to rush towards the crack. His figure flickered and disappeared. He instinctively felt that there would be trouble if he continued to stay, so it was better to leave first. With him taking the lead, the others naturally rushed towards the crack. Wu Chang, Luo Yuan, Shao Chen, Lan Sun, Xiao Bai, and Murong Xiao Xiao all pushed their source qi. On one hand, they were guarding against someone suddenly attacking them. On the other hand, they were vigilant of any dangers they might encounter after entering the flowing time temple. With this group of people rushing to the front, the others naturally did not dare to compete with them. With Wu Chang's explosive temper, if they angered him, they might be directly killed. Asterisk Xiao Xiao Xiao, asterisk the sound of something breaking through the air rang out as one figure after another disappeared into the crack. At that moment, Gongwen Shan glanced at Wu Chang meaningfully and smiled slightly, his smile filled with sarcasm. "What the hell?" Wu Chang frowned, vaguely having a bad feeling about this. However, he still did not think too much about it, only focusing on entering the flowing time temple and snatching star seals and opportunities. However, what happened next stunned him. When his body passed through the crack that had been torn open, an invisible force attacked him from the front and directly pushed him dozens of feet away. Wu Chang's face changed drastically as he quickly stabilized his body and glared at Gongwen Shan gloomily. Gongwen Shan sneered, pointed his finger at him, and said, "Everyone else can enter, but you can't." "Sure enough, it was you who did this." Wu Chang coldly snorted, not understanding that this was Gongwen Shan's revenge. When he threatened his life just now, Gongwen Shan did not react strongly, but now he was waiting for him here. It could be said that this was the best opportunity and the best method. Thinking about it, everyone had entered the flowing time temple, but Wu Chang was blocked outside because of his previous threat. How could he not be annoyed? This guy's heart is completely black. Yang Kai looked at Gongwen Shan, who was smiling happily, and was secretly shocked. Just now, he also thought that Gongwen Shan was afraid of Wu Chang, which was why he had tried to crack the barrier, but who knew he would actually play such a disgusting trick. Thinking so in his heart, Yang Kai did not stop moving forward. After all, entering the flowing time temple was the best option. No matter what happened to Wu Chang and Gongwen Shan later, it had nothing to do with him. "Do you think you can stop me?" Wu Chang looked down coldly and asked. Gongwen Shan smiled and said, "Now that this barrier is completely under my control, I can let whoever I want in, so do you think I can't stop you? Since that's the case, I'll just kill you." Wu Chang coldly snorted as he raised his hands high, condensing two different colored energies from his palms, one fiery red and the other snow white. As soon as these two energies appeared, they gave off completely opposite auras, but surprisingly, these two energies were perfectly combined by Wuchang, transforming into a red and white ball of light that shot directly towards Gong Wunshan. Gong Wunshan stood in place, not even bothering to dodge, simply sneering. As the ball of light fell, the terrifying power it contained caused everyone who saw it to pale. Yang Kai and the others, who were preparing to rush into the barrier, quickly dodged to the side to avoid being accidentally injured. Seeing that the ball of light was about to engulf Gong Wunshan simply waved his hand and a golden light suddenly separated from the barrier and wrapped around him. The next moment, a loud bang rang out as the power of ice and fire nine-layered heavens burst out. Chapter 2156. After the dust settled, Gong Wunshan stood in place, completely unscathed, and the golden light covering his body showed no signs of damage. He looked at Wuchang sarcastically and said, "I already said that this barrier is now under my control. Do you still not understand? How foolish." Wuchang's face changed several times, becoming extremely ugly. The cultivators outside who had not yet entered the Flowing Time Temple were all shocked after seeing this bizarre scene. On the one hand, they admired Gong Wunshan's courage, daring to offend a monster like Wuchang, but on the other hand, they were shocked by Wuchang's strength. If such a terrifying blow had fallen on the crowd just now, few would have survived. The confrontation between two powerhouses was bound to bring disaster to the fish in the moat, so after everyone recovered, they used their movement skills and rushed towards the Flowing Time Temple through the crack. "If I can't go in, none of you can." Wuchang suddenly shouted angrily, and with the idea of harming others without benefiting himself, he suddenly unleashed his ultimate move. He stretched out his hands and seemed to pull out two artifacts from the void. These artifacts were a saber and a sword, both of which were Dao Source grade high rank. The saber was a fiery red while the sword was a flawless white. Pushing his source chi, the saber and sword slashed downwards in a cross-shaped arc, dodge. Not good, Wuchang went crazy. What's going on? Everyone turned pale with fright and hurriedly scattered in all directions. But Wuchang attacked without warning. Coupled with his amazing strength. Even though everyone tried to dodge, there were still some who were unable to dodge in time and were hit by the cross-shaped arc. With a loud bang, a huge crater was formed in the ground in front of the temple, and blood and broken limbs flew everywhere as a large number of people were killed or injured. 5 or 6 people were killed directly, and more than 10 were injured. Yang Kai dodged quickly and was unscathed. Bian Yuqing and Ko Wu, on the other hand, were slightly injured. At this moment, the fear on their faces had disappeared and was replaced with horror. In the face of all this, Gong Wunshan just stood in place calmly, not bothering to use his barrier to protect everyone, nor did he try to block Wuchang's attack. However, after Wuchang's attack, he couldn't help grinning, as if his plot had succeeded. "Wuchang, are you crazy? We didn't do anything to offend you. What is the meaning of this?" "That's right. Wuchang, you're from a big sect like the Heavenly Martial Holy Land. You should know that every injustice has its perpetrator and every debt has its debtor. It's not like we didn't let you in. Why are you making trouble for us?" "That's right, Wuchang, don't go too far. You can find trouble with whoever doesn't let you in. What kind of hero are you for attacking us?" Among the group of cultivator survivors, a few of them began to complain, their faces full of indignation. "Alright, the two of you shouldn't go in either." Gong Wunshan suddenly pointed to the two cultivators who had just shouted, "Every debt has its debtor," and said lightly. The two men's faces immediately fell, turning as ugly as they could. "Brother Gong, that's not what I meant. Brother Gong, please be magnanimous and don't hold it against me. Yes, Big Brother Gong, Uncle Gong. Let me in." The two men immediately admitted defeat and begged for mercy. Gong Wunshan ignored them. "Brother Wuchang. The cultivator named Jingli suddenly cupped his fists towards the sky with a solemn expression and said, "My benevolent martial sect is a subsidiary sect of the heavenly martial Holy Land. Others can't enter, but it shouldn't be a problem for me, right?" Wu Chang did not speak. Jingli nodded and said, "Many thanks." Saying so, he rushed straight towards the Flowing Time Temple. Wu Chang. Wu Chang. Gongwen Shan chuckled, repeatedly muttering Wu Chang's name, his eyes filled with sarcasm. "Now that they've all gone in, what are you going to do?" Wu Chang didn't speak, just staring at Gongwen Shan coldly. "Threatening me with your eyes?" Gongwen Shan grinned. "I think you should know what the price for threatening me is. There's nothing wrong with young people being hot-blooded, but being too arrogant." He spoke with the tone of an experienced person, but before he could finish, Wu Chang turned around and disappeared from sight in a few steps. He didn't give me a chance to show off at all. How decisive, he was willing to give up such a great opportunity, but then again, there's no point in staying, Gongwen Shan laughed self-deprecatingly. Then, he also turned around and walked towards the Flowing Time Temple. As he said, there was no point in Wu Chang continuing to stay. Gongwen Shan wouldn't let him in no matter what, so Wu Chang didn't want to see Gongwen Shan take revenge and humiliate himself. It was better to just leave. Go look for your own opportunity. Of course, this enmity had already been formed, so if the two met again, Wu Chang probably wouldn't let Gongwen Shan off. "Uncle Gong, come back, come back. Brother Gong, don't ignore us, there are still people here." The two cultivator excluded by Gongwen Shan hurriedly shouted, but how could they get any response? After waiting outside the temple for a long time, they could only leave with a belly full of depression. What's going on? Inside the Flowing Time Temple, Yang Kai was stunned by the scene in front of him as soon as he entered. This place was the interior of a huge temple. It covered an area of at least several acres, and in front of him, Shao Chen, Lan Sun, Luo Yuan, Xiao Baiyi, and Murong Xiao Xiao, who had entered before him, were surrounded by a group of countless puppets, all of them fighting fiercely. The ground was full of metal fragments and puppet parts, so it was obvious that before Yang Kai came in, these people had already killed a lot of puppets. Yang Kai had seen puppets on Shadowed Star before. There was a family on Shadowed Star that specialized in puppetry and could create lifelike puppets. There was no doubt that the star boundary also had puppets, but Yang Kai had never encountered one. Never would he have thought that there would be so many puppets in the Flowing Time Shrine. These puppets were in different shapes, but they could be roughly divided into three categories. The first category was humanoid, each of them extremely tall and holding different types of weapons, giving off a majestic aura. The second category was beast-shaped, with tigers, leopards, jackals, wolves, snakes, insects, and butterflies. There were so many of them that it was dazzling to look at. These monster beast puppets could often display monster beast-like attacks with great lethality. As for the third category, it was really difficult to classify them as their appearance was too strange. From their appearance alone, it was impossible to tell what they were based on. This category had the fewest number of puppets, but they seemed to be the strongest. There were at least 100 puppets in the temple, and all of them exuded Dao Source Realm auras. Even though Shao Chen and the others were all Heaven's Prides, it was still difficult for two fists to fight against four. When Yang Kai came in, these people were all on the defensive, none of them had the time to attack. If I had known this would happen, I would have waited outside a little longer. Yang Kai was extremely annoyed. He was originally afraid that some good opportunity in the Flowing Time Temple would be snatched away by others, so he couldn't wait to come in and explore. Who knew that he would encounter such a situation as soon as he arrived? If he had known, he would have waited outside a little longer and waited for these people to kill all the puppets before coming in. Junior brother Yang, be careful, these puppets are not easy to deal with. Murong Xiaoxiao's voice suddenly reached his ear. She must have seen Yang Kai come in and reminded him with concern. Although I want to thank you for your concern, but, aren't you exposing my existence? Yang Kai smiled bitterly in his heart. Sure enough, as soon as Murong Xiaoxiao's words fell, a puppet closest to him suddenly turned around and stared at Yang Kai with a pair of strange red eyes. Chapter 2157. This puppet had a strange appearance, looking like a giant lizard that walked upright. Its forelimbs were short while its hind limbs were extremely well developed. It gave off an indescribably ferocious aura. As soon as it looked at Yang Kai, it immediately opened its mouth and spat out a dark red light. A casual attack with the strength of a Dao Source Realm Master? These puppets are truly extraordinary. Yang Kai felt the impact of the energy from the light and his face changed slightly as he immediately dodged to the side. The light brushed past Yang Kai's body and hit a cultivator who came in after him. This cultivator was quite lucky because before he came in, he had summoned a defensive artifact that looked like an artifact armor and wore it on his body. His original intention was to prevent Wu Chang from suddenly killing him, but by a freak combination of factors, he had saved his life. Kong, with a loud bang, the cultivator could not help but stumble back a few steps as the light from his artifact armor flashed wildly, causing him to cry out in shock, "What the hell is that?" At that moment, a large number of people rushed in from the entrance, and even Gong Wenshan, who was at the rear, revealed himself. It could be said that of the cultivator who had stayed outside the Flowing Time Temple before, except for the few who were killed by Wu Chang, there were only 3 who had been rejected and could not enter. As soon as the auras of living beings increased, the puppets that were besieging Xiao Chen and the others also scattered, greatly reducing the pressure on Xiao Chen and the others. Their stomachs were filled with anger. Killing moves were launched one after another, causing the nearby puppets to be thrown off their feet. From time to time, a puppet would be smashed into pieces by powerful attacks and fall to the ground. Inside each of the shattered puppets, there would always be a fist-sized crystal that exuded rich energy fluctuations. Spirit Energy Heart. Someone exclaimed as they stared greedily at the crystal. Yang Kai's brow twitched. He instantly realized what this thing was. The heart of spirit energy was the core component of the burly puppet. Without it, no matter how lifelike the puppet was, it was merely a dead object. Only when the heart of spirit energy was placed in the puppet could it truly function. However, the heart of spirit energy was extremely difficult to refine. It required the cooperation of a master refiner and a puppet master in order to have a chance of successfully refining it. Therefore, its price had always been high, especially the high-grade heart of spirit energy. It was something that could only be discovered but not sought. There were over 100 puppets in the hall, each of which was at least Dao Source grade. In other words, there were over 100 spirit energy hearts here. If he could bring out all these spirit energy hearts and find a puppet master to refine them into shells, he would be able to create an army of Dao Source realm level puppets. A cultivator from a top force like Xiao Chen, Kong Qi, and Xiao Bai might not care too much about the value of these heart of spirit. However, the cultivator who came from a small sect or family was different. Among these great forces, it was often extremely difficult to cultivate a Dao Source realm master, but a single spirit energy heart was equivalent to a Dao Source realm master's combat power. For this reason, how could these cultivator not fight for it? Even if their own sect could not refine a puppet shell, a single heart of spirit energy could be sold for a lot of source crystals. Therefore, after the initial panic, the cultivator who rushed in all became bloodthirsty. They summoned their artifacts and used their killing moves to attack the puppets. Even though the number of puppets was huge, their strength was also not bad, but the puppets could not display their full strength without someone controlling them, so they were quickly forced to retreat. The cultivators who rushed in didn't care about the puppets at all, either attacking them in groups of 3 or 5 or confidently challenging them one-on-one. Almost every moment, a puppet was destroyed, but the price the cultivators had to pay was extremely small. Only a few of them were seriously injured, and not a single one of them died. Yang Kai also took the opportunity to kill a few puppets and harvested a few heart of spirit energy, which he threw into his space ring. As time passed, the number of puppets in the hall became fewer and fewer, while the cultivator became fiercer and fiercer. It was only a matter of time before all the puppets were annihilated. At this moment, a dazzling light suddenly burst out from somewhere in the crowd. Everyone was slightly surprised and all looked at it intently. In mid-air, a pentagonal light spun a few times, then with lightning speed, turned into a stream of light and drilled into the arm of a male cultivator. The cultivator did not seem to have figured out what was going on. He only felt a burning pain in his arm, causing him to cry out in shock. Pentagonal Star Seal. Lan Sun's beautiful eyes lit up and she shouted. These puppets actually have star seals? Xiao Chen had a complicated expression on his face. He turned his head and looked at the puppets around him, trying to see if there were any other star seals. He had destroyed at least 6 or 7 puppets, but such a good thing didn't fall into his lap. He couldn't help but feel a little upset in his heart. Huh? This is a star seal? After hearing Lan Sun's cry, the male cultivator was stunned for a while before he immediately grinned and laughed. I actually got a star seal? Ha ha ha, it seems that the heavens are also looking after me. He was overjoyed and laughed heartily. Even if some of the people around him did not like his publicity, they could only envy him. However, after this scene, the cultivator's interest in killing and fighting over the puppets obviously increased a lot, and there was even a scene of several people fighting over a puppet. Somewhere in the main hall, a man and a woman, who seemed to be brother and sister of the same sect, were nervously and fearfully attacking a leopard-shaped puppet. This puppet looked almost no different from a real cheetah. It was extremely flexible, but fortunately, this puppet seemed to have no other abilities besides pouncing and biting at close range. Therefore, even if the strength of these two people was not too high, it was not a problem for them to take it down. What made the two nervous was not the strength of this cheetah puppet, but the triangular mark on its forehead. The mark was not unusual. If it was before, these two people might not care too much about it, but after experiencing the scene just now, how could they not guess what it was? Was this most likely a star seal? Gong Qi of Seven Glories Chamber of Commerce suddenly came up behind Gong Wenshan again and asked with a flattering expression, Brother Gong, what do you think of the situation over there? Gong Wenshan narrowed his eyes and looked at him, Brother Gong, I find that you are even more shameless than before. Why do you always ask me about everything? I didn't create this flowing time temple. Gong Qi grinned meaningfully and said, capable people do more work. With Brother Gong's understanding of spirit arrays, if there was any danger over there, you would have seen through it immediately. Since you're shamelessly flattering me. Gong Wenshan snorted, stood up reluctantly, and walked over, then I'll go take a look. Chapter 2158. Gong Wenshan muttered to himself as he walked towards the exit. Gong Qi couldn't help feeling stunned on the spot. Yang Kai had indeed come here to ask Gong Wenshan to check if there were any spirit arrays at the exit, but he hadn't expected the other party to agree so readily, without any intention of refusing. This was completely inconsistent with Gong Wenshan's usual character. Considering all this, Gong Qi's expression changed slightly as he hurriedly stepped forward to catch up. How can I let Brother Gong take such risks alone? This Gong is willing to accompany you. As brothers, we should share joys and sorrows. Are you sure? Gong Wenshan tilted his head and looked at him with a teasing look. Gong Qi's heart was filled with a myriad of thoughts, mainly because the other party's expression was too intriguing, making him feel a little anxious. He didn't know how to answer in a way that would satisfy the other party, but in the end, he grit his teeth and said, "I'm sure." "Good." Gong Wenshan shrugged his shoulders and continued walking forward, "Just follow me closely." Hearing this, Kong Qi was overjoyed, knowing that his answer just now was definitely correct, but on the surface, he remained calm and said, "Naturally, Brother Gong should be careful." As the two spoke, they arrived at the only exit in front of everyone's eyes. At this time, the cultivator who was meditating in the main hall also paid close attention to Gong Wenshan's movements, fearing they would miss something. Gong Wenshan's ability to break spirit arrays had been witnessed by everyone before. If there was a hidden spirit array at the entrance, Gong Wenshan would definitely be able to see through it. For a time, everyone held their breath, waiting for the results to appear. Gong Wenshan stood in front of the entrance and carefully observed it, his expression constantly changing, causing everyone around him to be on edge. After a long time, he said leisurely, "Sure enough, there is no mistake. This entrance is just an ordinary one, there is no danger." Saying so, he walked directly towards the entrance. Kong Qi hurriedly followed. The two disappeared from the entrance in the blink of an eye. "What a bunch of tricks!" Xiao Chen snorted discontentedly. When he saw Gong Wenshan's expression change several times before, he thought he had discovered something, but in the end, this result made Xiao Chen feel like he had been played. Lan Sun smiled slightly and said, "This Brother Gong is also a proud and arrogant person. Come to think of it. Have you noticed?" Xiao Bai suddenly came to the two of them, looked around, and said solemnly, "Wu Chang is not here." Xiao Chen frowned, "What do you mean? What does his presence have to do with us?" Xiao Bai glanced at him, then shifted his gaze to Lan Sun. "What do you mean by that look? Are you looking down on me?" Xiao Chen was immediately unhappy. Lan Sun frowned. He suddenly thought of something. What Brother Xiao Bai means is, Gong Wenshan was the one who prevented Wu Chang from entering this place? Xiao Bai nodded solemnly, "That's exactly what I thought. Gong Wenshan was able to break this barrier, so perhaps he can also control it. Everyone else has basically entered, so there's no reason Wu Chang couldn't. There is only one explanation for this situation, Gong Wenshan didn't let him in." At this point, Xiao Bai sighed and looked at Lan Sun sincerely, "Your Highness, I am Azure Sun Temple's Xiao Bai. I'm not Brother Xiao Bai." "I know." Lan Sun smiled, "But you have the same surname as Big Brother Xiao Chen, so I can't call you that." Chapter 2159. With so many forks, it was obvious that some were safe and some were dangerous, but Yang Kai didn't know which one to choose for a while, so he could only grit his teeth and choose a path at random. Just as he disappeared, Lan Sun and Xiao Chen also escaped from the illusion array, and Yang Kai's back just happened to be printed in Lan Sun's field of vision. Huh! Lan Sun's eyes showed surprise, "He was faster than me." "What?" Xiao Chen followed behind Lan Sun and didn't notice the situation ahead, so he couldn't help but ask. "Nothing." Lan Sun shook her head and glanced back. She found that the two of them were only 10 steps away from the previous entrance. The surrounding area was empty, and there was no trace of other people. She knew the power of the illusion array and was too lazy to care about the life or death of others. She said to Xiao Chen, "Let's keep going." After a while, the two came to the front of the fork. Lan Sun deliberately chose a different path from Yang Kai's and walked in. Although there were many forks here, the light was not dim. There were some strange glowing stones around the forks, emitting a soft light. Yang Kai radiated his divine sense to a distance of 20 feet around him, while being vigilant of possible dangers, he groped forward. After walking for a while, Yang Kai suddenly showed a strange expression and listened carefully. The sound of fighting vaguely came from the front, and there seemed to be a trace of bloody smell. Startled, he quickly withdrew his divine sense. He held his breath. He slowly walked forward. After a while, he came to an empty hall. Although the area of this hall was not as big as the place where everyone entered at the beginning, it was not small. The situation in the hall was clear at a glance, and there was not much strange about it. There was only a pool in the middle of the hall. It was more than 45 feet deep, and it was unknown what was originally inside, but at the moment, it was empty. On the left side of the hall, there was a long table with 2 spirit fruits on it. The spirit fruits had been here for who knows how many flowing time Great Emperor, but they still looked as fresh as new and even exuded a strong fragrance. The spirit fruits were not big, only the size of a fist. They looked like 2 ripe peaches, making people salivate. This is the flowing time Great Emperor fruit? Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he immediately recognized what this spirit fruit was. He had previously obtained the jade slip left behind by Gong Sunmu, the 3rd disciple of the great emperors of wondrous pills, under the Yuan Furnace Mountain. The jade slip recorded the names, appearances, and refining methods of various rare spirit herbs and medicines in the star boundary in detail. Yang Kai had already memorized the contents of the jade slip, so how could he not recognize it? So the flowing time Great Emperor is something that only exists in the flowing time temple. Yang Kai was suddenly enlightened. Although he already knew that the flowing time Great Emperor was a fruit, he knew that the flowing time Great Emperor was not a fruit. However, he had never associated it with the flowing time temple. Now that he had seen the flowing time Great Emperor fruit, he immediately understood. The flowing time Great Emperor fruit had a very strange effect. It did not have any substantial help to a cultivator's cultivation. But even so, it did not hinder its rarity and preciousness. In the jade slip left behind by Gong Sunmu, it was recorded that the flowing time fruit had 2 diametrically opposite effects. One was that it could rejuvenate a person's youth, allowing an elderly person to regain their youthful appearance for a short period of time, while the other was like a poison of time. It could make a young man age in the blink of an eye. If one did not know how to distinguish between different flowing time Great Emperor fruits, no one would dare to take them rashly. Not to mention whether the second effect was useful or not, the first effect would definitely make countless cultivators go crazy, especially female cultivators. Which one of them did not want to be young forever? Which one of them did not want to be young forever? But no matter how high their cultivation was or how exquisite their youth-retaining technique was, the flowing time Great Emperor would still leave some marks on their bodies. As time passed, these marks would become more and more obvious. But if there was a flowing time Great Emperor fruit that could rejuvenate a person, it would be different. Even an old woman would become peerless in the blink of an eye. Of course, this did not mean that the flowing time Great Emperor fruit was only useful for women. For those cultivators who were nearing the end of their lifespan but had no hope of breaking through, the flowing time Great Emperor fruit was undoubtedly a good medicine to increase their lifespan. It could make a cultivator return to their physical state decades or even hundreds of years ago, which was equivalent to adding decades or even hundreds of years of lifespan out of thin air. To some extent, the value of this thing was even more precious than an emperor artifact. After Yang Kai recognized the flowing time Great Emperor fruit, he immediately became spirited. If this spirit fruit fell into the hands of others, Yang Kai didn't know what kind of effect it would have, but in his hands, it would be incredible. He was an alchemist and could use the flowing time Great Emperor fruit as the main ingredient to refine a furnace of flowing time Great Emperor pills. This was an almost extinct spirit pill that represented a huge amount of capital and wealth. Yang Kai quietly swallowed his saliva and turned his eyes to the center of the hall. There, a man and a monster were fighting. The sounds of fighting that Yang Kai had heard before were also made by them. This man was none other than Kong Qi of Seven Glories Chamber of Commerce. As for the monster, it was blood red in color, as if it was made entirely of blood, and its entire body exuded a nauseating bloody aura. This blood monster had a humanoid upper body, a round head, and 2 arms. Its lower body, however, was in the shape of a flowing top. As it ran around the hall, it waved its fists, which were wrapped in a thick bloody aura, as if it could explode the air. The light of source qi around Kong Qi's body blossomed as his expression became dignified. From time to time, he would display a powerful attack towards the blood monster, seemingly probing for its weakness. A cultivator like Kong Qi was generally a cautious person. After encountering a strong enemy, he would not act unless he was absolutely sure he could win. Before Yang Kai arrived, Kong Qi had been dealing with this blood monster for a while and had basically figured out the other party's routines and moves. But how could he have known that Yang Kai would appear out of nowhere and snatch what should have been his? Roar. After the flowing time great emperor fruits were taken away by Yang Kai, the blood monster, which was already shrouded in a violent and hostile aura, let out a roar and rushed towards Yang Kai madly, throwing a huge punch at him. This blow. Kong Qi's eyes narrowed as a look of horror appeared on his face. He had just fought with this blood monster for a long time and thought he had a good grasp of its strength, but he didn't expect it to be so weak. Judging from its attack on Yang Kai, it was clear that this blood monster was definitely not as easy to deal with as he had thought. He turned his head to look at Yang Kai again and sneered, muttering to himself, First Order Dao Source Realm, is going to be killed instantly? In his opinion, even if he wanted to defend against this blow, it would not be easy, so wouldn't a mere First Order Dao Source Realm be killed in the blink of an eye? Brother Kong, if you and I join forces to kill this enemy, we can split the spoils in half, there shouldn't be any problems, right? You can't monopolize it. Yang Kai's voice came out again. Kong Qi carefully checked the spirit fruit in his hand. After confirming that it had not been tampered with, Kong Qi solemnly put it into his space ring and said lightly, although you're a little disagreeable, since you're so sincere, this Kong will cooperate with you. Yang Kai grinned, Brother Kong is really smart. Humph, delay it well, this Kong needs some time to perform this move. Saying so, Kong Qi's source qi shook. At the same time, with a flick of his wrist, a golden copper coin appeared in his palm, and after a loud shout, he madly poured his source qi into it. Seeing this, Yang Kai immediately understood what kind of powerful secret technique Kong Qi was about to use, and it was one he was using with the help of an artifact. The power of this technique was definitely extraordinary. Immediately, a look of shock appeared on Kong Qi's face as he focused on delaying the enemy. Kong Qi did this out of self-confidence. Although he felt that Yang Kai was an extraordinary cultivator from the First Order Dao Source Realm, he didn't think Yang Kai was stronger than him. Yang Kai being able to contend with the blood monster for so long was only because of his outstanding movement skill and speed. If he wanted to cause fatal damage to the blood monster, he would have to take action himself. As such, he took on the role of the main attacker. Sure enough, Yang Kai didn't disappoint him, leading the blood monster around the hall. Not a single hair on the blood monster's body was touched. On the contrary, as the energy fluctuations around Kong Qi continued to rise, the blood monster seemed to faintly feel uneasy and became more and more irritable. At a certain moment, the blood monster finally gave up chasing Yang Kai and instead turned its head to stare at Kong Qi with its scarlet eyes. With a loud roar, its huge body transformed into a blood-red beam of light and rushed straight towards Kong Qi. Kong Qi's eyes narrowed and he almost gave up on condensing his secret technique to escape. At that moment, Yang Kai's figure flickered and appeared in front of him, waving his 10 fingers as he sent out a series of golden blood threads. In an instant, the sky was filled with golden light as the countless golden blood threads entwined with each other and condensed into a golden shield in the blink of an eye. Kong, when the blood monster's body hit the golden blood shield, its huge body was immediately exposed and it was forced back several steps. At the same time, the shield condensed from golden blood threads dissipated and transformed back into countless golden blood threads. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and took them all back into his body before quickly asking, "Brother Kong, if you're ready, you should act quickly, I won't be able to stop it a second time." "What a coincidence, I was just about to begin." Kong Chi grinned, his expression becoming solemn in the next moment as he flicked his finger and sent the golden copper coin in his hand flying out. His hands danced in the air, forming a series of hand seals as he muttered, "Coin fall, primordial unity chi." Xio xio xio, in mid-air, the coin suddenly split into 2, 2 into 4, 4 into 8. In the blink of an eye, a sky full of coins appeared. Each coin emitted a buzzing sound as it flew through the air, as if it had a strong ability to shrink, constantly growing larger and smaller. Under the control of Kong Chi's divine sense, these countless coins flew towards the blood monster in unison. The blood monster seemed to feel something and hurriedly retreated, but no matter how fast it was, how could it be faster than this strange artifact? In the blink of an eye, the blood monster was caught by one of the coins, which then expanded in size and wrapped around the blood monster's body, binding it tightly and restraining its movements. Immediately afterwards, a second and third coin fell, also wrapping around the blood monster's body, making it even more difficult for it to move. As more and more coins fell, the blood monster was completely trapped in a very short period of time. Looking at it from head to toe, the huge blood monster was tightly bound by countless coins. It was airtight. But in the next moment, a scene that made Kong Chi's eyes pop out of their sockets appeared. The churning blood in the blood pool was actually sucked up by Yang Kai, and it continuously flowed into his palm, disappearing without a trace. The blood in the blood pool churned even more violently and vaguely roaring and struggling could be heard, but because the body of the blood monster had not yet been fully formed, it was unable to resist and could only be pulled towards Yang Kai's palm. Yang Kai's palm was like a bottomless pit at this moment, sucking in the blood full of evil aura. Kong Chi was dumbfounded and could not help feeling a storm in the depths of his heart, constantly rubbing his eyes and telling himself that this was an illusion, but no matter how he looked at it, the scene in front of him was extremely real. At the same time, Yang Kai maintained his strange posture in Kong Chi's blind spot, holding the sealed world bead in his hand as he communicated with his embodiment with his divine sense. "Are you sure you can refine this thing?" The embodiment replied, "This blood contains a huge amount of energy and is of great use to me. The heaven-devouring great emperor's secret art devours everything, so how can this trivial blood be an exception? I've even refined 2 Dao source realm cultivators." "Good, since you say so." Yang Kai no longer said anything. If the embodiment had not suddenly sent him a message just now, he would not have used the sealed world bead to suck this pool of blood into his sealed world bead. After a pause, he exhorted, "But you still have to be careful, don't let those evil thoughts contaminate your soul." "I understand." Inside the hall, Kong Chi's expression was one of surprise, shock, amazement, and so on. As time passed, the pool of blood soon disappeared along with the indistinct wails. At the same time, the light screen restriction that sealed the room was broken. After the blood was completely sucked dry, Kai Yang drew a circle in the air with his hands, condensed his qi into his dantian, and assumed a posture of finishing his cultivation. After turning around, he didn't forget to pat his stomach and burp, looking like he was very full. Kong Chi's face turned green. "Brother Kong, it was a pleasure working with you. You're truly worthy of being an elite of 7 Glories Chamber of Commerce. That falling gold coin just now really opened my eyes. You truly live up to your reputation." Brother Kong's name is well deserved. As he spoke to hear, he paused for a moment. Tilting his head, he looked at Kong Chi. Why are you making such an expression? Kong Chi's mouth twitched as he said, I just want to ask, your body, is there any abnormal reaction? I don't. Kai Yang replied, while continuing to walk forward. Kong Chi took a few steps back and raised his hand, don't come over, just stand there and talk. If Kong Chi's attitude towards Yang Kai before was one of disgust and vigilance. At a certain moment, a ray of light suddenly appeared in front of him. Yang Kai's spirit shook as he looked up and found that there was a door-like existence in front of him, from which the dazzling light was being emitted. Chapter 2162. With the light guiding the way, Yang Kai couldn't help quickening his pace. Not long after, he passed through the door. What he saw was a straight white jade staircase, pure and flawless. It was impossible to see the end of it, and it was difficult for his divine sense to see the end of it. At the bottom of this white jade staircase, to the right of Yang Kai, there was a stone tablet with a line of large characters engraved on it. Yang Kai looked down and read, "The Flowing Time Great Emperor's Staircase?" He frowned with a blank look on his face. He didn't know what mysteries were hidden in this white jade staircase, but he didn't dare to move forward rashly, lest he encounter any danger. Fortunately, there was no one else here, so after thinking for a while, he directly summoned Hua Qingxi. After all, Hua Qingxi was a disciple of Star Soul Palace and had been preparing for the Four Seasons realm for a long time, so she should know more about the Flowing Time Temple than he did. With a flash of light, Hua Qingxi's figure appeared. She looked around blankly at first, as if she didn't know where she was now. This is the Flowing Time Temple. Yang Kai said from the side. Huh? Hua Qingxi responded in surprise, and immediately said with joy, you really found the Flowing Time Temple? It was a coincidence. I don't know why it appeared, Yang Kai said, take a look at this first. While speaking, Yang Kai pointed to the white jade staircase in front of him and the stone tablet beside him. Hua Qingxi glanced at the stone tablet and her tender body trembled, the Flowing Time Great Emperor's Staircase. You really know. Yang Kai observed her expression. He immediately understood that she should have some understanding of the Flowing Time Great Emperor's Staircase. He immediately opened his mouth and said, tell me, what's the secret behind this? Hua Qingxi took a deep breath and calmed the excitement in her heart. She said in a deep voice, the stairway of the Flowing Time Great Emperor is said to contain the understanding and control of the principles of time of the great emperors of the Flowing Time Great Emperor. Those who step on this stairway can be cleansed by the principles of time. It is of great benefit to the cultivator. Her eyes were shining, and she was eager to try it out. What if it fails? Yang Kai frowned. Hua Qingxi was startled. She stammered for a while before saying, I don't know. Probably there will be some terrible consequences. Yang Kai nodded slightly. It seemed that Hua Qingxi didn't know much about the stairs of the Flowing Time Great Emperor, but she was still better than him. Seeing that Yang Kai was pondering, Hua Qingxi pursed her red lips and said, whether you want to go up or not, I want to go up and try. Yang Kai glanced at her. He smiled and said, since it's an opportunity, I naturally can't miss it. Call Ruoxi out too. While speaking, he stretched out his hand again and called Zhang Ruoxi out. After explaining the wonders of the Flowing Time Great Emperor's Staircase to Zhang Ruoxi, Yang Kai looked at her and said, it's up to you whether you want to go up or not, although I don't know what the consequences will be if you fail. But it shouldn't be too wonderful. But don't worry, if it really comes to that, I will take you into the small sealed world. I want to go up. To Yang Kai's surprise, Zhang Ruoxi didn't hesitate at all after hearing this. Instead, she expressed her opinion very actively. Hua Qingxi pursed her lips and smiled. This little girl is young, but she's quite energetic. In that case, let's go together. Yang Kai nodded and said seriously, don't go too far away from me, otherwise, something will happen. I may not be able to take you into the small sealed world in time. Zhang Ruoxi nodded nervously, her face slightly flushed because of excitement. How could she have broken through another minor realm in such a short time? It was simply unbelievable. Although Yang Kai himself had gained a lot on the flowing time Great Emperor's steps, it was not to the extent that Zhang Ruoxi had. This little girl is really strange. Yang Kai recalled the day she broke through to the origin returning realm. The giant master's shadow that appeared behind her was at a loss. It really didn't know what kind of bloodline power in her body was that allowed her to break through so quickly. Yang Kai opened his mouth, wanting to call out to Zhang Ruoxi so that she wouldn't be too far away from him, but he found that he couldn't call out a single word no matter how hard he tried. Even his divine sense couldn't leave his body and was suppressed as soon as he tried. He looked back again. Seeing that Hua Qingxi was about 6 or 7 steps away from him, she was drenched in sweat and trekking with great difficulty, as if she was struggling to even move. Sure enough, the flowing time Great Emperor's steps weren't a place to test one's cultivation. If it were, Hua Qingxi should be walking at the front. No matter what, Zhang Ruoxi, who had the lowest cultivation, wouldn't have a chance. Yang Kai pondered for a moment. He stopped in place and waited for Hua Qingxi. In his opinion, Hua Qingxi was probably the first to break down, so he had to take her back to the sealed world bead at the right time. As for Zhang Ruoxi, Yang Kai could easily catch up with her later. The facts were indeed as Yang Kai expected. After climbing more than half of the flowing time Great Emperor's steps, Hua Qingxi finally couldn't bear the baptism of the principles of time. The benefits she could obtain from stepping on the steps suddenly turned into torture. The erosion of the principles of time made her inexplicably feel like her youth was fading away. She panicked and hurriedly looked up at Yang Kai, wanting to call out to him. At the critical moment, she couldn't utter a single word. She was so anxious that she was sweating all over. Fortunately, Yang Kai had been paying attention to her movements. As soon as he noticed this, he quickly reached out and directly took her back into the sealed world bead. At this time, Yang Kai looked up again and could only vaguely see Zhang Ruoxi's back. The little girl had at least thrown Yang Kai dozens of steps away, and seemed to be immersed in the various benefits she had obtained, unable to extricate herself. Her steps didn't stop for a moment and she kept going up. Seeing this scene, Yang Kai didn't dare to neglect and spared no effort to continue climbing, trying to close the distance between him and Zhang Ruoxi. Somewhere in the flowing time temple, in a dark and boundless hall, there was a faint sound of low breathing and a strong heartbeat. An inexplicable pressure filled this hall. If a living creature came here, they would immediately collapse to the ground. The pressure was as heavy as a mountain, and even the Emperor realm would tremble before it. At a certain moment, 2 long and narrow red lights suddenly lit up in the darkness. Accompanied by a heavy exhalation, the 2 long and narrow lights suddenly widened. They were 2 eyes the size of gongs. This was a pair of beastly eyes that were filled with wildness and killing intent. Golden pupils, red pupils, filled with boundless ruthlessness. Oh! Have these little insects finally found the flowing time temple? A muffled thunderous voice rang out in the dark hall. At the same time, a dazzling flame suddenly burst out in the darkness. The flame came from a strange giant beast covered in flames. This beast was about 3 stories tall and looked like a tiger or a cow. It looked as if it was made of flames, with a single red horn on its forehead, a pair of wings on its back, and a body covered in scales. It looked majestic. It seems that this uncle's mission is about to be completed. How many years has it been? This uncle is finally going to be free. A voice that shook the entire hall came from the belly of this strange beast. It stood up and looked around with its eyes as if they could pierce through the void. While looking, it muttered, "Let this uncle see what's so special about these little insects." As far as its eyes could see, none of the dozens of cultivator in the Flowing Time Temple could escape its observation. It didn't forget to comment while looking, "Well, this guy's aptitude is not bad, but humph, he still can't enter this uncle's eyes. Huh. This little girl is quite famous. Her physique is good, and her cultivation isn't high, but she has an emperor artifact. Is she a descendant of some great emperors? Well, although she barely meets the requirements, forget it, the great emperors aren't good people." He suddenly became as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. The strange beast in the hall was just as anxious as him. As the guardian of the Flowing Time Temple, it naturally saw Zhang Ruoxi's state and changes. At first, it rejoiced, thinking that Zhang Ruoxi was dead for sure, but soon, it realized something was wrong. Because once Zhang Ruoxi was forced into a dead end, the bloodline power lurking in her body was very likely to awaken. Once that thing was awakened, it would be in big trouble. Thinking so, the strange beast stood up and stretched out a claw towards the void. Space shattered under this blow, and the huge claw crossed the barrier of space and grabbed Zhang Ruoxi before immediately retracting. As it did so, it muttered worriedly, "Oh, oh, 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 oh. I don't know if this is the right thing to do." As soon as it finished speaking, it slowly opened its claws and placed the dazed Zhang Ruoxi in front of it. Zhang Ruoxi obviously didn't understand what was going on. She just felt endless time passing by her body. In that short moment, she felt like 100 years had passed. Her vitality seemed to be draining away, and the aura of death rushed towards her. She wanted to turn around and call out to Yang Kai, but she couldn't even turn around. And just when she thought she was going to die, a huge claw descended from the sky and pulled her back from the gates of hell, bringing her into this dark hall. She looked up and saw a huge burning monster beast in front of her, staring at her with a pair of beastly eyes. Most people who saw such a behemoth would probably turn pale with fright, scream, and run away. Zhang Ruoxi wasn't a bold person, and her cultivation wasn't high, nor was she knowledgeable. It wouldn't be surprising if she fainted from fright. But for some reason, when she looked up and stared at the monster beast, she didn't feel the slightest fear. Instead, she had a feeling that the other party should be afraid of her. This feeling was baseless and absurd, but it was a feeling that came from deep within her bones, as natural as breathing, and made people believe it without a doubt. She pursed her red lips and looked up at the huge monster beast, her small figure forming a sharp contrast. Their eyes met, but the monster beast felt its hair stand on end. Its forehead was dripping with cold sweat, and its eyes were flickering. Why do you seem to be afraid of me?" Zhang Ruoxi suddenly asked. As soon as she opened her mouth, the monster beast couldn't help but take 2 steps back. It looked at her with fear in its eyes. A muffled sound like thunder came from its abdomen, and it laughed dryly, "Haha, yes, why should I be afraid of you?" Zhang Ruoxi didn't get to the bottom of it, but beckoned to it. Seeing this, the monster beast actually walked over and crawled in front of Zhang Ruoxi. Its violent eyes became extremely docile at this moment. Faintly, there was a trace of panic and fear. "Did you save me?" Zhang Ruoxi asked. The monster beast thought for a while and said, "Yes. Thank you." Asterisk chi 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 chi. Asterisk the shocking sword light cut through the millions of sword chi and arrived in front of Yang Kai without any reduction in power. Asterisk who. Asterisk Xiao Baiyi's figure suddenly appeared, his eyes as sharp as a knife, exuding an astonishing aura as he swung his sword towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully and raised his sword to block. Clang! A peerless imposing aura shook out, and the space above the Dao discussion platform was actually sliced into countless cracks by the fine strands of sword chi that emanated from it, and they flashed before vanishing. Xiao Baiyi's whole body froze slightly, but he quickly got rid of the influence of the Emperor artifact. His whole body turned into an afterimage as the long sword in his hand continued to attack Yang Kai. He still had the strength to taunt, although the Emperor artifact is strong, with your strength, how much power can you exert? Shui lost to you because he was careless. Yang Kai's body was like a dragon as he held the myriad sword in his hand, constantly blocking the attacks coming from all directions. He smiled slightly and said, Brother Xiao Bai seems to have a problem with this sword. As the two spoke, their hands did not stop moving at all. The clanging sounds continued to ring out, like music, extremely pleasant to the ears. Relying on the power of an artifact is also a skill. Since you say so, I'll change my sword. As soon as Yang Kai's voice fell, the myriad sword in his hand suddenly disappeared and was replaced by another Dao source-grade mid-rank sword. Xiao Baiyi frowned as he leapt out of the battle and asked, changing your weapon in the middle of the battle, what do you mean? I mean nothing. Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at him, I just don't want to be accused of relying on the power of an Emperor artifact after I beat you. Are you looking down on me? Xiao Baiyi was furious, his white robes fluttering in the wind as he slowly floated up into the air and said coldly, if you change back now, I'll pretend I didn't see anything, otherwise it'll be too late for regrets. As he spoke, he pointed the long sword in his hand to the sky and a snowstorm suddenly appeared. This snowstorm was not fierce at first, but in the blink of an eye, it rolled out a heaven-destroying momentum that wrapped around Xiao Baiyi. A cold voice came out from the snowstorm as Xiao Baiyi muttered, this is only 60% of my strength, if you can't withstand it, you'll die. I advise you to avoid it. As soon as these words fell, he shouted, human sword, rotating annihilation. The snowstorm suddenly turned into an ice dragon, glaring with gong-sized eyes, and pouncing towards Yang Kai with an unstoppable momentum. Yang Kai finally put away his mischievous expression and looked at the incoming attack with a dignified expression. Feeling the power contained in it, he said in a deep voice, as expected of the second place of Azure Sun Temple's sect martial arts demonstration. Xiao Baiyi's eyes flashed as he stared down and frowned, remember, my name is Xiao Baiyi. I just feel that, the name Brother Xiao Bai is very familiar, Brother Xiao doesn't need to be so angry, right? Yang Kai's voice came from below, full of vitality, as if he was not injured at all. Xiao Baiyi's eyes instantly bulged as he stared down dumbfoundedly. Inside the sea of lightning, Yang Kai seemed to have undergone a huge change. On the surface of his body, a five-colored glow bloomed, and the power of the five elements formed a strong and powerful defense, resisting the damage of the lightning arcs. If that was all, both of his hands were now covered with a layer of fine scales, and his hands had transformed into dragon claws. On his cheeks, forehead, and even all his exposed skin were scales that exuded an amazing aura. Chapter 2166. Dragon Aura. Xiao Baiyi exclaimed. He felt the aura of a true dragon from where Yang Kai stood. Although this aura was not strong, the terrifying pressure it exuded was enough to make one's heart tremble. As soon as his voice fell, a golden true dragon phantom suddenly appeared behind Yang Kai. This true dragon phantom was extremely large, and as it coiled behind Yang Kai, it slowly opened its eyes and glanced in Xiao Baiyi's direction. Xiao Baiyi's back was instantly drenched in cold sweat and he couldn't help stumbling back a few steps. Brother Xiao Bai's strength is extraordinary, so I have to take this seriously. You, be careful. As soon as Yang Kai finished speaking, his sword shook and in an instant, a five-colored light burst forth as the five elements' indestructible sword qi overflowed, dispersing the Thunder Sea purgatory in a single breath, revealing Yang Kai's majestic figure. The golden dragon phantom behind him roared towards the sky, its roar resounding throughout the heavens and earth as it turned into a stream of light and poured into the sword, accompanied by Yang Kai's slash. At that moment, time seemed to flow for thousands of years, traversing countless spaces. The power of a true dragon was enough to shatter the world. Xiao Baiyi's temples were covered in cold sweat as he was forced back a few steps by the infinite pressure, but soon, he grit his teeth and forced himself to stand still, fiercely pushing his source qi to form a solid barrier around his body. At the same time, he summoned a mirror-like defensive artifact that transformed into a light curtain and blocked in front of him. Asterisk Hong, asterisk as the golden light slashed forward, a violent energy overflowed, causing the entire Dao discussion stage to hum, as if the end of the world had arrived. The turbulent world energy fluctuations did not subside for a long time. Yang Kai's eyes were as sharp as knives as he stared forward coldly. A few dozen meters away, Xiao Baiyi's face was pale. Standing in the air, although the light curtain formed by the mirror artifact was still blocking his body, countless cracks had appeared and in the next breath, it shattered into countless fragments. His eyes trembled violently as the divine artifact in his hand let out a mournful cry. Staring at him from afar, Xiao Baiyi grit his teeth and muttered, "You from the First Order Dao Source Realm, how could you possibly achieve this?" Yang Kai said indifferently, "Strength. Don't tell me that Brother Little Bai doesn't understand this principle? I don't believe it." Xiao Baiyi roared as a violent aura suddenly erupted from his body. The source qi that should have been dormant suddenly surged at this moment as he raised his sword and roared, "This is my final move, if you can take it, you win, if you can't, then I'll kill you. Only death." Hearing what he said, Yang Kai's expression couldn't help but become solemn, knowing that Xiao Baiyi was about to use his ultimate move. A desperate move on the level of the Third Order Dao Source Realm would not be easy to deal with. He immediately held his breath and concentrated, secretly circulating his origin energy. When Xiao Baiyi's words fell, his expression suddenly became incomparably solemn. With a devout and holy look on his face, he flicked his finger on his sword. As the sword buzzed, he turned into countless streaks of light and descended from the sky. An astonishing pressure suddenly descended, causing the void to tremble, giving people a feeling that the sky was falling and the earth was splitting apart. A low voice slowly sounded, "Heavenly sword, shattering star." As soon as these words fell, countless streaks of light burst out from the sky and smashed down. It was as if countless meteors were falling from the sky, making it impossible to avoid and causing despair to fill everyone's hearts. At the end of this light bridge, there was a closed door leading to an unknown world. Yang Kai could not help being startled, frowning for a moment before muttering to himself while staring at the light bridge, "This thing is definitely the way to the exit." Brother Xiao Bai seems to have been teleported out, so, the key is for him to admit defeat? According to the scene just now, it seemed that after Xiao Baiyi admitted defeat, the Dao discussion stage changed, not only teleporting him away, but also revealing an exit. Looking at it this way, it was naturally clear where the opportunity was at a glance. Chapter 2167. Deep inside the flowing time temple, a group of masters had gathered. This was the deepest part of the temple, and those who were qualified to come here were the top masters of the Southern Territories Dao Source Realm. Lan Sun, Shao Chen, Luo Yuan, Kong Qi, Murong Xiao Xiao, Gong Wen Shan, and Bian Yuqing were all present. Among these 7, except for Lan Sun who was in the First Order Dao Source Realm and Gong Wenshan who was in the Second Order Dao Source Realm, everyone else was in the Third Order Dao Source Realm. Needless to say, Lan Sun was the beloved daughter of the Bright Moon Great Emperors and possessed a special constitution. Her strength could not be measured by cultivation alone, so she was absolutely qualified to set foot here. The same was true for Gong Wenshan. Although his cultivation was a minor realm lower than most of the people present, as an array grandmaster, his methods were quite profound, so his strength could not be judged by his cultivation alone, so it was not surprising that he was able to come here. At this moment, among the 7, except for Xiao Chen who had been guarding Lan Sun, everyone else was looking for a place to sit cross-legged in meditation, seemingly waiting for something. Murong Xiao would glance in a certain direction from time to time, her beautiful eyes filled with worry and anticipation. At a certain moment, ripples suddenly appeared in a circular door of light over 100 meters away from where everyone was standing, and then a figure slowly emerged from the door of light. Everyone noticed this and turned their heads to look. Finally, Luo Yuan seemed to have become impatient and could not help snorting coldly. Murong Xiao stood up with a smile on her face and walked over, seemingly to greet the newcomer. Everyone else also showed a look of interest, wanting to see who this newcomer was. The figure slowly took shape. Finally, walking out of the light gate, his true face was revealed. Huh! The smile on Murong Xiao's face froze as she stared at the newcomer in amazement, her expression extremely complicated, a little disappointed, and a little surprised. She did not expect that the last person to come out of this light gate would be Yang Kai. It turned out to be Yang Kai, not Xiao Bai as she had imagined. The others also wore different expressions, Kong Qi's face twitching as he quickly averted his gaze, as if looking at Yang Kai any longer would tarnish his own. Bian Yuqing pursed her lips and smiled. So many people. After Yang Kai walked out of the door of light, he saw the 7 figures in front of him and couldn't help but be a little surprised. Why are you all here? I was waiting for you. Bian Yuqing smiled and said flirtatiously. Yang Kai rubbed his nose. He said, don't joke around. How could I be so important as to trouble you all to wait here? He thought that Bian Yuqing was just joking with him. Who knew? I'm not kidding. We are indeed waiting for you. Gong Wenshan also stood up at this time and looked at Yang Kai sternly, but that's not entirely correct. We weren't waiting for you. We were waiting for the last person to come out of here. Yang Kai frowned, turned his head, and looked around before finally fixing his eyes in front of him and saying thoughtfully, it seems that you don't have enough people to break this barrier. Indeed. Gong Wenshan nodded. Can someone explain to me what's going on here? Yang Kai smiled and looked around. Gong Wenshan said with a look of disdain, I don't want to repeat such a troublesome thing twice. After saying so, he ignored Yang Kai. Murong Xiao pursed her red lips. She said, I'll explain. Junior brother Yang, come over here. She beckoned to Yang Kai. Yang Kai nodded and walked over. Murong Xiao immediately explained to him. After listening to her description, Kai Yang came to know that in front of the main entrance of the hall, there was a spirit array called the 8 points Yuan returning array. This spirit array wasn't very profound, nor was it very useful. It was also very simple to break. As long as 8 people were gathered and stood in a specific position, this spirit array would break on its own, not requiring any effort from the cultivator. Of course, if there was no one here who was proficient in spirit arrays, they would not be able to see through the mysteries of this spirit array, but this spirit array was really not a problem for Gong Wenshan. So, you can only wait here for the last person to arrive? Yang Kai asked after listening. Yes, Murong Xiao nodded gently and smiled, I didn't expect junior brother Yang to be the last person to arrive. Yang Kai glanced at her and whispered, don't worry, brother Xiao Bai is only slightly injured, his life is not in danger. Murong Xiao heard this and her eyes lit up. Junior brother Yang, you saw brother Xiao? Yang Kai nodded. Where is he now? Murong Xiao asked nervously. I don't know, maybe he was teleported out, or maybe he's still somewhere in this temple, Yang Kai shrugged. Murong Xiao seemed to think of something and covered her mouth as she whispered, Junior brother Yang. Did you defeat brother Xiao? Oh. Yang Kai was stunned, listening to what you said. You also went to the Dao discussion platform? That's right. Murong Xiao replied, I met an opponent there and defeated him before coming here. It seems that everyone's experiences are similar. Yang Kai said thoughtfully. If everyone had experienced the flowing time Great Emperor's staircase and the Dao discussion platform, then it made sense that there were only 8 people left here at this moment. These 2 checkpoints were not something that just anyone could pass. The rest of them had probably already been eliminated. As Yang Kai spoke, he turned his head to look at the others and was surprised to find that all of them had some star seals on the back of their hands, even Murong Xiao. It seemed that their opportunities in the Flowing Time Temple were quite good. Yang Kai, on the other hand, had only obtained a single Flowing Time Great Emperor fruit when he first arrived at the 2 Seasons mountain range and hadn't found any other star seals. Are you done with your nonsense? If you are, hurry up and act, I don't have time to waste here. Luo Yuan urged impatiently. If it weren't for the fact that 8 people were required to crack the spirit array, how could Luo Yuan have waited here? He would have already killed everyone and driven out all of them. Yang Kai glanced at him but didn't say anything. He simply nodded to Gong Wenshan and said, Brother Gong, I understand the general situation. I have a general understanding of the situation, so I hope you can advise me on what to do next. Gong Wenshan nodded and said, Since that's the case, everyone will listen to my orders. Kacha, with a series of cracking sounds, the door in front of everyone suddenly cracked open and a ray of light shot out from it. Immediately afterward, the door slowly moved to the sides and the gap slowly grew larger. When the gap was large enough for one person to pass through, Gong Wenshan suddenly shouted, Don't move. Everyone was startled and their originally restless figures came to a halt. But at that moment, Gong Wenshan rushed through the door like an arrow from a bow. Damn it, we were tricked. Kong Qi shouted angrily and quickly chased after him. Lan Sun nodded lightly and pointed to the pitch-black oval shield. Brother Kong is right, this is probably a pseudo-emperor artifact. What's a pseudo-emperor artifact? Yang Kai asked. As soon as this remark came out, everyone cast strange looks at him, as if they felt it was a bit strange that he didn't even know this kind of common-sense question. Bian Yuqing, on the other hand, understood that Yang Kai was indeed ignorant. After all, he was a cultivator from a low-level star's territory, so she kindly explained to him, Emperor artifacts are not refined, you should know this, right? Yang Kai nodded lightly. The birth of an Emperor artifact required a cultivator to refine and nourish it for many years. Only after a cultivator broke through to the Emperor realm, could they condense their Emperor intent into an artifact and infuse their comprehension of the heavenly way and martial Dao into it. Only then could an Emperor artifact be born. Some people from the Emperor realm fail to succeed when they attempt to refine their artifacts due to various reasons, but the artifact's power does not decrease and instead increases. The artifacts born under such circumstances are called pseudo-emperor artifacts. They surpass the level of Dao source-grade artifacts but are not emperor artifacts. They can be considered semi-finished products. Bian Yuqing said softly with a solemn expression, a good pseudo-emperor artifact is not worse than an ordinary emperor artifact, but some pseudo-emperor artifacts are only slightly better than Dao source-grade artifacts. So that's how it is. Yang Kai showed a look of understanding. Bian Yuqing continued, but, this is a defensive artifact. Even if it is a pseudo-emperor artifact, it is absolutely rare. Its value is far above that of a Dao source-grade high-rank artifact. If one can obtain this shield, I'm afraid no one in the Emperor realm will be able to break through its defense. That's a really good thing. Yang Kai echoed, his eyes burning as he stared at the shield. Although he had a lot of Emperor artifacts, none of them were defensive. If he could snatch this shield, he could make up for his shortcomings and at least be able to resist for a while when encountering a strong enemy. Please continue, Your Highness. Kong Qi glared at Yang Kai from the side, seemingly blaming him for his ignorance and interfering with Lan Sun's explanation. Lan Sun didn't care and simply smiled lightly as she pointed to a cherry-sized droplet of water and said, "If I'm not mistaken, this should be the legendary Supreme Divine Water." Hiss. The sound of people sucking in cold air was heard. Everyone was shocked. Sure enough, it's Supreme Divine Water. Gong Wenshan's expression flickered, as if he had some guesses but wasn't sure, but after listening to Lan Sun's words, he immediately confirmed it. Murong Xiao was surprised. Is this the Supreme Divine Water that can allow spirit medicines to grow rapidly with just a drop? Indeed. Lan Sun smiled and nodded. Perhaps because she was taking care of Yang Kai, she slowly explained, with just a single drop of Supreme Divine Water, any spirit medicine can grow to 1,000 or even 10,000 years old in a very short time, and this time is only a month. Yang Kai swallowed his saliva and asked, "What princess means is, if this thing is dropped on a spirit grass, it can reach a medicinal age of 10,000 years within a month?" Exactly. Lan Sun nodded and said indifferently, although Supreme Divine Water is not one of the three great divine waters, in terms of efficacy, it is sometimes much more precious than the three great divine waters. I also saw a few drops of Supreme Divine Water when I was young, so I recognized it. If it were someone else who said they had seen Supreme Divine Water, everyone would likely be skeptical, but when it came from Lan Sun's mouth, it was a different story. With her identity, status, and even background, she would not tell such a lie. If she said she had seen it, then naturally she had seen it. Yang Kai's heart suddenly became hot. In the medicine garden in his mysterious small world, there was so much heavy earth that it could only increase the growth rate of spirit medicines by 100 times. In other words, it took a year for a spirit medicine to grow to 100 years old. But this Supreme Divine Water only needed a month to make a spirit medicine reach 10,000 years old. The gap between them was simply incomprehensible. If this drop of Supreme Divine Water was absorbed by the gold and silver tree, wouldn't this strange tree named Firmament gain 10,000 years of sealing power? With so much sealing power, he could remove the seal on his abdomen at any time and anywhere, and he would have no worries when fighting powerful enemies. At that time, he would only need to use the power of the Firmament tree to reseal the demonic chi and demon spirit. Supreme Divine Water is the source of all water, but its role is not limited to just that. If it is absorbed by a cultivator who cultivates a water attribute secret art or a water attribute physique, the benefits are simply immeasurable. Moreover, it can also be used to refine water attribute artifacts. Its uses are infinite. Lan Sun continued to explain. Gong Wenshan slowly exhaled and cupped his fists. "This one understands. Many thanks, Princess." "Humph, Princess, Her Highness kindly explained this to you, so don't refuse." Xiao Chen coldly snorted. No one paid him any attention. Lan Sun then pointed to the treasure that was exuding a 7-colored glow and said, "I don't need to explain this, don't you recognize it?" Kong Qi's face twitched as he said bitterly, "Could this be an Emperor aura? It is definitely an Emperor aura." Gong Wenshan seemed to have also noticed and said in a deep voice. Lan Sun smiled slightly and said, "Yes, this is an Emperor aura. If you have it, you can fuse it with an artifact that is closely related to you, and in time, it is very likely that an Emperor artifact will be born." Emperor aura was the key to the birth of an Emperor artifact. It was condensed by a master of the Emperor realm and fused with an artifact. If successful, it would become an Emperor artifact, but if it failed, the artifact would either be damaged or become a fake Emperor artifact. Generally, when the Emperor realm condensed an Emperor artifact, they would directly pour their own Emperor aura into the artifact. This Emperor aura contained the essence of a master from the Emperor realm, which was extremely rare. However, such a mass of Emperor aura could not be condensed by an ordinary master from the Emperor realm. Even Xiao Chen's father, Silver Star Envoy Xiao Yuyang, did not have this ability. Only a third-order Emperor realm master could accomplish such a feat. Condensing an Emperor aura was a great loss to a master from the Emperor realm, and it would take at least 100 years of hard work to make up for it. Therefore, under normal circumstances, a third-order Emperor realm master would not condense an Emperor aura and leave it outside. But this flowing time temple had such an Emperor aura. This thing was fundamentally different from the pitch-black shield. The pitch-black shield had already been formed, so it was a fake Emperor artifact and had no possibility of being promoted to an Emperor artifact. On the other hand, this mass of Emperor aura represented infinite possibilities, but it required time and effort. Between the two, it was hard to say which was more valuable. If one liked a ready-made one, they would naturally choose the pitch-black shield. After all, it was a defensive artifact, so its value and rarity were needless to say. If one had the ambition to refine an Emperor artifact of their own, they would undoubtedly fall in love with the mass of Emperor aura. This was simply a shameless act. If it were anyone else who said such a thing, they would have drowned in spittle, but since Xiao Chen mentioned Lan Sun, no one dared to act presumptuously. With Lan Sun's status, who dared to have any opinions about her? Did they still want to mingle in the southern territory in the future? Even someone as strong as Luo Yuan had a gloomy expression at this moment and didn't say a word. Although he didn't flinch in the face of Wu Chang, he also knew that there were some people in this world who couldn't be offended, and Lan Sun was one of them. What? Do you think this Zhao's proposal is inappropriate? Xiao Chen used a tiger's skin as a banner, but seeing no one speak, he coldly snorted and said, "Or, do you all look down on my Star Soul Palace?" With this big accusation, Kong Qi immediately glared at Xiao Chen as if he had just sullied his mother, cursing his 18 generations of ancestors in his heart. This Murong Xiao was a kind-hearted person, so seeing the atmosphere become so awkward, she didn't know how to ease it after saying a word, causing her face to turn red with anxiety. Everyone else was silent and didn't say anything. Yang Kai observed Lan Sun's expression and saw her slightly frown, seemingly a little unhappy. He knew that this was not something she had discussed with Xiao Chen, but rather the latter's arbitrary decision. He nodded secretly in his heart. Yang Kai's impression of Lan Sun was still quite good. If Lan Sun really wanted to use the name of the Great Emperors and Star Soul Palace to take the treasures, no one would be able to do anything about it, but if that happened, Lan Sun's image would suffer a huge blow. Moreover, although the things on the high platform were extremely precious, with Lan Sun's status, she might not really care about them. The pitch-black shield was of little value to her because she already had a defensive Emperor artifact given to her by the Great Emperors. She had no use for the Supreme Divine Water. There were plenty of spirit herbs in the Star Soul Palace, and they had all kinds of ages, so why would she need the Supreme Divine Water to ripen them? As for the Emperor Aura, she was currently in the First Order Dao Source realm, so it was useless to her. As for the Emperor Authority Bead, if she really wanted one, she only needed to act coquettishly with the Great Emperors and the Great Emperors would definitely refine a few for her. In any case, the Great Emperors had profound strength and were not afraid of consuming a few hundred years' worth of secret art. Amidst the tense atmosphere, Lan Sun suddenly smiled and said, "Since no one has any objections, then Big Brother Xiao Chen and I will take one first." Hearing this, Gongwen Shan raised his brow, seemingly understanding the meaning behind her words. He stared at Lan Sun in amazement, but soon, his amazement turned into relief and he smiled lightly. Kong Qi frowned but also understood the meaning behind Lan Sun's words, smiled, and nodded. If the princess wants to take one first, this Kong naturally has no objection. I have no objection. Bian Yuqing immediately expressed her opinion. Everyone present was a shrewd person. Although the meaning expressed by Lan Sun was similar to Xiao Chen's, the intentions of the two were completely different, so how could they not understand? What about you? Lan Sun turned her head to look at Luo Yuan and the others. Your Highness can do as you please. This Luo may not trust others, but he can trust your Highness. Lan Sun gently nodded, many thanks for Brother Luo's consideration. Both of them were also using their other hands to crack the barrier around the Emperor Authority bead. The light of the barrier was fading at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if it was about to be broken. Next to the two of them, Bian Yuqing and Gongwen Shan were shrouded in smoke, not even the slightest sound could be heard. On the outermost edge, Wuxia Xianxia anxiously urged her artifact, the heavenly feather ring, to continuously bombard the supreme divine water barrier. Although she was using all her strength, it would still take her at least a few breaths of time to break this barrier. Seeing this, Yang Kai's figure flickered and he arrived directly beside Wuxia Xianxia. Junior brother Yang. Wuxia Xianxia pursed her red lips lightly and called out with a complicated expression. Yang Kai did not answer, instead using his 5 elements indestructible sword qi to coordinate with Wuxia Xiao's heavenly feather ring and slamming it towards the light barrier. With the combined strength of the two, the barrier shattered with a bang. Yang Kai reacted quickly and took out a jade bottle, filled it with the drop of supreme divine water, and immediately threw it to Wuxia Xianxia, shouting in a low voice, "Go!" Within 100 kilometers, all the cultivators who felt this ferocious pressure felt their bodies sink, as if a towering mountain was pressing down on their shoulders, and a feeling of impending death appeared in their hearts. A roar came out. Qiongqi roared to the sky, and there were extremely complex emotions in its voice. It seemed to be happy, excited, and sad. After that, it looked arrogantly at the surroundings, and its eyes that burned like flames were fixed on a certain spot in space. It stretched out a claw, tore through space, and bore its head into it before vanishing. Outside the 4 Seasons realm, in a nameless valley. There was no more world energy here, and it was extremely desolate. Only a huge oval-shaped light gate still existed in mid-air. The many cultivator who had gathered here had already poured into the 4 Seasons realm a few days ago. At this time, only a few masters from the Emperor realm remained here. Silver Star Envoy Xiao Yuyang of Star Soul Palace, Gao Shueting of Azure Sun Temple, Chen Wenhao of Heavenly Martial Holy Land, Feng Ming of Orthodoxy Temple, Seven Glories Chamber of Commerce's Tseng Yuan, Violet Source Chamber of Commerce's Lu Qi. These masters stayed here to observe the changes at the entrance to the 4 Seasons realm, so as to avoid accidents that could not be remedied, and also to wait for the return of their elite disciples. Since the Dao Source realm masters entered the 4 Seasons realm, these masters from the Emperor realm each found a place to sit and rest. For masters like them, waiting for 33 days was nothing. Perhaps they just needed to comprehend the mysteries of their secret arts, or perhaps they just needed to refine their Emperor artifacts a little. 33 days passed quickly, so no one found it boring at all. Suddenly, Xiao Yuyang opened his eyes as if he had sensed something. There was a trace of confusion in his eyes, and soon, this confusion turned into shock and horror. In the next moment, all the masters from the Emperor realm stood up and opened their eyes wide, looking in the same direction. There, a crack suddenly appeared in the void. As soon as the crack appeared, it directly collapsed into a large hole. From that crack, a terrifying pressure that made everyone present tremble in fear came out. Under everyone's gaze, a fiery red exotic beast that burned like flames slowly stepped out from the crack. Ha ha ha! This uncle is finally free. As soon as the exotic beast appeared, it suddenly spoke in human language and laughed wildly, like a prisoner who had been imprisoned for countless years and was finally released. Divine Spirit. Xianxia. Xiao Yuyang, after observing the exotic beast for a moment, could not help exclaiming as he pushed his source chi fiercely. The faces of the other masters from the Emperor realm also sank as they all gathered around Xiao Yuyang. The masters from the Emperor realm knew better than anyone else just how terrifying Xianxia was, but none of them had expected that in this nameless mountain valley, a divine spirit would suddenly appear, let alone the notoriously fierce Xianxia. Seven Glories Chamber of Commerce's Vice President Zheng Yuan's legs and stomach trembled as his face turned extremely pale. Oh! Xianxia's pair of beastly eyes swept the area below as it said in a low, muffled voice, "I see so many delicious meals as soon as I come out." As it spoke, a string of crystal-clear saliva flowed out from the corner of its mouth, as if it had been starving for a long time. Gudong. The sound of saliva swallowing rang out, but the source was not Xianxia, but the masters from the Emperor realm who had gathered together. Almost everyone was frightened by Xianxia's words. The words of a divine spirit were not overconfident. Any mature divine spirit was no weaker than the great emperors, so if it really wanted to treat the people from the Emperor realm as food, few would be able to escape. At this critical moment, Xiao Yuyang was the first to recover. He quickly cupped his fists and shouted, "Star Soul Palace's Silver Star Envoy, Xiao Yuyang, greets Master Xianxia. May I ask why Master has appeared here?" Star Soul Palace? Xianxia heard this and a trace of disdain flashed across its beastly eyes. What's that? It had not even heard of the Southern Territories' overlord sect. Xiao Yuyang could not help but feel his heart sink as he realized that the situation was not good. This divine spirit might have been asleep for countless years, so it had not even heard of Star Soul Palace. His plan to use the name of the Bright Moon Great Emperors to deter the other party was not going to work. Chapter 2172. It is your honor to be able to become this young master's food. Who wants to go first? Xianxia looked around fiercely and asked in a deep voice. No one dared to answer. Everyone from the Emperor realm was pale, their bodies trembling as they felt extremely depressed. Not speaking? Xianxia said sarcastically, if you don't speak, then this young master will choose one at random. You can't escape, it's just a matter of time. Don't be afraid, Master Xiao. Violet Source Chamber of Commerce's Vice President Lu Qi couldn't help but shout as he looked eagerly at Xiao Yuyang, as if he was pinning his hopes on him. Xiao Yuyang's face darkened as he realized that it was too late to act now. He could only summon a golden mirror-like object. As soon as this object appeared, it suddenly exploded. At the same time that the mirror-like thing exploded, a gentle pressure as deep as the sea descended from the sky, and a stalwart figure slowly emerged from the shattered space. Everyone turned their heads to look, and their faces couldn't help but turn solemn as they bowed respectfully towards this figure. This person wore a jade crown, and his figure was tall and straight like a mountain. His aura was deep and unfathomable. When he appeared, his figure was illusory, so it was obviously not a physical body. But in the next moment, two solid eyes pierced through the void and fixed directly on Xianxia. Even someone as strong as Xianxia couldn't help restraining his aura and coldly snorted, "The souls of the great emperors have descended?" He could feel the aura that only the great emperors possessed from this illusory figure, so he naturally understood who this person was. This was clearly the soul of the great emperors, the overlords of this world. They were like the two most dazzling balls of light in the darkness. Xianxia focused all of his attention on the great emperor. The great emperors were also paying close attention to the other party. This king didn't know. There is still Xianxia in this world. Mingyu suddenly said. Humph! Xianxia didn't back down and said coldly, when I was free and unfettered, you weren't even born yet. Why are you pretending to be a big shot in front of me? It looked like it didn't put Mingyu in its eyes at all. It said in disdain, what? You think I'm afraid of a mere soul? One man and one beast. As the words collided, it was as if there was a substantial fluctuation of energy. The collision caused the void to collapse, and pressure filled the sky. Tiny spatial cracks swam in all directions, and in an instant, the world lost all light. Sand and stones flew everywhere, and the nameless valley was on the verge of collapsing. Xiao Yuyang and the others didn't dare to utter a single word. Everyone stood there with solemn expressions, secretly circulating their origin energy to resist the terrifying pressure coming from all directions. Master Xianxia, you must be joking. As one of the few experts in the world, Mingyu did not mind Xianxia's arrogant attitude at all. Instead, she smiled and said, Mingyu just wants to congratulate Master for finally regaining your freedom and breaking free. Xianxia's eyes darkened. He shouted in a low voice, what do you know? Mingyu said, when I was young. I heard that the flowing time great emperor master had a playmate, divine spirit Xianxia. Unfortunately, after the flowing time great emperor master passed away, this playmate disappeared without a trace. After tens of thousands of years, I wonder if master still remembers those happy times? The flowing time great emperor. Xianxia seemed to have been awakened by Mingyu's words. His arrogant and violent aura gradually disappeared, and his pair of burning beast eyes were filled with reminiscence. Mingyu stood there quietly, not intending to disturb him. Xiao Yuyang and the others didn't dare to move. After a long time. At worst, I'll just keep flying in one direction and I'll get out of here eventually. Speaking of this, Yang Kai couldn't help but sigh, but searching aimlessly like this, I'm afraid it'll be difficult to find anything. Unfortunately. I can't help you with anything, Lu Yen replied sadly. Yang Kai grinned, staying by my side is the biggest help you can get. The corners of Lu Yan's mouth raised, evoking a smile. The next moment, she suddenly cried out in surprise. Yang Kai noticed that something was wrong and hurriedly looked at her. Lu Yen stood there, her beautiful eyes staring in a certain direction, her expression constantly changing. After a long time, she said, Master, I seem to have found something very interesting. What is it? Yang Kai asked. Wait for me, I'll be back soon. Saying so, Lu Yen turned into a streak of flame and shot forward. Not long after, she fell into a snowy peak in front of them and disappeared. Chapter 2173. In the wind and snow, Yang Kai stood in place and waited for 3 hours before Lu Yen returned from the ice peak. Seeing her mysterious look, Yang Kai couldn't help but be interested and asked, What did you do there? Lu Yen didn't answer, but said to the side, Come out, don't be afraid. Wherever she looked, there was nothing at all. Yang Kai was stunned, but he also knew that Lu Yen wouldn't tease him, so he held his breath and carefully observed the place. Unfortunately, he still found nothing. Lu Yen said helplessly, Master, wait a moment, it still seems a little timid. Let me talk to it. After saying that, Lu Yen squatted down and stared at the bottom of the snow with her beautiful eyes. Her divine sense surged, as if she was communicating with someone. After a long time without any response, Lu Yen suddenly became a little annoyed. Her face darkened and she said coldly, "If you don't come out, I'll melt you." As soon as she said that, a piece of flat snow suddenly protruded, as if something was coming out from below. Yang Kai couldn't help but widen his eyes to observe, secretly surprised. Not long after, the snow flew out. Something suddenly shot out from under the snow, turned into a streamer, and danced in the air. Although it was fast, Yang Kai still saw it clearly. It was a palm-sized snowflake. However, this snowflake was different from ordinary snowflakes. It seemed to have a certain degree of spirituality, as if it had its own thoughts. Not only that, but there were flame-like lines on the surface of its body, constantly burning. The surrounding air was distorted. "What is this?" Yang Kai's eyes almost popped out. He asked in surprise. Lu Yen said, "I don't know, but it should be something similar to my body." As she spoke, she hooked her finger at the snowflake. The flying snowflake immediately settled down and fell in front of her, but it didn't dare to get too close. Yang Kai looked at the snowflake with interest and found that it was right in the center. There were traces of facial features. Although it was not very clear, there was no doubt that they were facial features. "Natural wonder?" Yang Kai exclaimed in a low voice. These snowflakes were probably created by the special environment of the realm of winter over the years. In this world, it was likely that no one knew what kind of existence it was. "Sort of." Lu Yen nodded. "But it's also a kind of ice flame. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to sense its existence." After hearing what she said, Yang Kai immediately understood. Lu Yen himself was the incarnation of a weapon spirit. The essence of this snowflake was probably a kind of heaven and earth unique fire. Therefore, Lu Yen had an inexplicable connection with it. It was just that one was cold and the other was hot, so the little snowflake didn't dare to get close to Lu Yen. Moreover, he was extremely fearful of her. "You brought it here. What do you want to do?" Yang Kai asked strangely. Logically speaking, Lu Yen could completely devour this kind of ice flame. Although the other party's attribute was ice, it had already given birth to wisdom, which was of great use to Lu Yen's growth. But she didn't mean to devour it. Instead, she deliberately brought it in front of Yang Kai, which showed that Lu Yen didn't want to use it to improve her strength. "It's very familiar with this place. We can ask it to help us find things." Lu Yen smiled slightly. "Good idea." Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Lu Yen frowned and said, "But, its wisdom is very limited, and it's very difficult to communicate with it. I don't know if it will work. It's better than looking for it aimlessly like this." Yang Kai grinned. "As for its effect, we'll know after we try it." While speaking, he looked at the snowflake softly and said, "What good things are here? Take me to find them." The little snowflake was indifferent and quietly suspended in the air. Yang Kai looked embarrassed. He looked at Lu Yen and said, "Can't it understand?" Lu Yen pursed her lips and said with a smile, "It has never seen a living person. How can it understand human language? I can only communicate with it by divine thoughts." With that said, Lu Yen suddenly sent her divine thoughts to the little snowflake. This time, the little snowflake obviously understood something. It shook slightly in the air and suddenly shot in one direction. Yang Kai and Lu Yen looked at each other and immediately followed. After a while, under the guidance of the little snowflake, Yang Kai and Lu Yen came to a valley together. On a snowy ground, the little snowflake stopped and kept circling around one place. "There should be something good here," Lu Yen said. "Let's see." Yang Kai had already started to move while speaking. As he activated his source strength, the snow in that place flew out. After an incense stick worth of time, a huge deep pit appeared. Yang Kai buried his head in it and searched. After a while, he jumped out with a happy face, and there was a spirit grass in his hand that looked like it was carved out of ice and jade. Good, good. Yang Kai smiled and looked at the little snowflake approvingly. It's really useful. It's much better than me searching blindly. As if it understood Yang Kai's praise, the little snowflake flew around Yang Kai quickly a few times and immediately fell on his shoulder. Its vague facial features showed a happy expression. Seeing this situation, Yang Kai immediately understood that the little snowflake's mind should be very simple. After all, it was born in this winter territory and had never been in contact with other creatures. Its spiritual world was as pure and flawless as a piece of white paper. Otherwise, how could a casual praise make it so happy? Do your job well, or I will melt you. Lu Yen played the bad guy at the right time. Her pretty face was cold, and her killing intent was obvious. The little snowflake was scared and shivered. It hid behind Yang Kai and clung to his shoulder, revealing a corner and looking at Lu Yen timidly. Yang Kai couldn't help but stare at Lu Yen. The latter stuck out her tongue at him. When their eyes met, everything was understood without words. After a while, Yang Kai rolled his eyes and said, "Let it take me to find the most valuable thing here. If there is any treasure along the way, don't let it go." Lu Yen nodded and released her divine thoughts to convey Yang Kai's meaning. When the little snowflake received the order, it immediately rushed out and led the way. With this kind of natural treasure leading the way, Yang Kai really saved a lot of trouble. He didn't need to deliberately look for anything. In this snowy land, as long as there was any precious treasure, it couldn't escape the little snowflake's detection. As long as it flew around a certain place a few times, Yang Kai would know that there must be something good under the snow. Chapter 2174. The lake water was cold, but it was still tolerable. Yang Kai went deeper without any surprises or dangers. The surroundings were so quiet that only the sound of his own heartbeat could be heard. Suddenly, Yang Kai seemed to have sensed something and stared in a certain direction. Over there was the sound of splashing water. And what Yang Kai saw was even more unbelievable. In the center of the lake, there was actually a woman bathing in the lake. This woman had soft black hair, picturesque features, a delicate face, and exposed shoulders. When the heat of her body came into contact with the cold lake water, a thin layer of mist formed, making her look extremely unreal, as if she was shrouded in a layer of mist. The surface of the lake was sparkling, and the clear lake water reflected the part of this woman's body that was immersed in the water, making one's blood boil and daydream endlessly. At this moment, this woman was holding a soft hand slightly, and the other hand was scooping up water in front of her, slowly wiping her snow-white and flawless skin, as if she didn't notice Yang Kai's arrival. However, when Yang Kai's gaze was cast over, the other party obviously sensed it and hurriedly turned her head to look at him. That pair of beautiful eyes were as bright as the stars, emitting a different kind of light, making one unable to look away after a single glance, as if they were about to sink into them. When their eyes met, Yang Kai's expression froze. On the other hand, the woman pursed her lips and smiled, revealing a soul-stirring smile. A layer of halo that couldn't be seen by the naked eye spread out from that side, enveloping Yang Kai. Yang Kai's expression became even more sluggish, the woman grinned, and that smile suddenly became incomparably ferocious. She immediately opened her mouth. The originally small cherry mouth under this grin. It actually turned into a huge ferocious mouth, biting towards Yang Kai fiercely. Even though there was a distance of more than a dozen zhang between them, this huge ferocious mouth swallowed Yang Kai whole, and even swallowed a lot of the lake water where Yang Kai was. When the huge mouth closed, the scene where the woman was twisted and changed. There was no longer the scene of a beauty coming out of the bath. Instead, it was replaced by a strange-looking exotic beast that was chewing on something. This exotic beast was truly indescribable. Its entire body was in the shape of a sphere, with a diameter of around 30 to 40 feet. Its body was pitch black, and there were a dozen pairs of eyes densely covering its body, as well as 7 or 8 tentacle-like tentacles. It kept dancing. On the shore, Lu Yen, who had been paying close attention to Yang Kai's movements, saw this scene and couldn't help but become gloomy. However, she didn't show too much worry because she could feel that Yang Kai was fine. On the contrary, little Snowflake was startled. It started to fly at high speed. He seemed to want to rescue Yang Kai, but he didn't dare to. Hee. A monster beast that's proficient in divine soul attacks is really rare. Yang Kai's voice came from somewhere in the void like a ghost. In the next moment, his figure appeared, standing on top of the round beast's head, looking completely unharmed. When the scene of the woman bathing appeared in his field of vision, Yang Kai felt that something was wrong. In this damned place, which sect's female disciple would take a bath in peace? Even the Dao Source Realm cultivator who entered the Four Seasons realm didn't have the leisure to do so. At first, he thought that the woman-like existence was some kind of monster beast, but after being attacked, he suddenly realized that it was a kind of divine soul attack. The beauty bathing was just an illusion that appeared in front of him after he was attacked. It was just that this illusion was so real that even Yang Kai couldn't see through it immediately. After figuring this out, it was naturally easier to deal with it. When the real fatal attack arrived, he could escape with a single teleport. As soon as Yang Kai's voice fell, the exotic beast that was chewing on something in its mouth suddenly stopped, and the dozen pairs of eyes on its ball-like body looked towards Yang Kai. Immediately, it opened its mouth wide and spat out the lake water in its mouth. Somewhere in front of its body, a mouth-like existence split open, revealing dense fangs and letting out a roar. The sound gathered into a wave that was visible to the naked eye and spread in all directions, causing the calm lake surface to ripple in an instant. On the surface of Yang Kai's body, Source Chi emerged, resisting the inexplicable attack of the sound wave while emitting a halo of light. Second-order Dao Source Realm. Yang Kai scanned with his divine sense and understood the level and strength of this monster beast. As for the exotic beast, seeing that its sound attack was ineffective, it seemed to be furious. Its dozen pairs of eyes suddenly shrank, and an invisible force rushed out. Yang Kai raised his brow and shouted, soul power comparable to a peak Dao Source Realm cultivator. His expression was solemn as his knowledge sea tumbled, and a ferocious spiritual energy poured out, turning into an invisible shock wave that rushed forward. Hong, with a loud bang, Yang Kai's body shook and he couldn't help but stumble back a few steps, a sharp pain in his head. The exotic beast didn't fare any better, its round body convulsing and trembling violently as its tentacles danced about, letting out miserable howls from its mouth. A collision between divine senses was the most dangerous and unpredictable. This exotic beast didn't put Yang Kai in its eyes because it was proficient in soul attacks, so Yang Kai naturally couldn't show weakness to his enemy. He had the soul-warming lotus, so he wasn't afraid of using his spiritual energy to fight head-on with his opponent. In this confrontation, neither man nor beast managed to gain any advantage. However, Yang Kai had the soul-warming lotus to mitigate the damage to his soul, so it only took a moment for him to calm down. On the other hand, the exotic beast was still unable to control itself and was trembling violently, as if the collision just now had caused it great damage. Seeing this scene, Yang Kai didn't hesitate. Summoning the myriad sword in his hand, Emperor pressure filled the air as he transformed into a streak of light and slashed forward. Asterisk chi 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 chi, asterisk the long sword swept up thousands of sword lights and shot towards the exotic beast like a storm. Blood instantly dyed the surface of the lake red. The exotic beast howled in pain as its dozen or so pairs of eyes showed a look of horror. Its 7 or 8 tentacles danced about in the air to intercept the omnipresent sword lights. Unexpectedly, Yang Kai's blow failed to kill it. In its field of vision, the budding lotus flower occupied its entire field of vision, and the lotus flower bloomed with its spiritual energy as the source. Although its spiritual energy was extraordinary, it had been injured in the previous head-on collision with Yang Kai, and now that it had been hit by the blossoming lotus secret technique, it was naturally powerless. After a short while, with a burst of popping sounds, the dozen pairs of eyes on the exotic beast's body all burst open, as if there was infinite pressure inside them. Yang Kai grasped the myriad sword and merged with it, turning into a stream of light and disappearing. When he reappeared, he was already behind the exotic beast. A huge hole had appeared in the exotic beast's round body, exposing its internal organs. Yang Kai sent out a palm strike, and space force surged as he muttered, "Exile." A deep black hole appeared, like the mouth of a fierce beast, and swallowed up the exotic beast's body. When the black hole disappeared, only Yang Kai was left. Opening his palm, he held a dark red inner core in his palm. Now that they were going to separate, it was naturally a little reluctant. Yang Kai grinned and said in a provocative tone, "If you want, you can come with me." Hearing this, the little snowflake's wrinkled facial features relaxed, as if it was showing a joyful expression, but soon, its head drooped down again, and it seemed to be in low spirits. Lu Yen whispered softly, "It can't leave the winter territory. It is different from me. This land is where it was born, its roots are here. If it leaves here, it will soon perish." "How can that be?" Yang Kai was stunned. Lu Yen said, "If it leaves here, it is equivalent to me leaving my vessel, a tree without roots, water without a source. It won't survive for long. Unless what?" Yang Kai asked. "Unless there is a similar environment in the small sealed world, it can continue to survive," Lu Yen replied. Hearing this, Yang Kai immediately understood that his abduction plan had failed. He thought he had the small sealed world and could place the little snowflake there, but it seemed he had been too naive. Considering all this, Yang Kai stretched out his hand, picked up the little snowflake, and placed it on his shoulder, smiling as he said, "Don't be so listless. If there is a chance, I will come back to see you. Maybe the next time I come, I will find a way to take you away with me." Having said that, Yang Kai also knew that this kind of thing was basically impossible. He did not know how many years it would take for the Four Seasons realm to open again, and even if it did, he might not be able to enter it again. After all, by that time, he might have already become an Emperor Realm cultivator. However, the little snowflake didn't think too much about it. It was just a strange creature born from heaven and earth, so its mind was pure and simple. After a few words, it got rid of its sad mood and became happy again. This made Kai Yang feel very guilty. From the ice field, it took 4 days before Yang Kai saw the Two Seasons mountain range. Although there were some gains along the way, they were not much. At this point, the little snowflake no longer moved forward. Yang Kai and Lu Yen bid farewell to it, and the sadness was not worth mentioning. After crossing the Two Seasons mountain range, Yang Kai went straight in the direction of the exit. Before entering the Four Seasons realm, the elders of each sect had already told their disciples that they must reach the exit before the deadline. The location of the exit was also clear, it was at the center of the Four Seasons realm. Therefore, Yang Kai was not worried about going in the wrong direction at all. After 3 days, Yang Kai smoothly came to a plain, and from a very far distance, he found the exit of the Four Seasons realm. The exit was the same as the entrance to the Nameless Valley, an oval-shaped light gate, standing quietly in mid-air. The cultivator who entered the Four Seasons realm could leave the Four Seasons realm through this light gate at any time. However, the time limit was not up yet, so obviously no cultivator would leave early. The situation was as Yang Kai expected. When he arrived, there was no one here. Counting the days, there were only 5 or 6 days left before the deadline. Yang Kai did not intend to explore other places in the Four Seasons realm. He planned to stay here to prevent anyone from leaving early and taking away the tribulation fruit without him knowing. While waiting, Yang Kai was also thinking about what he should use to exchange for the tribulation fruit if he really found it. He had countless precious items on hand, but many of them were things he could not give up, such as the 5 Emperor artifacts. These things definitely could not be exchanged. He still had a few Dao Source pills, which he had not used after refining them last time, but these things were only useful to peak origin King Realm cultivators. A Dao Source Realm cultivator might not be interested in them. Yang Kai's harvest inside the Four Seasons realm was not small, and he might be able to take them out, but others might not be interested in them. After thinking about it, Yang Kai set his mind on the drop of immortal source liquid, secretly feeling that this thing was definitely a bargaining chip that no one could refuse. If he was proficient in spirit arrays, he might be able to use the power of spirit arrays to accomplish this, but his understanding of spirit arrays was still at the level of brute force, not enough to provide any help here. It was also impossible to put the extraordinary treasure lotus into his sealed world bead, as it could not be picked before it bloomed, nor could it be moved, otherwise it would wither away directly. As an alchemist, Yang Kai would certainly not allow such a reckless waste of heaven's precious treasures. For a time, he scratched his head anxiously. Just as he was feeling anxious, he heard the sound of something breaking through the air. Then, several figures came from different directions and stood not far away from him. The newcomers were 3 men and 1 woman, of which the woman was accompanied by another man while the other 2 were alone. As soon as the 4 of them appeared, they all fixed their eyes on the extraordinary treasure lotus, all of them showing looks of surprise and shock. Only the woman dressed like a young woman glanced at Yang Kai casually, but after discovering that he was a first-order Dao Source Realm cultivator, she no longer paid him any attention. Chapter 2177. These 4 people were obviously also nearby and had been attracted by the extraordinary treasure lotus's appearance. Pinnacle novel. One of them was tall and sturdy, and his expression was dignified without being angry. Surprisingly, he had the cultivation base of the third-order Dao Source realm. The other person was a short-haired young man with a pair of sneaky eyes, as if he was always scheming something. His cultivation was neither high nor low, only second-order Dao Source realm. The remaining man and woman seemed to be companions. The woman was petite and dainty, while the man was handsome and elegant. The 2 of them looked very intimate, and it was obvious that they were brother and sister from the same sect. Furthermore, they had a very good relationship, both of them also having second-order Dao Source realm cultivations. At this moment, all 4 of them showed looks of amazement as they stared at the extraordinary treasure lotus, greed filling their eyes. Seeing this, Yang Kai couldn't help but sigh. Although he had been mentally prepared for the heavenly vision caused by the birth of the extraordinary treasure lotus, which would definitely attract a lot of cultivators, he hadn't expected someone to show up so quickly. And there were 4 of them at once. From the looks of it, there were still quite a few cultivators active on the plains. Otherwise, they wouldn't have rushed here so quickly. Brother he. What kind of spirit medicine is this? After observing for a moment, the young woman asked the man beside her in a soft voice. She didn't recognize the type of spirit medicine in front of her at all. She only knew that it was an incredible thing. Brother he slowly shook his head and said, I don't know either. As he spoke, he licked his dry lips with an eager expression on his face. However, his eyes flickered and he was extremely wary of the burly man. After all, the burly man's cultivation was the highest here. If he wanted to snatch the spirit herbs, he would be the biggest enemy. Brother Chengtai, do you recognize what this spirit herb is? At this moment, the young man with the crew cut suddenly asked the burly man. It was as if the two of them had known each other for a long time. No idea. The man called Chengtai answered in a low, muffled voice. He cast a sidelong glance at the youth with the crew cut and said, Brother Bao, you can't recognize him either? Bao Peng smiled and said, how can this Bao recognize something that even Brother Chengtai doesn't recognize? You think too highly of me. Humph! Chengtai snorted coldly and turned to look at the man and woman. He asked loudly, do you know the two from the Flowing Shadow Sword sect? When Brother He heard this, he frowned and slowly shook his head. The young woman did the same. Chengtai turned his gaze to Yang Kai and shouted, Kid, you seem to be the first to arrive here. What kind of spirit medicine was this? Tell me about it. I don't know. Yang Kai looked bewildered and stammered, I was just attracted by this vision, what a bunch of trash. Chengtai didn't wait for Yang Kai to finish his words and couldn't help but curse. You can't even recognize a stock of spirit medicine, yet you still ran over here. His words scolded everyone. Brother He and the young woman from the Flowing Shadow Sword sect frowned in displeasure upon hearing this, but Bao Peng seemed to be well aware of Chengtai's temper and didn't mind. At this time, Chengtai spoke again, no matter what this spirit medicine is, this Cheng wants it. If you want to live, get out of here quickly. Otherwise, don't blame this Cheng for not showing mercy. Hearing this, Bao Peng raised his eyebrows and said with a faint smile, Brother Cheng, this is not good? You have a problem? Chengtai looked at the youth with the crew cut and coldly snorted, if you have a problem, speak up and bear the consequences. The latter quickly raised his hand. Taking a few steps back, he hurriedly said, Brother Chengtai misunderstood. If you want this thing, how could this Bao dare to have a problem? It's just that these two from the Flowing Shadow Sword sect won't agree so easily. After all, this is a natural spirit medicine. Only the fated can obtain it. Hearing this, Brother He nodded and said, yes, spirit medicines of heaven and earth belong to the fated. Friend, if you want it, it depends on whether you have the ability or not. Although Chengtai was a master from the Third Order Dao Source realm, he and his junior sister were two people. Therefore, he was not afraid of the other party. What's more, with such a rare treasure in front of him, he would not easily give it up. Do you two want to test this Cheng's ability? Hearing this, Chengtai grinned ferociously and said, I've heard that the Flowing Shadow Sword sect's Flowing Shadow Sword art is very mysterious, but I don't know if it's true or not. Since there is such an opportunity today, let this Cheng experience the two of you. As he spoke, the source qi around Chengtai's body surged. His tall and sturdy body suddenly swelled up, and an intimidating pressure spread out from his body. He continued from where he left off, the two of you better not disappoint me. At this point, he stomped on the ground, causing a crack to appear in the air. He was like a meteor falling from the sky as he charged towards the two people from the Flowing Shadow Sword sect. He had actually made a move directly. Be careful. Brother He shouted and spun around, leaving behind layers of afterimages as he and the young woman flew dozens of meters away. Asterisk tseng tseng, asterisk two soft sounds rang out, followed by two cold flashes of light. Swords were unsheathed, filled with thick murderous intent. Brother He and the young woman held their swords in one hand and formed a series of seals with the other, striking strange postures as a biting cold sword qi suddenly burst forth. There should be a limit to looking down on others. Brother He shouted angrily. The other party had suddenly attacked him after a few words, causing Brother He to burn with rage, his eyes filled with murderous intent as he shouted to the young woman, junior sister, there is no need to show mercy. Don't worry, junior sister will let him experience the power of the flowing shadow sword art, the young woman chuckled as she slashed out with her sword towards Cheng Tai. At the same time, senior brother he also used everything he had learned and joined forces with his junior sister. Every move was deadly. Cheng Tai was also a master from the third order Dao source realm, so he did not panic in the face of danger, spreading out his palms as he fought 1 against 2 without falling into a disadvantage. The senior brother and junior sister surnamed he from Flowing Shadow Sword sect also couldn't believe their eyes. The moment the Emperor Artifact Myriad Sword appeared, the Dao Source grade swords in their hands let out uncontrollable cries and clangs, as if they were trying to transmit a fearful aura. When Bao Peng shouted, the two men's faces suddenly turned pale. However, the two of them were from the same sect and had lived together for so many years, so they had a tacit understanding of each other. In the blink of an eye, they formed a series of hand seals with one hand while gripping their swords tightly with the other. After blocking for a moment, they desperately dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding this terrifying blow. Asterisk shio 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 shio, asterisk sword chi surged as energy surged. After the flash of light, the 4 people who had rushed towards the extraordinary treasure lotus were now in 3 different positions, each of them pale and filled with lingering fear. Bao Peng didn't show any signs of injury, but the look of shock on his face revealed the shock he felt deep in his heart. The 2 from Flowing Shadow Sword sect were also fine, but the hands holding their swords were trembling slightly. Cheng Tai, on the other hand, was not so lucky. He was the first to bear the brunt of this attack, and even though he had desperately resisted at the critical moment, he still couldn't completely neutralize the terrifying blow of the Emperor artifact. At this moment, there were 7 or 8 wounds on his body that were bleeding profusely, making him look quite miserable. Now, can we talk? Yang Kai twirled his sword as he looked at the 4 people in front of him with a grin. Cheng Tai and the others all wore gloomy expressions as they stared at him with dread. They had all thought that this young man was trash, but he had suddenly taken out an Emperor artifact that everyone coveted and used a terrifying sword skill to seriously injure the person with the highest cultivation here. If they hadn't seen this with their own eyes, no one would have believed it. Your Excellency, who are you? Cheng Tai endured the pain in his body as he stared at Yang Kai and asked. At this point, how could he not know that Yang Kai had an extremely powerful background? Otherwise, how could a trivial first-order Dao source realm possess an Emperor artifact? Thinking of this, Cheng Tai couldn't help feeling apprehensive, not to mention whether he had the ability to defeat Yang Kai now. Even if he did, he would have to worry about retaliation from the great force behind this young man. The Song Tian sect he came from was not a great sect, only comparable to Flying Saint Palace, so how could he afford to provoke a great force? Friend, just now was just a misunderstanding. I hope you don't take it too seriously. Bao Peng suddenly put on a fawning expression and squeezed out a smile. Chapter 2179. The overwhelming number of sword seals flew towards Yang Kai, the sharp sword chi emitting a sharp cutting sound that was extremely jarring to the ear. Apex novel, Cheng Tai's expression changed slightly, only now did he realize that the 2 from Flowing Shadow Sword sect had not used their full strength when they fought him before. If they had used such a secret technique before, he would not have been able to defend himself. Even at this moment, Cheng Tai still felt extremely uneasy when this attack was not aimed at him. It was as if his will was about to be crushed by the countless sword seals. He opened his eyes wide, wanting to see how Yang Kai would defend against this killer move. In any case, this guy has an emperor artifact, so his background shouldn't be low and his knowledge should be extremely profound. Although such a blow is terrifying, it won't be easy to take his life, Cheng Tai thought to himself. However, what he saw in front of him was far beyond his expectations. When the overwhelming number of sword seals arrived, Yang Kai, who was standing in place, seemed to have been struck dumb and did not react for a long time. Only at this critical moment did he assume a defensive posture. But it was already too late. Asterisk chi 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 chi. Asterisk a strange sound rang out as Yang Kai's entire body was wrapped in countless sword seals and cut into countless pieces. What? Cheng Tai exclaimed as he stared ahead in disbelief. He died just like that? This fellow that caused him to be extremely fearful had actually been annihilated so easily with a single strike, and the scene before him was rather difficult for Cheng Tai to accept. But soon, he felt relieved. He secretly felt that the reason why Yang Kai was so strong just now was probably because he had borrowed the power of his emperor artifact. Yang Kai's strength was only at the level of a first-order Dao Source Realm cultivator. Thinking about it this way, everything made sense. Overestimating yourself. Brother, he also sneered. Swinging the sword in his hand, Brother He's eyes flashed with an extremely excited light as he fixed his gaze on the myriad sword in Yang Kai's hand. At that moment, Yang Kai's body, which had been cut into countless pieces, suddenly twisted and transformed. Yang Kai's figure disappeared into thin air. Brother He's face stiffened as he cried out, "Afterimage." Only now did he suddenly understand why there was a strange feeling in his heart. This strange feeling was indescribable, as if something was wrong, but he couldn't put his finger on it. The scene in front of him explained the source of the strangeness. The thing that was cut up was obviously not a real body of flesh and blood, but an afterimage. "Brother, be careful." The young woman's beautiful face suddenly changed as she cried out. Meanwhile, a ray of light flashed past Brother He's neck and pierced through his back. Senior Brother He's expression changed drastically. He wanted to turn around, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't turn his head. Not only that, there seemed to be a slight pain coming from his neck. He exerted a little more force. His entire head suddenly fell from his neck, and his vision was completely upside down. I am dead? A very funny thought flashed through Brother He's mind. His whole body was completely shrouded in darkness, and the last scene reflected in his eyes was Yang Kai holding the myriad sword, quietly standing not far behind him. On the wide blade, a drop of blood flowed down the blade. It was dripping down. Pu. Brother He's death seemed to have caused some kind of chain reaction. The young woman, who was connected to him, suddenly turned pale and spat out a mouthful of blood. Her aura suddenly withered, and her face seemed to have aged countless years in an instant. She seemed to be unable to control her own body. In a panic, she fell down, flailing her arms and legs in the air, but was unable to stabilize her body. Not long after, she fell into the rubble and was smashed to pieces. Backlash? Yang Kai frowned thoughtfully. Although this, peerless spirit rhino art, was extremely powerful, it seemed to have a lot of drawbacks. He had only killed Brother He, but he didn't expect that this action would also cause the death of this young woman. Two rays of light suddenly flew out from the bodies of Brother He and the young woman, wanting to rush into the sky. Yang Kai's eyes were quick, and in a flash, he caught the two rays of light in his hands. The back of his hand was slightly hot, and when Yang Kai looked down, he saw that there were two more star seals on the back of his hand. These two star seals originally belonged to the two people from the Flowing Shadow Sword sect, but after these two people died, the star seals became ownerless and could be easily obtained. The grade of these two star seals wasn't too high. Yang Kai glanced at them and saw that one was a triangular star seal, and the other was a rhombus-shaped star seal like the one he had obtained before. In this way, he had obtained as many as 3 star seals in the Four Seasons realm. Star seals were actually very difficult to obtain. He had stayed in this sealed world for more than 20 days, and apart from obtaining one by chance, he hadn't obtained any other star seals, which showed how rare these things were. But now, he had obtained 2 more. Just as he was observing the star seals, Cheng Tai, who was quietly watching the development of the situation, felt cold all over. The situation had taken a turn for the worse. He didn't even see what Yang Kai had done, but the cultivator surnamed He of the Flowing Shadow Sword sect had been beheaded. Cheng Tai immediately understood that he had seriously underestimated Yang Kai's ability. Although this guy's cultivation was only in the First Order Dao Source realm, his real combat strength couldn't be judged by cultivation. He was definitely the kind of elite who regarded fighting above his level as a common occurrence. Thinking of this, how could Cheng Tai still have the heart to stay? He secretly regretted that he had left earlier. If he left now, he didn't know if the other party would make things difficult for him. But staying here wasn't a solution either, so Cheng Tai could only brace himself and cupped his fists. This Cheng has offended you before, please forgive this friend. Farewell. Wait. Yang Kai suddenly glanced at him coldly and shouted. Friend, what else can I do for you? Cheng Tai's face twitched, his heart filled with fear. He wanted to get as far away from this place as possible, but he didn't dare act rashly. You wait a moment. Yang Kai had no intention of killing him, instead flying down to the 2 corpses of the Flowing Shadow Sword sect cultivators, taking their space rings and sweeping them with his divine sense, seemingly searching for something. Even so, Cheng Tai still stood in place obediently. Chapter 2180. At the top of the mountain, clouds rose and wind surged as a vision appeared, illuminating half the sky with a multicolored glow. This was the culmination of a novel. The extraordinary treasure lotus slowly bloomed into a pure white and flawless flower bud, its unique aura spreading throughout the world as a strange fragrance filled the air, making one feel relaxed and happy. Yang Kai sat cross-legged not far from this spirit flower, his mind empty as he closed his eyes and meditated, like a guardian, not moving an inch. 300 miles away, somewhere, several figures were looking in the direction of the mountain as they rapidly approached. The sight of the heavenly anomaly made everyone extremely surprised. They did not know what was going on over there. However, this group of people seemed to belong to different forces, but at this moment, because of the obvious heavenly vision, they were all attracted to the same place. The strength of this group was also mixed, ranging from the First Order Dao Source realm to the Third Order Dao Source realm. While flying, one of them suddenly turned his head and asked, Brother Jing, can you see what's going on up ahead? The person he asked was Jingli, the benevolent martial sect disciple Yang Kai had met outside the Flowing Time Temple before. Although this person's cultivation was in the Third Order Dao Source realm, he had behaved very humbly when facing Wu Chang, but at this moment, he had regained his confidence. Hearing this, Jingli pondered for a moment before saying, this kind of heavenly vision is either the birth of a rare treasure or the maturation of a spirit flower. Judging from the fragrance coming from this place, it probably belongs to the latter. Oh? The person who asked the question lit up and asked happily, does Brother Jing also think so? What he meant was that he had also speculated so and just wanted to find someone to confirm it, so he continued, I wonder if Brother Jing can see what kind of spirit flower this is. How would I know? Jingli rolled his eyes. There are countless natural spirit medicines out there, so anything that can cause such a big commotion must be of extraordinary value. Heh heh heh. Suddenly, another person next to him laughed softly. Licking his lips, he said, perhaps the opportunity I've been waiting for is coming. As soon as this remark came out, everyone was shocked. Jingli quickly said, now that this opportunity is here, it all depends on luck. If this opportunity is obtained by this Jing, don't be jealous. Ha 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 ha. He let out a long laugh, as if he had already obtained the opportunity. Bah! You think you're worthy of this opportunity? A disdainful voice came from the crowd. Brother Zhou Huai seems to have a problem with me. Jing Li coldly looked in the direction of the person who spoke with a provocative expression. It was true that he didn't even dare to breathe loudly in front of a Nitya Hellguard. After all, a Nitya Hellguard was notorious for his ferocity. However, he was still a powerhouse of the Third Order Dao Source realm. How could he not be a little arrogant? I don't have any objections to anyone obtaining this opportunity, but not you. Zhou Huai was not willing to be outdone. There seemed to be some kind of grudge between the two of them. Therefore, they didn't see eye to eye with each other. Jing Li's expression sank, and just as he was about to say something, someone suddenly shouted, "Look, someone has arrived first." As soon as these words were spoken, the hearts of everyone sank as they looked over. Sure enough, they saw a figure silently sitting cross-legged at the peak of the mountain. Not far behind him, there was a pure white flower bud. It was exuding a dense light that pulsed with a strange rhythm, giving off a mysterious aura. Asterisk Xiao Xiao Xiao, asterisk no one dared to hesitate and quickly sped up, arriving not far from the extraordinary treasure lotus in the blink of an eye. All of them stared greedily at the spirit flower. Jing Li took a moment to glance over at Yang Kai, secretly feeling that this person was a little familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before, but after noticing the other party's cultivation, he couldn't help curling his lips. A piece of trash from the First Order Dao Source realm. I was wondering who it was. After saying so, he no longer paid any attention to Yang Kai. The same was probably true for everyone else. Noticing that someone had arrived at the place where the spirit flower was located before them, they were a little flustered, but when they saw that Yang Kai's cultivation was so low, they immediately calmed down. After these people arrived, their eyes swept past Yang Kai and stared at the extraordinary treasure lotus in amazement, all of them wearing excited expressions. Although they didn't recognize what kind of spirit flower this was, for it to produce such a heavenly manifestation before it even matured, its preciousness could be imagined. Brother Pang Hai, if this Jing remembers correctly, you're also an alchemist? Jing Li suddenly turned his head and looked at a fat man in the crowd. Hearing this, the fat man smiled slightly and said, "This Pang has indeed studied the alchemic way a little, but his alchemy skills are low, only at the Origin King grade, not worth mentioning." Although he said this, there was an extremely proud expression on his face. That expression seemed to say that this was not something that was not worth mentioning, but was extremely proud of it. He had the capital to be proud. There were very few alchemists, and high-grade alchemists were even rarer. Their status was noble, and as a cultivator, being able to raise his alchemy skills to the Origin King grade while cultivating was a testament to his talent. Generally, alchemists focused on alchemy while their cultivation was secondary. While improving their alchemy skills, they often lost time in cultivation, so the cultivation of alchemists was generally not high. Not surprisingly, most of the Origin King grade alchemists were Origin returning realm masters, with very few Origin Kings among them. But this Pang Hai was a second-order Dao Source realm master. He had made great achievements in both the martial Dao and the alchemic way territory, and was even better than most cultivator and alchemist, so naturally he was very proud. Origin King grade. Jing Li was also a knowledgeable person, and after hearing this, he exclaimed, a look of sincere admiration appearing on his face as he said, "Brother Pang Hai is really amazing, this Jing admires you greatly." Although the others didn't speak, they also showed shocked expressions. Pang Hai was obviously very pleased with this, his fat cheeks filled with smiles as he waved his hand hypocritically and said, "It's nothing. Brother Jing is too serious." In fact, if it weren't for the alchemic way delaying my cultivation, this Pang would have already broken through to the third-order Dao source realm. In other words, his aptitude in the martial Dao was no worse than anyone else's, he was just distracted by alchemy. If it weren't for this, he would have even competed with Xia Sheng, Wu Chang, and the others. Brother Pang Hai, since you are an origin king-grade alchemist, do you recognize what this spirit flower is? Jing Li changed the topic and asked. Everyone else also looked at Pang Hai, waiting for his answer. Hearing this, Pang Hai's expression became serious as he turned his eyes towards the extraordinary treasure lotus, pondering for a long time before saying, if this Pang is not mistaken, this should be the legendary. He paused here maliciously, whetting everyone's appetite. Yang Kai also opened his eyes curiously, wanting to hear the opinion of this fellow alchemist. Pang Hai said with certainty, profound frost sacred lotus. Pooh! Yang Kai couldn't hold back and almost laughed out loud. Pang Hai immediately glared at him fiercely. On the contrary, Jing Li and the others' eyes lit up and they shouted, this is the profound frost sacred lotus? The profound frost sacred lotus that is rumored to cleanse one's knowledge sea, purify one's soul, and greatly enhance one's spiritual energy? Jing Li had obviously also heard of the profound frost sacred lotus, and at this moment, his eyes flashed with a brilliant light. The reactions of the others were similar, almost like the word greed was written on their foreheads. Pang Hai nodded heavily, this is definitely the profound frost sacred lotus. I trust brother Pang Hai. Jing Li swallowed hard. It's not that I don't trust brother Pang Hai, it's just that looking at this little brat's demeanor, he seems to know something. Zhou Huai looked at Yang Kai thoughtfully, and he was the first to arrive here, why don't you ask him? Although he said so, he didn't ask for the opinion of the others and instead directly shouted at Yang Kai, you brat, this Zhou wants to ask you something, if you know, answer obediently, otherwise, humph. Zhou Huai's expression was full of malice. Ask away, Yang Kai nodded at him indifferently. How long have you been here? Zhou Huai asked. About an hour, Yang Kai replied. So, this heavenly manifestation has been here since an hour ago? Zhou Huai's complexion changed as he looked around vigilantly, muttering to himself suspiciously, then why hasn't anyone else come here? Although he felt strange, he didn't continue to investigate, thinking that others were too far away and hadn't discovered this heavenly manifestation or were on their way here. He then asked, when Brother Pang Hai said this was the profound frost sacred lotus, you had a look of disapproval on your face, could it be, you know what kind of spirit flower this is? I don't know. Yang Kai shook his head like a rattle. You don't know and yet you still put on such an expression, how ridiculous. Pang Hai coldly snorted and said sarcastically. Yang Kai shook his head and said, although I don't know what this is, I know that this is definitely not the profound frost sacred lotus. Speaking up to hear, Yang Kai's expression suddenly became solemn as he earnestly explained, the profound frost sacred lotus grows in an extremely cold place with 7 petals, deep roots, and long stems, and a delicate and enchanting fragrance. It doesn't match the spirit flower in front of you at all. Most importantly. His tone suddenly became low as his lips curled into an evil grin, when the profound frost sacred lotus blooms, no one can approach within a 100-kilometer radius. The fragrance is enough to affect the divine sense of the Emperor Realm's masters, causing them to be unable to extricate themselves from the hallucinations and fall into an illusion forever. Chapter 2181. At this point, Pang Hai would never admit what Yang Kai said, otherwise, it would be tantamount to slapping his own face. In front of so many people, how could he back down? As such, he could only viciously shout, brat, there should be a limit to what you can say. What do you know? This Pang is an origin king-grade alchemist, if I say this is the profound frost sacred lotus, then it is. As soon as this statement came out, everyone regained some confidence in Pang Hai. After all, they didn't know Yang Kai well, so how could they know whether what he said was true or false? Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. I'm also a Dao source grade alchemist. He was telling the truth, but unfortunately, no one believed him. Everyone, as you can see, this little brat is spouting nonsense and can't be trusted at all. Pang Hai took the opportunity to add insult to injury. Everyone nodded lightly. Good. At this time, Kai Yang suddenly patted his butt and stood up. Stretching his neck, he crossed his arms and straightened them. As his bones moved, a crackling sound could be heard. Everyone stared at him in astonishment, not knowing what he was trying to do by suddenly assuming such a posture of preparing to do something big. Enough with the idle chatter. Yang Kai said as he swept his eyes across the crowd, and any cultivator who met his gaze involuntarily felt a chill in their hearts, as if they were being stared at by some terrifying existence. Since you're here, do me a favor. Yang Kai grinned and quickly said, hand over your space rings. Huh? Everyone was startled, seemingly unable to believe what they had just heard. But soon, several people flew into a rage. Bastard, what do you want to do? Friend, are you trying to defy the heavens? A trivial first-order Dao source realm dares to rob us? Ha ha ha, what a joke. This brat is really crazy. Since you say so, then hand over your space rings. Hand over your space ring and we'll spare your life. Several people began to speak, either angry, sarcastic, or preparing to rob them. In any case, no one cared about what Yang Kai said, nor did they think he had the ability to do so. He only felt that this person had lost his mind and was simply unreasonable. Yang Kai had a grin on his face as he looked at Chao Huai and said, earlier, this friend asked why no one came to investigate even though the heaven and earth phenomenon had appeared for such a long time. I'll tell you the answer now. It's not that no one came to investigate, it's just that everyone who came was chased away by me. You? Zhou Huai couldn't help but sneer, are you joking? Yang Kai shook his head. There were also people who overestimated themselves and wanted to make a move against me, but the outcome was like that. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand and pointed below. Everyone looked in the direction he was pointing and saw a headless corpse lying among the rocks in the mountains. Fresh blood covered the ground. Another woman seemed to have fallen from a high altitude and was smashed to pieces. These two are from the Flowing Shadow Sword sect. Jing Li observed for a moment. He suddenly cried out in alarm. Yes, they claim to be from the Flowing Shadow Sword sect. Yang Kai nodded. You actually killed them. Jing Li looked at Yang Kai in shock. You actually killed them. No wonder there was always a smell of blood, so that's why. Zhou Huai frowned. The smell of blood was covered by this strange fragrance, damn it. I didn't even notice it. So what if you really killed these two people? Pang Hai suddenly stared coldly at Yang Kai and said in an icy tone, these two people from the Flowing Shadow Sword sect aren't too strong and there aren't many of them. Do you want to make a move against the five of us? As soon as these words came out, everyone felt relieved, thinking that this was right. I've also sent away many people these past few days, and yesterday, when your junior brother and junior sister came here, you don't need to say anything, I can probably guess what happened next. Zhuang Bufan nodded lightly. It was none other than these two from Orthodoxy Temple, seeing how precious this spirit flower was and how weak Yang Kai's cultivation was, so they wanted to drive Yang Kai away, but they didn't expect to fail so miserably and fall into Yang Kai's hands. As a result, in a fit of anger, they went to find Zhuang Bufan to vent their anger. The impact of this scene set off a storm in everyone's hearts, causing them to be unable to recover from their shock for a long time. But even so, none of them showed any intention of stepping forward to help and simply watched from afar. Firstly, in such a battle, outsiders would not be able to help at all. If they rashly interfered, it would only result in both sides suffering losses. Secondly, Zhuang Bufan had previously said that they should retreat to the side and not interfere. Big Brother's words had always been dignified, so no one dared to disobey them. "Brother Zhuang, please stop." Yang Kai's voice suddenly sounded, and along with his words, the dazzling golden light suddenly grew stronger, suppressing Zhuang Bufan's white light even further. Yang Kai quickly said, "If you don't stop now, you'll be injured." Chapter 2184. Facing Yang Kai's persuasion, Zhuang Bufan turned a deaf ear to it, a trace of madness flashing across his usually calm face as he shouted, "In this Zhuang's world, there is no such thing as retreating." "Good!" Yang Kai roared as the dazzling golden light around him grew even brighter. At the same time, his body shook violently as the source qi in his body surged outwards. "Since that's the case, I'll fulfill your wish." Kong, accompanied by a loud bang, the golden light completely suppressed the white light and gradually swallowed it whole. A huge crater had appeared where Zhuang Bufan was standing. Above the mountain, sand and pebbles were sent flying, and the wind and clouds changed color. Bang! Amidst the dazzling light, a figure suddenly shot out and stood in mid-air, gasping for breath and covered in blood. The people from Orthodoxy Temple glanced over and were greatly shocked. Although he couldn't see clearly who was standing in the void, inferring from the posture of competing source qi just now, this person should be Yang Kai without a doubt. Turning their gazes towards the giant crater, they saw Zhuang Bufan kneeling on one knee, his clothes tattered and his hair disheveled. His body was also covered in blood, giving him a miserable appearance. "Brother Zhuang!" The people from Orthodoxy Temple shouted. Zhuang Bufan did not seem to have the strength to respond to them and could only maintain his posture, his body trembling uncontrollably. After a long time, he struggled to stand up and looked up in the direction of Yang Kai with a complicated look in his eyes. "Thank you for letting me win." Yang Kai cupped his fists and quickly said. Zhuang Bufan did not answer and instead sat down cross-legged on the ground, reached out from his space ring, took out some healing pills, stuffed them into his mouth, and began to meditate. Seeing this, the people from Orthodoxy Temple immediately glared at Yang Kai, but in addition to anger, there was also a strong sense of fear and shock. Because just a moment ago, right before their eyes, Yang Kai, the cultivator of the First Order Dao Source Realm, had defeated Zhuang Bufan in a competition of Source Qi. Although the final result seemed to be a lose-lose situation, a victory was still a victory. Was this guy really capable of such a feat? In the territory of origin energy, Brother Zhuang lost to him? Even Xia Sheng and Wu Chang might not be able to do it. All sorts of distracting thoughts flashed through their hearts like bolts of lightning, and they didn't dare underestimate Yang Kai in the slightest. In their eyes, Yang Kai was shockingly an existence that could be compared to Zhuang Bufan. In fact, he was even more terrifying than his eldest brother, because he was currently only in the First Order Dao Source realm. If he were to cultivate to the third order Dao Source Realm, which Dao Source Realm cultivator in this world would be his opponent? This person was perhaps another bright star in the star boundary. One day in the future, it would definitely blossom with extremely dazzling light, illuminating the entire sky of the star boundary. On the other side, Yang Kai also slowly descended and sat down cross-legged, taking out a large number of pills from his space ring and stuffing them into his mouth. His condition seemed to be much better than Zhuang Bufan, and his recovery ability was also very strong. However, after this battle, his strength was no longer at its peak. He needed to recover in the shortest time possible to cope with the various troubles that might arise next. As for Zhuang Bufan, Yang Kai estimated that he wouldn't come to compete for anything. This person was very open and aboveboard, so since he had been defeated by Yang Kai, he definitely wouldn't covet the extraordinary treasure lotus. Regarding this, Yang Kai was quite relieved. It was unknown who he was chasing, causing him to be so angry, and from what he said, it seemed that he had been chasing for a long time without success. Chapter 2185. Ha ha ha, idiot, you'll just eat the dust behind your father's butt. With your garbage skills, you'll never catch up to me. Another voice called out, this one extremely arrogant, not putting Wu Chang in his eyes at all. Not only that, he even called himself father and constantly mocked Wu Chang. The group of people was shocked and turned their heads dumbfounded in the direction of this voice, only to see two streams of light chasing after them from the horizon, arriving in the blink of an eye. Gong Wen Shan. Yang Kai recognized at a glance that the guy running away in front of him was none other than Array Master Gong Wen Shan. In an instant, Yang Kai had a rough guess about the scene in front of him. Before the Flowing Time Temple, Gong Wen Shan and Wu Chang had a grudge, because after Gong Wen Shan cracked the barrier at the entrance, he actually used it to prevent Wu Chang from entering, ruining his opportunity. Wu Chang was extremely decisive at that time, realizing that he couldn't enter the Flowing Time Temple, so he left directly. However, Yang Kai didn't know if Wu Chang had been lurking in the Two Seasons mountain range waiting for Gong Wen Shan to come out or if he had accidentally encountered him later. In any case, judging from the previous incident, Wu Chang naturally wouldn't let Gong Wen Shan off, so the two obviously had a grudge. But for some reason, even someone as strong as Wu Chang couldn't do anything to Gong Wen Shan and had chased him all the way here. Just as Yang Kai was thinking about this, Gong Wen Shan had already passed over everyone's heads and landed in an open space nearby. Immediately, his expression became solemn as he reached out and took out a few jade tokens from his space ring, muttered some incantations, and pushed his source chi. The jade tablet then turned into streaks of light. They shot out in all directions and then disappeared. At the same time, the place where Gong Wen Shan stood seemed to have become somewhat different, and everyone felt a threatening aura emanating from him. Array plate. Someone in the crowd shouted. Although no one knew what array plate Gong Wen Shan had just used, he didn't even blink. The fact that he could take out 3 or 4 of them at once showed that he had a lot of resources. It should be said that he was worthy of being a disciple of an aristocratic family that specialized in formations. What others wanted but couldn't get, he had so many that he couldn't use them all. After summoning the array plate, Gong Wen Shan didn't move, simply standing in place, gasping for breath as he took out a few pills from his space ring and swallowed them. From the looks of it, he had probably been pursued by a Hellguard for quite some time. He had consumed an enormous amount of energy, and he actually planned to use the protection of the array plate to recover a little. Boom! Wu Chang followed closely behind and landed a few dozen meters in front of Gong Wen Shan, his eyes spitting fire as he stared forward. His origin energy was about to go berserk. His entire body was filled with an incomparably ruthless aura, causing others to not dare to approach him. The cultivator with a lower cultivation base was even more frightened when he felt this violent aura, his face turning pale. "Come out." Although Wu Chang was furious, he wasn't a fool. Gongwen Shan had summoned so many array plates in front of him and stood in place calmly, so he obviously had full confidence in them, so he didn't dare to rush over. All he could do was shout from a distance. "Come in." Gongwen Shan had a sloppy look on his face as he beckoned to Wu Chang, like a brothel keeper trying to attract customers. "If you have the guts, come out." Wu Chang shouted. "If you have the guts, come in." Gongwen Shan responded. "Come out. Come in. Everyone, wah." Wu Chang almost went mad with anger and couldn't help roaring. His enemy was right in front of him, but he couldn't do anything about it, and this was in front of so many people. How could someone as strong as him endure such humiliation? Along with his roar, two beams of light, one red and one white, suddenly shot up from his body, like two dragons that intertwined with each other, broke through the clouds, and immediately descended like meteors towards where Gongwen Shan stood. Wu Chang had obviously lost the patience to argue with Gongwen Shan, so in a moment of anger, he attacked. Seeing this, Gongwen Shan's expression remained unchanged. Instead, he showed a strange smile as he formed a seal with one hand and condensed a thick light curtain 10 meters away from him. Hong Long Long, the red and white energies slammed into the light barrier, causing the light barrier to cave inwards, but it quickly bounced back. Not only that, but it also bounced back Wu Chang's violent attack. In an instant, the violent energy waves scattered in all directions. "Gongwen Shan, you piece of shit. I'll fuck your mother. Are you crazy?" A group of onlookers shouted one after another as they saw the fierce energy wave hurtling towards them, cursing loudly as they tried to avoid it. They didn't dare to curse Wu Chang, but they didn't hesitate to curse Gongwen Shan. At the same time, Yang Kai's face also became cold. Ignoring his wounds, he stood up and stretched out his hand. In an instant, a dark black hole appeared in the void in front of him, like the maw of a great beast, swallowing all of the scattered energy beams. "Brother Gong, be careful." Yang Kai looked at Gongwen Shan coldly. If he hadn't taken action just now, the energy beams that bounced back would have hit the extraordinary treasure lotus and destroyed it. He didn't know whether Gongwen Shan was doing this intentionally or not, but this approach obviously made Yang Kai very unhappy. "You dare stop me!" Suddenly, Wu Chang shouted, turning his head around coldly before finally fixing his eyes on Yang Kai, a murderous look filling his face. Yang Kai frowned and said, "Brother Wu Chang, are you crazy? Didn't you see what happened just now?" Yang Kai didn't know what Wu Chang was trying to do all of a sudden. Perhaps it was because he couldn't do anything to Gongwen Shan, so he took this opportunity to attack others to regain some face, or perhaps he just wanted to vent his anger. In any case, after everyone blocked the energy beams that bounced back, Wu Chang's expression became gloomy. "I don't care, whoever dares to resist, I'll take their life." Wu Chang replied overbearingly, "If you don't want to get hurt, scram." As soon as this statement came out, some people really retreated a great distance in fear. "Ha! Wu Chang." Xiaosheng suddenly grinned and looked at him mockingly, "If you want this spirit medicine, just say it. Why do you have to put on such a tiring act? Do you think that if you say that, the others will leave and let you get closer to them?" Lan Sun was silent for a while, observing the extraordinary treasure lotus for a moment before saying, "About a day or so." just before the exit closes. Wu Chang muttered to himself before immediately shouting, "Good, then I will wait until then. Before then, if anyone dares to have any ideas about this extraordinary treasure lotus, don't blame me for not showing mercy." As he spoke, he turned his head and looked around, his red and white eyes exuding a strange light that caused those who looked at him to shudder. Hearing this, Yang Kai could not help breathing a sigh of relief. Although Wu Chang acted as if he wanted to monopolize the extraordinary treasure lotus, there would definitely be no waves until the spirit medicine matured. Once it did, everyone would have to compete for it using their own means. Little sister would also like to ask everyone to wait a little longer until this extraordinary treasure lotus matures, Lan Sun said seriously. But there is one thing I must say. After the extraordinary treasure lotus matures, if it is not taken or refined into a pill within 3 hours, its medicinal efficacies will fade away. Is there such a thing? Wu Chang frowned. The extraordinary treasure lotus is a heaven-defying treasure after all, so with its heaven-defying effects, the world principles will naturally create some shackles to restrain it. Lan Sun smiled slightly. Then it's simple, when it matures, we'll just eat it. Xia Sheng grinned. Xiao Bai turned his head and glanced at him coldly. Why do you only know how to eat it today? Xia Sheng scratched his cheek awkwardly. Lan Sun suddenly sighed again and said, if possible, it would be best to refine it into an extraordinary treasure pill. There is only one spirit flower, and when the time comes to compete for it, swords have no eyes and fists are ruthless. She was, after all, the daughter of the great emperors of the Bright Moon realm. Many times, she did not consider things from her own perspective, but from the interests of the entire southern territory, just like how she had only taken the pseudo-emperor artifact from the Flowing Time Temple. At this moment, although she was happy that an extraordinary treasure lotus had appeared in the Four Seasons realm, she was also worried about the possibility of a great battle. Everyone present was an elite of the Southern Territory's Dao Source Realm Masters, so if they suffered heavy casualties because of a single spirit flower, it would definitely be a loss to the Southern Territory. Princess must be joking. If you want to refine this kind of world spirit flower into a pill, I'm afraid only an emperor-grade alchemist can do it. According to Princess, this spirit flower must be taken or refined into a pill within 3 hours after it matures. How can we find an emperor-grade alchemist in such a short time? Wu Chang coldly snorted. Lan Sun shook her head and said, we don't need an emperor-grade alchemist, just a Dao Source-grade alchemist. It's just that we all focus on the martial Dao, so how can we have time to study alchemy? It's not easy to find a Dao Source-grade alchemist. She shook her head and smiled bitterly, secretly feeling a headache coming on. She felt that there was no way to resolve this crisis and that she had missed a great opportunity. There was only one spirit flower, and if it was taken, only one person could obtain it, but if it was refined into a pill, it would be a different story. At that moment, a voice suddenly sounded, if your highness trusts me, why don't you let me try? As soon as this statement came out, everyone looked startled and turned to look in the direction of the source of the voice. Lan Sun also hurriedly looked over, and after seeing who the speaker was, a strange expression appeared on her face as she muttered, Brother Yang, you? Xiao Chen also looked at Yang Kai with a very interesting expression, but after a while, he couldn't help but sneer, do you know what you're saying? What your highness just said, didn't you hear it clearly? Naturally, I heard it clearly, Yang Kai smiled lightly, still wearing a calm expression under everyone's gazes. Zhuang Bufan, who was sitting cross-legged and recuperating, also looked at Yang Kai at this moment with a thoughtful expression on his face. Xia Sheng suddenly stretched out his hand and tugged at Yang Kai's sleeve, whispering, Brother Yang, I don't think this is a good idea. If you really want to monopolize the extraordinary treasure lotus, you should think of another way. Pretending to be a Dao Source-grade alchemist will soon be exposed. He obviously thought that Yang Kai had some ulterior motive for saying this, so he quietly tried to persuade him so as not to lose face and become the target of public criticism. If that really happened, no one would be able to save him. If you really have the herbs Brother Yang needs, you will definitely be able to refine an extraordinary treasure pill. Many thanks, Your Highness. The man had been waiting for Lan Sun to say this, and after hearing this, he did not hesitate and immediately took out a spirit mushroom about half a meter long from his space ring. This spirit mushroom was completely red in color, as if it was made of blood. It really is a jade blood mushroom. Yang Kai glanced over and knew that the other party was not lying, quickly saying, "Let me have a look." The man held the jade blood mushroom with both hands and could not help trembling slightly. It was as if he was not holding a spirit flower, but rather his own great future, for fear that he would accidentally drop it and shatter it. Arriving in front of Yang Kai, he carefully handed the jade blood mushroom to Yang Kai before standing there with a nervous look on his face. What dog shit luck! Why didn't such an opportunity fall into my lap? The heavens are jealous. Damned heavens, I refuse to accept this. All around, there was a cacophony of voices, some filled with jealousy, hatred, envy, and so on. And when the man heard these discussions, he could not help feeling a little smug, a smug expression appearing on his face. This is indeed a jade blood mushroom. Suddenly, Yang Kai frowned and said, "But it's not mature enough, only about 3,000 years old." What? When the man heard this, his expression changed greatly as he stared at Yang Kai with wide eyes, shouting incoherently, You, what did you say, you, look at it again, no need to look." As Yang Kai spoke, he returned the jade blood mushroom to the other party and said, "Every 1,000 years, a jade blood mushroom's color will change slightly. Although this one you took out is a mature jade blood mushroom, enough to refine most spirit medicines, it cannot be used to refine an extraordinary treasure pill. I'm sorry to disappoint you." Impossible. The man cried out involuntarily. As the saying goes, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. He had thought that an extraordinary treasure pill would be within his grasp, but now that such a thing had happened at such a critical moment, how could he accept it? Look at it again carefully. He glared at Yang Kai. Yang Kai said, "If you don't trust me, you might as well find someone else to take a look at it. I think that among the people here, there should be someone who can also identify its medicinal age." As soon as his voice fell, Zhuangbu Fan shouted, "This friend, this one is Orthodoxy Temple's Zhuangbu Fan. Although his understanding of medicine is not as good as Brother Yang's, he has at least dabbled in it. If you trust this Zhuang, why don't you let me take a look? I trust you, I trust you." The man heard this and immediately rushed over to Zhuangbu Fan and handed the jade blood mushroom to him. Compared to Yang Kai, who was a nobody, Zhuangbu Fan's name was naturally like thunder to this man's ears. The other party's words were also authoritative, so this man did not hesitate to pin his hopes on Zhuangbu Fan, hoping that Zhuangbu Fan could overturn Yang Kai's previous views. While he was waiting, Zhuangbu Fan had already carefully observed the jade blood mushroom. Not only that, he also took a deep breath of this spirit medicine's medicinal aura while using his fingernail to pick up a little bit of powder and put it into his mouth to taste. His movements were methodical and extremely skillful. At a glance, it was obvious that this was not the first time he had done this. After a while, Zhuangbu Fan slowly shook his head and returned the jade blood mushroom to the other party, saying, "Brother Yang's research on herbs is much more profound than this Zhuang's. Just by looking at it, you can tell its medicinal age. This Zhuang admires you greatly. Friend, this jade blood mushroom of yours is indeed only 3,000 years old." How could this be? The man muttered to himself with a look of disappointment, not to mention how sad he was. When Yang Kai said that this jade blood mushroom was only 3,000 years old, he did not believe it, but since Zhuangbu Fan said so, he had no choice but to believe it. Those martial artists who were previously envious and jealous of this person couldn't help but feel a sense of schadenfreude at this moment. There are so many people here, is there no other friend who has a jade blood mushroom? Yang Kai turned his head and looked around before shouting loudly. No one responded. Yang Kai let out a sigh. Brother Yang, if you use that 3,000-year-old jade blood mushroom to refine. Lan Sun frowned at him. It would just be a waste. Yang Kai replied, Your Highness should know that the more precious a spirit pill is, the more stringent the requirements of the herbs needed to refine it. Not to mention the 2,000-year-old jade blood mushroom, even if it was a few hundred years old, it still wouldn't be able to be used as a medicine. Ha! Lan Sun sighed slightly. How could she not know what Yang Kai was talking about? She was just asking for a fluke. It's all fate. Xiaxing suddenly shook his head and said, The jade blood Ganoderma isn't a common spirit medicine. It's already not bad to have one here. How can there be a second one? It looks like we'll have to rely on our own methods to fight for it. Actually. Lan Sun looked embarrassed and said helplessly, I do have a jade blood mushroom that should meet Brother Yang's requirements. Huh? Xiao Chen was surprised when he heard this and asked, Then why didn't your highness take it out? Yang Kai also looked at Lan Sun in amazement, a thoughtful expression flashing across his face, but soon, he grinned and cupped his fists, This Yang admires your highness' righteousness. At this moment, Yang Kai understood why Lan Sun had not taken out her jade blood mushroom for so long. It wasn't that Lan Sun was reluctant, she was the daughter of the great emperors of the Bright Moon continent. Even if a spirit medicine was precious, why would she be reluctant to part with it? She probably didn't take it out because she wanted to give the opportunity to others, so she repeatedly confirmed it with others. But in the end, she had no choice but to stand up. Probably when she made the proposal before, she didn't expect that what Yang Kai needed would be in her possession. The people present were not fools. After listening to Yang Kai's words, they only needed a little thought to understand the whole story. For a time, they couldn't help casting admiring glances towards Lan Sun. Lan Sun's cheeks were slightly red, making her look even more stunning. How about this, I can take out the jade blood mushroom, but as for the extraordinary treasure pill, I don't want it, Lan Sun pursed her red lips and said. How can that be? Xiao Chen was the first to jump out and object. You shut up. Lan Sun frowned and scolded him, I have the right to deal with my own things. Xiao Chen opened his mouth, but he really did not dare to say anything. His face turned ashen as he felt depressed. Your Highness is mistaken, Xiaxing smiled and said. Xiaxing smiled faintly and said, Since we've already agreed on this matter, then what should be obtained by your Highness should naturally be given to you. If you insist on not accepting it, then wouldn't that be equivalent to making everyone who obtains the spirit medicine owe you a favor? After all, no one knows if the spirit medicine they obtain originally belonged to you or not. This is a very bad deal, this Xia won't do it. Chapter 2190. Whoever dares to move will die. Wu Chang suddenly roared as he swept his eyes around with a ferocious expression. Murderous intent filled the air, so thick that it was almost tangible. Those who were about to make a move instantly quieted down. They clearly felt that if they acted rashly, they would be killed in the next moment. The aura of death was so strong that it was suffocating, causing their lips to go dry and their bodies to go cold. At this moment, Kai Yang suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes glistened as he shouted in a low voice, Open the furnace. Saying so, he stretched out his hand and pointed forward, causing the black jade furnace to appear. The black jade furnace was a Dao source grade high-rank alchemy furnace. It was originally bought by Han Leng, an abandoned disciple of Star Soul Palace, at the auction in Maplewood City, but in the end, Han Leng died unexpectedly and it fell into Yang Kai's hands. Such an alchemy furnace was a rare treasure, especially for an alchemist. After all, only an emperor-grade alchemy furnace was better than it. But how could an emperor-grade alchemy furnace be so easy to obtain? Under normal circumstances, an emperor-grade alchemy furnace was more precious than an emperor artifact. When the black jade furnace opened, a fragrance different from that of the extraordinary treasure lotus instantly filled the air. Smelling this fragrance and seeing this alchemy furnace, many people were shocked and their confidence in Yang Kai immediately increased greatly. Because such an alchemy furnace was not something an ordinary alchemist was worthy of owning, only a Dao source-grade alchemist was qualified to use it. The medicinal fragrance wafting from this alchemy furnace was enough to prove that this alchemy furnace had refined many spirit medicines in the past. All of this indirectly confirmed the fact that Yang Kai was a Dao source-grade alchemist. The alchemy furnace opened. Yang Kai's divine sense surged. A scorching hot and invisible conflagrated spiritual energy poured into the furnace in an instant, causing the black jade furnace to hum loudly in the blink of an eye. Lu Yen. Yang Kai shouted again as he flicked his hand and a stream of light suddenly shot out from his palm. A loud and clear cry spread out in all directions. Under everyone's gaze, a strange-looking fiery bird phantom suddenly appeared and dove into the pill furnace. Artifact spirit. Lan Sun's eyes lit up. He could not help but exclaim softly. At that moment, although she did not see the true face of Lu Yen, she instinctively sensed that the stream of light was no small matter. Combined with the scene in front of her, she immediately deduced that it was definitely a fire attribute artifact spirit. A Dao source-grade high-rank alchemy furnace and a fire attribute artifact spirit, the combination of the two was already the dream of most alchemists in this world. With the help of these two, it would be much easier to refine any spirit pill. Lan Sun couldn't help smiling. If nothing unexpected happens, Brother Yang can really refine the extraordinary treasure pill. Everyone, just wait and see. Hearing her say this, many people's spirits were lifted, and an extremely expectant expression appeared on their faces. On the other side, Yang Kai had taken out the herbs needed to refine the extraordinary treasure pill one by one with a solemn expression. He methodically threw various rare herbs into the pill furnace one by one, his hands forming seals from time to time as his conflagrated knowledge sea surged. He began to inscribe spirit arrays inside the pill furnace. And as he did so, the heat inside the pill furnace seemed to fluctuate from time to time, making it difficult to grasp. Concocting pills required a calm mind, and the most important thing to avoid was to be too hasty. The most important thing was the control of the fire and the control of the timing of putting in the medicinal ingredients. This was not something that could be mastered overnight. It took a long time to accumulate experience and the advice of one's master. Yang Kai had never had anyone to guide him on the alchemic Tao. However, he seemed to have extraordinary aptitude and talent for this territory. In his early years, he had only relied on the true alchemic way left behind by great demon god to explore this path himself. Later, he obtained the true alchemy enlightenment scripture in Yang Yan's Emperor Garden, and after coming to the star boundary, he obtained the jade slip left behind by Gong Sun Mu. Yang Kai's alchemy technique was a combination of the strengths of these three forces, as well as his own insights and innovations. Yang Kai did not have a special constitution like Xia Ning Chang, who could perform alchemy as easily as eating and breathing, but he had his own unique intuition. When to throw in what herbs, when to control what kind of heat, these things had been engraved in his mind since birth and had become an instinct. If one had to investigate, it would undoubtedly be due to the grand alchemic Tao tone he triggered while refining the spirit pill. The grand alchemic Tao tone was the voice of the heavenly way. The heavenly way had taught him this knowledge and sublimated his alchemy skills. But even so, Yang Kai was going all out this time, not daring to show the slightest carelessness. There was only one extraordinary treasure lotus, so if he failed to refine it, he would have nothing left. At that time, he would have to bear the wrath of everyone present. Yang Kai was not afraid of these cultivators, he was only afraid of wasting these herbs. Under great pressure, his condition was unprecedentedly good. Gululu, as time passed, the sound of boiling water bubbling came from inside the pill furnace. This was obviously a sign that the medicinal liquid was boiling, and a complex but pleasant aroma filled the air, giving everyone a refreshing feeling. Looking around, although Yang Kai's movements were not fast, there was a sense of calmness in his every movement, which gave everyone a lot of confidence in his alchemy. In particular, the way he manipulated his source qi with one hand to control the heat while forming a series of hand seals with the other to inscribe the spirit array inside the pill furnace made many people gasp in amazement. Laymen could only enjoy the show, but only insiders could see the knack for it. Although almost 90% of the cultivators here had never refined a spirit pill before, if they had never eaten pork, how could they not have seen a pig run? Yang Kai's repeated use of the illusionary spirit array confused everyone present, but at the same time, they couldn't help admiring him. This kind of perfect control was not something an ordinary person could achieve, so it must be a result of his usual accumulation of merits. Brother, do you think junior brother Yang will succeed in refining? It wasn't just the ordinary cultivators who were staring at this stock, even Wuxia Xianxia, and the others were doing the same, but none of them acted rashly and instead turned inquisitive looks towards Yang Kai, wondering why he was doing this. On the other side, Yang Kai rushed back to the pill furnace and carefully continued to control the flame, waiting until it was about time to throw the extraordinary treasure lotus he had just collected into the pill furnace. It was just a few simple actions, but Yang Kai's forehead was covered in cold sweat, as if he was facing a great enemy. The moment the extraordinary treasure lotus entered the pill furnace, Yang Kai immediately changed his hand seals to stabilize the situation inside. With a constant whirring sound, Yang Kai secretly rejoiced that he had not hesitated to expose Lu Yan's existence to summon her before this alchemy. The difficulty of refining the extraordinary treasure pill was beyond his imagination. At this moment, if not for Lu Yan's assistance, he might not have been able to persist until the end.